Who doesn't want to cultivate immortality? You have achieved your wish and become the most powerful ancestor in the world of cultivation. I originally wanted to live a carefree life with a sword in hand, but as the end approaches, with no hope of breaking through, I am left with only 3 days of life. Helpless, I can only enjoy life and meet death peacefully. I never thought there would be hostile forces coming to die provocatively. You had no choice but to take the treasure of the town and ask for an explanation. It is said that when a person is about to die, they will pull someone to be a scapegoat. At this time, in the Qingyang city of the Wuji Empire, a person exclaimed in surprise, "Hot news, the Zhang family actually sent a large coffin to the Lin family." Is that right? Sending a coffin to the door. It seems like the ancestor of the Lin family is not dead yet. How dare the Zhang family do this? The ancestral Lin family did not die. So what? Calculate the time. It's just a matter of these few days. Once the undoubtedly doomed ancestral Lin family leaves on the crane, our Qingyang city's 4 major immortal cultivation families will become a situation of 3-legged stand. Lin Huan, who was eating meat and drinking, listened to the discussions of the guests at the table next to him, and a wave of uncontrollable emotions surged in his heart. Lin Huan is the ancestor of the Lin family and also a time traveler. 3 days ago, Lin Huan, who was ready to leave early at 8 in the morning, hoped to have good luck today. However, just as he stepped out of the door and had not walked a few steps, he was hit by a truck full of goods with a license plate for good luck. Good news. Wish fulfilled, bad news. This great fortune is not the great fortune that Lin Fantasies wanted. When Lin Huan opened his eyes again, he found himself in another world where he could cultivate immortality. Let's not talk about it for now. He even became an ancestor of a cultivation family who had no hope of breaking through and was nearing the end of his life. There is no hope of a breakthrough. The end is near. These 8 words put together directly sentenced Lin Huanshuan, who had just crossed over to death. Just lived for a short time and have to die again. Lin Huan is very helpless about this. Wasn't it supposed to be that surviving a great disaster would bring good fortune? Now it seems that it's more like surviving a great disaster only to die later. Right? If I haven't died yet, you're already provoking me with a coffin. If I die, will your Zhang family stand on my grave and drink? In his heart, Lin Huan joked to himself. I don't know why, maybe influenced by the original body, but Lin Huan, whose mood gradually worsened, felt angry. However, Lin Huan's anger quickly dissipated. They were all going to die, so why bother? In the last few days of life, Lin Huan should just enjoy it. Just as Lin Huan was about to continue eating meat and drinking, a cold and indifferent mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Detected that your lifespan is less than 3 days. In line with the requirements of this system, now forcibly bound to you. Congratulations! Successfully bound to the cushion system. The sudden turn of events caught Lin Huan off guard. After pausing for a while, Lin Huan barely came to his senses. Lin Huan is no stranger to the so-called system. System? Isn't that the protagonist's standard golden finger in the cool novel? Just the system. Lin Huan, who has read countless refreshing novels, can now casually say a lot. After all, he has also commented on things like 3 dog heads. Lin Huan didn't wait to explore the cushion system that had just been forcibly bound to him, and a virtual panel that only Lin Huan could see appeared in front of him. Backrest system. The main purpose is to carry a person's back. As long as the host is on the brink of death, the system task can be triggered. Successfully completing system tasks can make the host stronger and also allow them to escape from the brink of death. The host's lifespan is less than 3 days. Triggering the mission. Task details. Zhang Jia sent a coffin to provoke. Pulling Zhang Jia to stand in. Task rewards. 1. Increase lifespan by 3 months. 2. 3rd grade spiritual weapon dragon scale armor. 3. Increase cultivation by 1 small level. 4. 1 foundation building pill. If you live a life of ease for 3 days, you will fight to survive for 3 months. After a moment of thought, Lin Huan had a firm answer in his heart. Go to the Zhang family. Dropped a gold ingot. Lin Huan, who stood up from the table, instantly left. Upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Huan immediately summoned the current head of the Lin family, Lin Langtian. After crossing, Lin Huanxin had a question in his mind. That is whether Lin Langtian knows a young man named Lin Dong who has no culture. I have seen the ancestor. Lin Langtian, facing his own ancestor, respectfully greeted him. In Lin Langtian's view, being summoned by the ancestor at this time must be to leave a will or to explain matters. After leaving a will and arranging the funeral, once the old ancestor is gone, the Lin family will also come to an end. After all, the Lin family, from top to bottom, has the senior ancestor Lin Huan, a foundation-building cultivator. The reason why the 4 major cultivating families in Qingyang City can coexist is that each family has a foundation-building cultivator. If any family's foundation-building cultivator is gone, then that family will be watched by the other 3 families and seen as the tender and fat meat that must be eaten no matter what. Looking at Lin Langtian, who looked nervous. Lin Huan did not bother with him. I have two things to ask of you. The first is to give me the key to the family treasure trove. The second is to quickly send someone to invite the representatives of the Zhang family, Li family, and Xiao family to come to my Lin family for dinner tomorrow, and tell them that it concerns the Lin family's business. Listening to the two things Lin Huan explained, seeing that the other party did not leave any last words or mention arrangements, Lin Langtian, who was surprised and unexpected, came back to his senses, and he repeatedly responded, "Okay, ancestor." After that, Lin Langtian handed over the key to the family treasure trove to Lin Huan. Although I don't know what Lin Yao wants to do with the key to the family treasury, and I don't know what purpose Lin Yao has in inviting the other three major immortal cultivation families in the city. In any case, he, Lin Langtian, did as he was told, and did as he was told. After getting the key, Lin Yao, who already had a plan in his mind, went to the family treasury. In the original body's memories, the Lin family's treasury stored many notable treasures. This time, when he went to the treasure vault, Lin Yao only wanted to take the treasure and use it against that Zhang family. As soon as he entered the treasure vault, Lin Yao was shocked by the wide array of treasures stored in it. Chapter 2, Dark Moon, High Wind, Killing Night, Qingyang City, Zhang family. Not long after, the Lin family's banquet posters were sent to the Zhang family. The arrival of the banquet sticker also caused the Zhang family's council chamber to gather a group of senior figures from the Zhang family. Tomorrow at noon, the Qingyang Lin family will hold a big banquet. It concerns the Lin family's large and small industries up and down the line, and we now invite the Qingyang Zhang family to the Lin mansion to attend the banquet. An elder of the Zhang clan opened his mouth and read out the contents of the banquet posting. The moment I heard the content of the banquet posting, the scene was in chaos. Industry? Going to a banquet? By the looks of it, the Lin family is giving in to us. Not to mention, this Lin family is quite sensible. We just sent him the clock, and he invited us to a banquet to talk about things. I'm not going to hide it from you all, but I've been coveting the Lin family's potion workshop for a long time. Joke, his Lin family's old ancestor is going to be gone. How dare he Lin family be insensitive? Yes, if you don't know what you're doing, next time we'll carry a few coffins to his Lin family. With the annexation of the Lin family, my Zhang family is bound to go to the next level. At this moment, all the Zhang family members in the council chamber were immersed in the joy of the impending annexation of the Lin family. Listening to the words of the clansman, Zhang Maniac, the head of the Zhang family, who was sitting on the main seat with an obvious excited smile and look of excitement on his face, slowly opened his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, when we go to the banquet tomorrow, it will be the day that the Zhang family annexes the Lin family. Nowadays, in the eyes of Zhang family head Zhang Maniac, the Lin family had become a piece of meat on his lips. As soon as he opens his mouth a little, then the Lin family will be in his mouth. Family head, why don't we also host a banquet today to celebrate the annexation of the Lin family in advance? A Zhang family elder opened his mouth at this moment and made a suggestion. An early celebration? This one can be had. Then let's have a feast with wine and meat. After some slight thinking, the smiling Zhang Maniac gave his answer. At the same time that the Zhang family received the Lin family's banquet sticker, the two Li Xiao immortal cultivation families in the city likewise received it. Like the Zhang family, they all held the idea of annexing the Lin family. Only, both of them were not as impatient as the Zhang family. As the saying goes, 100 causes lead to one effect. Everything in this world has a reason. And the Zhang family that couldn't wait to annex the Lin family was naturally no exception. As for the reason, that can only be said to have something to do with Zhang Shanfeng, the oldest ancestor of the Zhang family. On top of that, it also has to do with some old stories that only a few people remember now. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lin family's family treasury. This is good. This will do. This one's not bad either. Walking in the family treasury, Lin Yao looked over here and there and observed at the same time as also in the upper grasped down to take a heavenly thunder talisman that can injure a foundation establishment cultivator. All three were put on Lin Yao's body. A first-rate phantom killing class array disc 100 ghosts at night. Lin Yao directly put it into his storage ring. A second-grade elixir that can increase one's combat power by 20% in a short period of time. The Berserker elixir? It was similarly included by Lin Yao inside his storage ring. As for the questioning heavenly sword, which was claimed to be the Lin family's family treasure, Lin Yao also hung it on his waist without thinking. All in all, within the treasury, all the things that can increase the strength of the battlefield or kill the enemy, Lin Fantasy has brought all of them on his body. Exterminating the Zhang family was not a small matter, so Lin Yao definitely had to treat it rigorously and seriously. And bringing more treasures with you is beneficial to Lin Yao's designation. After circling around the treasury and confirming that all the treasures that were useful to him had been taken, Lin Fantasy went out of the Lin family's treasury. After Baby finished packing, Lin Yao waited for the right moment. Tonight, Lin Yao is going to step over the threshold of the Zhang family, fight his way up to that Zhang family. As for hosting a banquet to talk about industry, that was just a front for Lin Yao. The purpose of this was to make the three great families in the city let their guard down. Success or failure, loss or win, all depends on Lin Yao's strange attack tonight. In Lin Yao's opinion, the Zhang family would inevitably not expect his surprise attack at night. After all, under normal circumstances, a cultivation family ancestor in the dying will choose to close the death, seeking that illusory line of life. And the family, if there is no danger of annihilation, then it will not be easy to go out. Where's Lin Yao? He's good. Go out there and play with the clan's bottom. Time passes quickly. Moonrise trailing sunset. Looking at the night sky under the countless stars. Looking at the sky, that round bright dazzling jade disk. Feel the gentle breeze on the face of the Lin fantasy is unable to help but murmur to himself, when it is really dark and windy, killing night. To be honest, Lin Yao really hadn't thought that such a classic quote from his previous life would actually happen to him now. After sighing, Lin Yao, who understood that the time was ripe, left the Lin family. Lin Yao had just left the Lin family on the front foot, and it was clattering and drizzling on the back foot. The light rain was getting heavier, not to mention that it wasn't even showing signs of stopping. What's the best thing to do on a rainy day? In Lin fantasy seems to be suitable to lie down and sleep under the blanket of having a daughter-in-law. On the way to Zhang's house, Lin Mirage heard the sound of a night watchman shouting, 3 watches at midnight, safe and sound. A night watchman, a night patrol occupation. The night watchmen, who work all night, they usually have 5 shifts in one night. The first is more 100 days, from 7 p.m. m. to 9 p.m. m., reminding people to be careful of fire and candles in dry weather. The second is more Ohio time, i.e., 9 p.m. m. to 11 p.m. m., reminding people to close their doors and windows to prevent theft and burglary. If nothing unexpected happened, then Lin Yao would finish the mission at the 5th shift of Cinnabar, which was around 5 in the morning. Soon, Lin Yao arrived at the Zhang family, looking at the brightly lit Zhang family that was organizing a banquet in front of him. Lin Yao, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching after carefully observing for a while. Open champagne at halftime? Before they could successfully annex the Lin family, the Zhang family was strutting around throwing a banquet. I have to say, this Zhang family's heart is not normally big. After observing, Lin Yao then took out the first great array disc 100 Ghosts Night Journey from his storage ring. The array disc was the work of an array master, one of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. As long as one injects spiritual energy into the array disc, then the array can be formed with a single thought. Although the 100 Ghosts Night Journey is only a first-rate phantom killing type array disc, it is still more than enough to delay or deal with a cultivation family that only has a foundation establishment cultivator in attendance. Formation up. In just a few breaths of time, with a lightning-fast momentum, Lin Yao had successfully laid down the 100 Ghosts Night marching formation that covered the entire Zhang family. The moment the formation was successfully set up, the Zhang clan's high-level warriors, who were the first to sense that something was wrong, changed color. Everyone, on guard. A Zhang clan elder spoke, his face serious. I wonder which friend is visiting late at night. Please come out and meet them. I'm sure Zhang will entertain them. The smiling Zhang family head, Zhang Maniac, sent out an invitation as he gazed around. Responding to the flailing? It's a bolt of heavenly lightning. Chapter 3, Killing Zhang Maniac, Destroying the Zhang Family. Boom! At the same time as the deafeningly loud thunderous sound exploded, a purple heavenly thunder with the size of a wellhead also fell with it. The target of the purple heavenly thunder was no one else but the Zhang family head, Zhang Maniac. Just as the purple heavenly thunderstorm fell violently, an unprecedentedly strong sense of crisis also crept into Zhang Maniac's heart. Subconsciously, with chills running down his spine, Zhang Maniac performed a relatively large dodge. Bang! Zhang Maniac had just dodged with his front foot, when the heavenly thunder landed on his original position with his back foot. After taking a look at it, Zhang Maniac realized that a horrifyingly deep pit of equal height had appeared on the originally flat ground. Looking at the deep pit, the sweating Zhang Maniac celebrated and felt fear at the same time. What if I had reacted a little slower? Then today's Zhang Mania lies on the ground, playing the sneak attack guy? Django is the most annoying. Not a bit of Xanadu. Fellow Daoist, you have not gone a little too far? Zhang Maniac opened his mouth, wanting to accuse the brazen person who had secretly sneaked in. However, without waiting for Zhang Maniac to finish his sentence, a sharp sword that burst out attacked him. Holy, here we go again. Looking at the oncoming sword, his eyes widened, his face showed fear, and the sense of crisis exploded on the spot as Zhang Maniac still wanted to dodge. It was only a pity that this time, Zhang Maniac, who had failed to dodge, reacted slowly. No, it shouldn't be said that Zhang Mania reacted slowly. It should be said that Zhang Mania couldn't react. The attacking sword of the Foundation establishment stage Lin Yao could not be dodged by Zhang Maniac, who was still only a Qi practicing cultivator. Under the gazes of all the Zhang family members at the scene, the cold like flashing sword slashed through Zhang Maniac's neck, and Zhang Maniac was also divided into two from one for this reason. Zhang Crazy, head of the Zhang family, died. The meat on the edge of his mouth died before he could eat it, and Zhang Maniac was very unhappy about this. Death is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that before dying, Zhang Maniac did not even know who killed him. If God wants him to die, he must first make him mad. The first Zhang family member that Lin Yao killed was Zhang Maniac. Buzz. After the sword passed through Zhang Maniac's neck, it was firmly inserted on the ground. I didn't see it wrong, did I? That's the questioning sword? After looking at the sword and accidentally discovering the two words "Ask the Sky" engraved on the hilt, a Zhang clan elder's face showed an unbelievable color at the same time, and his heart was not to mention how shocked he was. The heavenly sword. The Lin family's family treasure. The appearance of this sword indicated that the sneak attacker was from the Lin family. But how did the Lin family dare? After all, the Lin family's only Foundation establishment cultivator was going to be gone. Shouldn't they be thinking about how to maximize the preservation of the family at this time? How? Why did he run to attack his Zhang family without any warning? Is it possible that the Lin family is tired of living as the old man eats arsenic? At this time, Lin Yao showed his face and bellowed in a deep voice. Zhang Shanfeng, get out! After Lin Yao finished speaking, the heavenly questioning sword rose up from the ground and swiftly flew back into his hands. Holding a sword in his hand, Lin Yao with a serious face was full of killing intent and wariness. In a fight, you can't lose in terms of momentum. If you lose the momentum, then you lose the fight. Old Master Lin. Lin, you have come? Looking at Lin Yao, whose body was suspended in mid-air, standing with his sword, an elder of the Zhang family whose face was full of consternation was subconsciously opened his mouth and carefully complimented. Although Lin Yao, who was dying at the end of his life, was one of the four major Foundation establishment cultivators of Qingyang City no matter what, because of this, when facing the living Lin Yao, the respect and awe that should be present was still present in the crowd at the scene. Doesn't come out, does it? Then I won't blame the old man for being impolite. Ignoring the rest of the Zhang family, see Zhang Shanfeng delayed to show up. Lin Yao eyes condensed brow a lock up at the same time. The face showed a touch of displeasure color he was instantly moved to. What was the system mission that Lin Yao had triggered? The Zhang family was annihilated or the Zhang family was dragged to the back. Having said that, Lin Yao did not come today to overthrow the Zhang family. Today, Lin Yao had only one purpose, to get rid of Zhang Shanfeng, the Zhang clan's oldest ancestor. Zhang Shanfeng was the Zhang clan's oldest ancestor, as well as the only Foundation establishment stage cultivator in the Zhang clan. If Zhang Shanfeng were to fall, then the entire Zhang family would fall apart with him. Rats scatter from a sinking ship. Therefore, compared to the more difficult option of directly eliminating the entire Zhang family, Lin Yao's choice was to kill Zhang Shanfeng and indirectly destroy the Zhang family. After saying this, dancing the heavenly questioning sword in his hand, Lin Yao began to kill the four directions. This body has lived for hundreds of years. The battle has long become muscle memory, coupled with the absolute strength of the Foundation stage, also makes Lin Yao once the opening of the kill. It is a sickle to cut the wheat. Smooth things. Once the fight started, the scene was obediently chaotic. What about the promised annexation of the Lin family? How come the Lin family is beating down the door? Quickly go and ask the old ancestor to come and save the day. Elder Master Lin, you don't want the Lin family to be humiliated and bullied or even exterminated after your death, do you? So your old man quickly put away his sword and turned back to the shore. Yeah, Elder Master Lin, if your old man puts away his sword, then how about we forget about today's matter? An arrow that goes out of the string can't fly back. Once a fight has begun, it can only end with a kill. It was also for this reason that the only thing that responded to the Zhang family was Lin Fantasy's heaven-asking sword in the 100 Ghosts Night March formation. Starvation shenanigans, drowning shenanigans, on the dangling, one after another. The bizarre souls swept out from the formation in a scramble, and then under Lin Yao's manipulation, they attacked and killed the Zhang family members like crazy. No matter if it was a man or woman or young or old, Lin Yao would not let go. Lin Yao didn't believe that he couldn't force that Zhang Shanfeng die today. Lin Yao vaguely remembers that the original body and Zhang Shanfeng had quite a big grudge, and it was not too much to say that there was a blood feud. Therefore, Lin Yao believed that Zhang Shanfeng would inevitably come out. It was only a matter of time. Realizing that today's battle is inevitable, a Zhang family elder whose experience, strength, and status are not bad stood out. All Zhang family elders, guest ministers, and deacons will meet the battle with me. That old man will not be able to utilize his full strength when he reaches the end of his days. We still have a fighting chance if we go all out. As long as our ancestor arrives, that old fool will die for sure. Just now, he had addressed Lin Yao as Old Master Lin. Now, directly call Lin Yao Old Undead. Just as well, Zhang Shanfeng didn't come out now. So Lin Yao will play with these chi practicing stage little guys. Great Wind Hand Seal, Blue and Silver Wrap, Throat Shattering Lock. Just as Lin Yao was having a good fight with those chi practicing stage little guys, an angry voice resounded throughout the entire Zhang family. Rampant. Lin Yao, you're a dying man. Why did you come to my Zhang family to make a scene? If you want to return to the West early, then I, Zhang Shanfeng, can fulfill you. Obviously, the positive claims are coming from the mountain peaks. The moment Zhang Shanfeng came, there was not a single moment of hesitation. And while he fully operated the 100 Ghosts Night March formation, Lin Yao also took the second grade Berserker Dan. Chapter 4, Careful Planning. Attacking and killing Zhang Shanfeng. After looking in the direction of the sound, a body in mid-air. The figure is very tall and sturdy white-haired old man is then reflected into the eyes of Lin Yao. The white-haired lanky old man was no other than Zhang Shanfeng, the Zhang family's old ancestor. Zhang Shanfeng, whose cultivation was at the early stage of foundation establishment, had known Lin Yao for 100 or 200 years. And the grudge between the two sides had existed for 100 or 200 years. Although the second-grade Berserker Dan entered his mouth, Lin Yao did not rush to digest it. It's not time yet. Lin Yao will digest it when the time is right. Still, Lin Yao had planned everything long ago. Those who achieve great things must be patient enough. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. After the corners of his mouth rose and hooked up a subtle arc, the disdainful Lin Yao slowly opened his mouth and returned Zhang Shanfeng's sentence. Sending me to the West? Do you have the ability to do that? Saying that, Lin Yao, who chose to take a steady step-by-step approach, began to lay a trap for Zhang Shanfeng. Zhang Shanfeng, are you not senile? Have you forgotten that I beat the out of you back then? Then I beat you into the, and finally beat you with your? After Lin Yao spoke, the scene fell into silence. The silence of the ravening scene was somewhat frightening. At this moment, even if a fine needle fell on the ground, that could make a crisp landing collision sound. This is really an extremely flavorful story. Listening to Lin Yao's words that could be described as astonishing, a Zhang family deacon secretly thought in his heart while gulping his saliva he was even more respectful and awe-inspiring towards Lin Yao. Type it out and type it in and use it again? It was only because the picture was too beautiful, so the Zhang family deacon didn't dare to imagine it. Old ancestor. Old ancestor is also too miserable. While the corners of his mouth twitched, a Zhang family member mourned for Zhang Shanfeng for 3 seconds in his heart. I've seen a lot of miserable people, but it was the first time I had seen someone as miserable as Zhang Shanfeng. Let's just say that it's really just misery ing opening doors for misery. Misery to the core. After slowly coming back to their senses, the Zhang family members on the scene, without exception, felt that the delicious food at the banquet did not smell good anymore. Lin Yao wasn't joking. What he had just said was true, except that it was the original who did that, and he had nothing to do with it. Lin Yao's original body? But a werewolf. A little more than a tough guy. It was thought that it was because of that incident that had caused a storm in the city back then that made the Zhang family, which was now dominated by Zhang Shanfeng, impatiently want to annex the Lin family in order to wash away that strange shame and humiliation that could not be forgotten no matter what. It was visible to the naked eye that as Lin Yao's words fell, Zhang Shanfeng's face was gradually gloomy. Clenching his fists and clenching his teeth, Zhang Shanfeng's pair of tiger eyes stared angrily at Lin Yao. If eyes could kill, then today's Lin Yao had been killed hundreds of times by Zhang Shanfeng's cynical and vicious gaze. So humiliating to say in front of so many juniors? Lin Yao was really not giving him Zhang Shanfeng any face at all. If that's the case, then don't blame him, Zhang Shanfeng, for being impolite. 30 years east of the river. 30 years of river west. Back then, I, Zhang Shanfeng, was indeed inferior to you, Lin Yao. But today, it will definitely be you, Lin Yao, who is inferior to me. Zhang Shanfeng, after all, you're approaching the end of your days and can't utilize your full strength. After saying this, Zhang Shanfeng, whose anger surged up in his heart, swept out, raising his hand and turning it into a fist while charging straight at Lin Yao's face. Zhang Shanfeng went for physical cultivation, and his body was his weapon. Physical cultivators, for the most part, were short-tempered and more impatient. Lin Yao was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Zhang Shanfeng was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Shanfeng would definitely not dare to fight Lin Yao, but nowadays, Lin Yao is approaching the end of his days, and it is questionable whether his strength can be utilized to half of his realm, and because of this, he, Zhang Shanfeng, feels that he can't come to a level crossing fight. To think that he, Zhang Shanfeng, was also the dazzling pride of Qingyang City in previous years. Good timing. Seeing that the angry Zhang Shanfeng chose to take the initiative to attack, which was exactly what he wanted, the joyful Lin Yao's heart was very happy while he also took the heavenly inquiring sword in his hand to kill Zhang Shanfeng. What Lin Yao was waiting for was for Zhang Shanfeng to take the initiative. Just as Lin Yao and Zhang Shanfeng were about to produce their first collision, an incomparably dazzling purple light lit up at Lin Yao's left hand. What's that? Looking at the brilliant and dazzling purple light, Zhang Shanfeng, whose brows were slightly furrowed, felt that something was wrong, but he, who was determined to take Lin Yao down, did not give up his attack. As a physical cultivator, Zhang Shanfeng's body was hard enough to carry on in danger. For Zhang Shanfeng, it was imperative to beat that Lin Yao down to earn back the face he had lost earlier. Zhang Shanfeng loved nothing more than two things in his life. The first object is color, the color of beauty. The second object is the face of the face. However, in the very next moment, Zhang Shanfeng, who could see exactly what the purple light was, changed his face. And what is the purple light? It was a fierce thunder. If it was something else, Zhang Shanfeng would have no problem carrying it off with his body. But not Ray. Thunder is the most powerful element in nature, bar none. When it comes to thunder, it is better for Zhang Shanfeng to try to retreat as much as possible. Unfortunately, because of the distance, Zhang Shanfeng, who had only just reacted, was unable to dodge even if he wanted to. Boom! Unbiasedly, the heavenly thunder talisman was transformed into a shocking thunderbolt with the size of a wellhead that hit Zhang Shanfeng squarely. Lin Yao, when did you guys become so sinister? If you have the guts, why don't you stop using those unorthodox tactics and come and fight me fair and square? Being hit squarely by a heavenly thunder talisman. Although Zhang Shanfeng did not suffer any serious injuries, he was more or less in a bad way. And as the slightly wretched Zhang Shanfeng opened his mouth, the anger and exasperation in his heart was followed by a higher level. In Zhang Shanfeng's impression, as a pure sword cultivator, Lin Yao was not someone who loved to use sideways. So what's wrong with Lin Yao today? First, there was the 100 Ghosts Night March formation, followed by the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. This was not at all Lin Yao's style in the past. How could Zhang Shanfeng know that the Lin Yao in front of him was no longer the Lin Yao he knew? The Lin Yao who beat him out of his mind and left him with the biggest shame in his life has already gone ahead. The last Heavenly Thunder charm. I'll fight you when I run out. After saying this, the stern-faced Lin Yao smoothly threw out the last Heavenly Thunder Talisman on his body. At the same time that he threw out the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Lin Yao, who violently operated the spiritual energy in his body, quickly digested the second-grade pill Berserk pill. On top of that, he seemed to have used some secret technique as his forehead veins rippled and his already white hair became even whiter. In the next moment, Lin Yao's breath surged. The second-grade pill Berserk pill plus the use of one of his original body's unique secret techniques, which caused Lin Yao's strength to successfully return to his peak. Having said that, this state of Lin Yao could only be maintained for a maximum of 3 seconds. After 3 seconds have passed, if Zhang Shanfeng doesn't die, then Lin Yao will die. One could only say that Lin Yao had gambled a lot with this wave. But when is life not a gamble? A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. Immediately following the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Lin Yao shot forward explosively, the tip of the pseudo third-grade spiritual artifact questioning Heavenly Treasure Sword in his hand pointing straight at Zhang Shanfeng, to the poisonous Jasper Snake Venom. Second-grade Spirit Talisman Inflammatory Explosion Talisman. Second-grade Spiritual Artifact Flying Sword of Immortal Chopper. For this well-timed attack, Lin Yao had used all his means and pressed an unknown number of treasures from the Lin family's treasury. Success or failure? This is the moment. At that moment, the Zhang family realized that something was wrong, and they tried to block it, going to help their old ancestor. It's just a pity that they couldn't even get past the 100 Ghosts Nightly formation. Chapter 5 Zhang Shanfeng died. The mission had just begun. For another purple thunderbolt that had killed itself? This time, the cautious Zhang Shanfeng was able to successfully dodge it without any danger. I, Zhang Shanfeng, won't fall in the same place twice. Lin Yao, be prepared to suffer death. I'll come to take your neck. Before the words were finished, the smile that had just grinned on Zhang Shanfeng's face disappeared, only to see that while the smile disappeared, a color of shock that was difficult to conceal was slowly surfacing on Zhang Shanfeng's face. On top of that, Zhang Shanfeng's eyes slowly widened. Looking at Zhang Shanfeng's appearance, he seemed to have seen something terrifying. What did Zhang Shanfeng see? Seeing Lin Yao killing towards him. Lin Fantasy is here to kill. His aura was frighteningly strong. His target turned out to be himself. He's going to drag himself to his death. He wanted both Zhang Lin's families to be devoid of Foundation establishment cultivators. Looking at the oncoming imposing and murderous Lin Yao, feeling the powerful breath around Lin Yao, so many ideas came out in a flash in Zhang Shanfeng's head. Although he didn't know why Lin Yao's breath had suddenly skyrocketed so much, Zhang Shanfeng understood that he was probably going to play it out. Zhang Shanfeng wanted to defend, but unfortunately it was too late. Boom! A sword move outside the sky plus a bunch of treasures. Betting on the winning Lin fantasy finally succeeded in the result Zhang Shanfeng. The battle was instantaneous. This is especially true among the powerful. Zhang Shanfeng was never expecting that Lin Yao would come today, not to mention that the target of his visit was still him. Zhang Shanfeng was somewhat dead. Before he died, he hadn't avenged the insult. Isn't it just a gift of a clock? Why are you so desperate? Before he died, he had to pull in Zhang Shanfeng to cushion his back, so that he, the Zhang family, would give the Lin family a burial. If he had known this, Zhang Shanfeng in the beginning shouldn't have been in a hurry and shouldn't have let someone send a clock to his door to provoke him. The Zhang clan's family head, Zhang Maniac, had split in two, and the Zhang clan's oldest ancestor had lost his life due to carelessness. So the task of overthrowing the Zhang clan had been accomplished just like that? No, 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 the mission is not yet complete. Quite the contrary, the task has just begun. Harnessing the heaven-inquiring sword, Lin Yao quickly cut off Zhang Shanfeng's head and then immediately left this place of wrongdoing. Now Lin Yao has entered the sage moment. One could say that, at the moment, any random late chi practitioner cultivator could easily take him down. Therefore, Lin Yao couldn't run without running. Weakness, powerless, fatigue. These negative feelings gradually enveloped Lin Yao as time passed. From his storage ring, he took out some elixirs that restored his spiritual strength and stamina, and Lin Yao was absorbing them as he ran. Don't ask why Lin Yao didn't bring the Lin family to attack the Zhang family. To ask is to fear that Zhang Shanfeng is wary. Lin Yao came alone and all the Lin family? That's a completely different thing. In the face of the running Lin Yao, no one in the Zhang family dared to stop him. Still, the living Lin fantasy is the old master Lin. Plus, both the old ancestor and the family head had died under Lin Yao's sword, so whoever didn't want to die would dare to stop. Master of the house, old ancestor, you guys died so tragically. It's all over for my Zhang family now. What about the promised annexation of the Lin family tomorrow? My Zhang family is clearly going to go ahead of the Lin family. Don't worry, the Lin family will be gone too. It's just a matter of time. A banquet to celebrate the annexation of the Lin family? Nowadays, it seems that it should be our Zhang family's breakup dinner. Enough of this nonsense. Everyone pack up and run. Yeah, when dawn breaks. I'm afraid we won't be able to run away when the Xiao and Li families find out about us. When Lin Yao returned to the Lin family, it was exactly at the dawn of the 5th night. 5 o'clock in the morning. Go to bed early and get up early. Take care of your health. The night watchman walking the streets and alleys shouted as they struck the clappers in their hands. 1 o'clock to bed, 6 o'clock to rise, and millet to drink in the ICU. I go to bed at 2 and get up at 6. The king of hell praises me for my good health. Going to bed at 3 and getting up at 6. The urn is rectangular. Going to bed at 4 and getting up at 6. With myself on the wall. After returning to the Lin family, Lin Yao, who hadn't slept all night, immediately sat on his knees and meditated to temper himself. There is no impermeable wall in the world, and paper cannot wrap the fire. But also for this reason, the Zhang family happened soon spread in Qingyang City. Qingyang City, Xiao family, Hall. Is the news true? When he opened his mouth for confirmation, the hands of Xiao Chop, the head of the Xiao family who was greatly shocked in his heart, were shaking. To one's own strength to kill the Zhang family's family head and the Zhang family's ancestor and made a big mess of the Zhang family, not to mention the first, and even finally, also left peacefully? I can only say that old Master Lin's virility really hasn't diminished. Now it seemed that this matter of annexing the Lin family, he, the Xiao family, might need to think long and hard about it. Home Lord, the news is true. At the bottom, the equally shocked Xiao family's secret agent gave an answer without thinking. Zhang Shanfeng? With a peak in the name? In Xiao Chop's opinion, not as crazy as Lin Mirage. Qingyang City, Li family, Hall. Can't figure it out. Really can't. Old Master Lin is a dying man. So what is the ungrateful Zhang family doing messing with his old man? Giving away the clock? This is great. The clock ends up on your head. After learning about what happened in the Zhang family, Li Er, the head of the Li family, couldn't be happier and more pleased. In this way, 2 of the 4 great families of Qingyang were directly removed. And from now on, there would only be 2 immortal cultivation families in Xinjiang. With 2 less immortal cultivation families, there was no telling how much more resources that would be. Forget it, let's not talk about that nonsense. Get ready, later on at the Lin family banquet, my Li family will definitely eat and drink. At this moment, the Li family's Li Er was full of confidence. Zhang family, that piece of fat meat he Li Er want to eat, that piece of fat meat of the Lin family he, Li Er, would be even more unlikely to let it go. In short, Whether it was the Lin family or the Zhang family, he, Li Heir, wanted both. In Qingyang City, a cultivation family without a foundation establishment cultivator was a tiger with fewer claws and teeth. And no matter what, it would be difficult to create too much of a storm. Meanwhile, the Lin family hall. Inside the hall, there were all Lin family executives. After learning about what Lin Yao had done last night, the Lin family's top management gathered for a small meeting. Lin Yao did not come to this meeting. In the sage moment he is still recuperating. Today's insults are avenged today. Old ancestor is truly a model for cultivators of my generation. A Lin family elder spoke, his eyes filled with admiration. 300 years old, just the right age to break in. After remembering the old ancestor Lin Yao's age, a Lin family deacon was subconsciously said, old ancestor is the C-pin of my Lin family. With old ancestor here, I'll see who dares to provoke my Lin family. In this life, I'll be satisfied if I'm half as powerful as old ancestor. Listening to the clansman's words, Lin family head Lin Langtian's expression was gradually becoming displeased. Boom! With a slap, Lin Langtian violently slapped the table beside him. Instantly, the mahogany table was in pieces and shattered on the spot. At that moment, the scene quieted down, while everyone's gazes successively shifted to Lin Langtian. Looking at the family head Lin Langtian, who was filled with anger and displeasure, all the people in the Lin family felt puzzled and confused. They don't seem to have said anything wrong, do they? So what's going on with the head of the family? It's not an honorable thing for old ancestor to go to the Zheng family alone to take revenge. This is both for me, for all of you, or for the entire Lin family. Lin Langtian opened his mouth, the anger and displeasure visible to the naked eye on his face gradually turning into resentment. After Lin Langtian's words, the crowd seemed to understand something, and without exception, they all slowly lowered their heads, and the happiness, joy, excitement and thrill that had been on their faces a moment ago disappeared. Yeah, it's really not honorable for Lin Yao to go ahead and go for revenge alone. Chapter 6 Zhang Zhang's family property. I want 50%. For the entire Lin family, Lin Yao going alone to the Zhang family to take revenge was not only not an honorable thing, but on the contrary, it was a disgrace. It was a shame for everyone in the Lin family except Lin Yao. Even if the final Lin Yao succeeded in his revenge and killed the Zheng family's family head and the Zheng family's old ancestor with his own strength, it would still be an unchangeable shame for the Lin family. Why do you say that? Because the only one who stood out from all over the Lin family was Lin Yao. Who is Lin Yao? The big day is coming. Old age. Longevity is not much. Not far from death. It was under these circumstances that Lin Yao stood up and retaliated against the Zheng family who had sent Zhong to provoke him. And the rest of the Lin family? All as good as dead. So it's a shame for the Lin family, not the Lin family's honor. The meeting, which was quickly and hastily concluded. Before the meeting ended, Lin Langtian left a message. Old ancestor's days are numbered. Try not to cause trouble for his old man. Let his old man enjoy a period of peace. From today onwards, if anyone from another clan comes to the door to cause trouble, I, Lin Langtian, will be the first to refuse. I hope that, at that time, all of you here will follow me as the second no, the third no, and the fourth no. As the old saying goes, if you throw one punch, you can't avoid 100 punches. After listening to Lin Langtian's serious and earnest words, a Lin family elder was murmuring with feeling. If you're being bullied, then we should resist. It should be an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Otherwise, people will think you're a good bully and continue to bully you for it. The villain fears might but not virtue, and the mediocre man honors evil but not good. Only when the enemy is hurt and scared will they not continue to bully you. After all, there is an old saying that once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. It wasn't long before the banquet hosted by the Lin family was about to begin. The first family to come was undoubtedly that ambitious Li family. The Li family, led by Li Heir, came. Li Heir was the Li family's heads and at the same time the Li family's only foundation establishment cultivator. Among the 4 major foundation establishment cultivators in the city, Li Heir was the youngest one, bar none. No, we can't say the 4 major foundation establishment cultivators now. We should say the 3 major foundation establishment cultivators. After all, Zheng Sanfeng of the Zhang clan had already fallen under Lin Yao's sword. Back then, before Li Heir became a foundation establishment cultivator, he was subjected to a lot of suppression from the 3 Zhang Lin Xiao families. A lot of suppression along with even more assassination. Also because of this, for Zhang Lin Xiao 3 families, has always been a Jir Li Heart must be destroyed idea. Not long after the Li family arrived, the Xiao family arrived right behind them. There was just one mahogany round table at the grand banquet, and there were 3 stools beside that mahogany round table. On the 3 stools, only Li Jia Li Heir was now sitting alone. Old ancestor, you go ahead. Seeing that Li Heir, who was a foundation establishment cultivator, was on the table, Xiao Zhan was the one who decisively opened his mouth and invited his own foundation establishment ancestor to the table. Although Xiao Zhan was the head of the Xiao family, he was not a foundation builder, so he was not eating at the same table as Li Er. In this world where the strong are honored, strength is everything, whether it is identity or status or power, in front of the absolute strength that are not enough to see. In other words, having absolute strength means having everything. Good. The Xiao family ancestor nodded and did not refuse. After saying that, the Xiao family's oldest ancestor went up to the table. Since then, only one of the three positions remains. That last position, even if you think with your butt, you know that it is reserved for the Lin family's only foundation establishment, Lin Yao. Because Lin Yao hadn't come yet, the food wasn't served, and the banquet was naturally postponed. Half an hour passed. When Lin Yao didn't come, Li Er and the Xiao family's old man were waiting patiently for Lin Yao. An hour passed. Lin Yao hadn't come yet. Li Er and the Xiao family ancestors were still patiently waiting for Lin Yao. 2.5 hours passed. Lin Yao still hadn't come, and both Li Er and the Xiao family ancestor had lost a lot of their patience. Soon, 3 hours passed. On the table, Li Er couldn't help but speak. What's wrong with old Master Lin today? It's been so long and he hasn't woken up yet? Could it be that his old man is having a sleepless night? A sleepless night? This does not turn around and say that Lin Yao is dead. As soon as Li Er's words fell, Lin Langtian gave a cold reply. Old ancestor is still resting. If you run out of patience, roll is. Seeing that Lin Langtian dared to talk to himself like this, Li Er was quite surprised. Saying nothing more, the closed-mouthed Li Er chose to continue waiting. After another hour, the delicious food was served. Immediately afterward, Lin Yao, who was holding the heavenly sword in his hand and had passed the sage moment, came to the table. Bang! Just as soon as he was on the table, Lin Yao slammed the pseudo-third-grade spiritual artifact questioning heavenly treasure sword on the log red table. The blood on the sword was very noticeable. That blood came from the Zhang family, Zhang Maniac and Zhang Shanfeng. Without caring about the Xiao family ancestor and Li Er on the side and treating them as nothing, Lin Yao ate and drank on his own after placing his sword on the table. Seeing this situation, after the Xiao family ancestor and Li Er exchanged glances, the two of them ate and drank in unison. Since then, the banquet, with only 3 people at the table and 3 people eating and drinking, has officially begun. Soon the table of delicious food was all gone. After eating, then it's time to talk business. Just when Li Er, who was really holding back some of his impatience, was ready to have a preemptive opening, Lin Yao took out something from his storage ring. The appearance of that thing instantly shocked everyone at the scene. That thing was none other than the head of Zhang Shanfeng, the Zhang family's only foundation establishment. That's the Zhang family foundation building? I didn't expect it to have its day. It's just that it's hard to escape death even if you've built a foundation. So what's the point of cultivating immortality? Cultivating immortality is to become stronger. Getting stronger is to not be bullied. Cultivating immortality is about getting stronger. Getting stronger is to bully others. You two are monkeys invited to be comedians, aren't you? Going to the Zhang clan to kill the Zhang clan ancestor with his own strength and finally retiring after accomplishing the deed. I must say that Elder Master Lin is truly a treasure that has not yet grown old. Ha ha ha, a tough life needs no explanation. The people opened their mouths, and you talked about it. This doggone Lin Yao, it's still a real no-brainer. Lousy just ate his fill and he's showing me this, while secretly thinking in his heart, looking at Zhang Shanfeng's head. To be honest, Li Er's stomach was more or less bad. Putting heads on tables? Lin Fantasy actually didn't feel good either. Looking at Zhang Shanfeng's head, Lin Yao, who was forcibly holding back his discomfort, continued his mission of destroying the Zhang family, only to hear, Lin Fantasy opened his mouth. Word by word, Zhang Shanfeng has died. Today's Zhang family no longer have the foundation sitting in the town. Zhang family's family property, Lin family want 50%. Yuli family take 20%. The Xiao family take 20%. The remaining 10% to send to the city lord's mansion to the city lord. Is there any problem? Any comments? Lin Yao's words not only dumbfounded Li Er and the Xiao family's old ancestor, but also caught Lin Langtian and the rest of the Lin family off guard. The Lin family? 50%? How dare you? Chapter 7 Zhang Zhang died. Rewards to come. Elder Master Lin. Here is a word of advice. Don't have such a big appetite if you have a small stomach. After all, it's not good to eat a bad body. Li Er opened his mouth and unkindly returned Lin Yao's sentence. To tell the truth, Li Er really cannot understand. The great limit of Lin Yao are going to be gone. Want Zhang family 50% family property for what? Even if you want it, you can't keep it after Lin Yao is gone. Similarly, a group of Lin family members couldn't figure this out. So you have an opinion? Lin Yao's gaze directly met Li Er's eyes. Li Er didn't answer. It was considered a default. At the same foundation establishment stage, Lier was not afraid of Lin Yao. The old Shao family ancestor on the side didn't say anything. Shutting his mouth in silence, he chose to wait and see what would happen. You Lin and Li families can fight it out. He, the Shao family, waited and watched. If possible, the Shao family wanted to be the fisherman, the last to profit. Seeing that Lier didn't speak, Lin Yao continued to speak while placing his hand directly on the hilt of the heavenly inquiring sword. Let's put it this way. There are only two paths to take before you at the moment. The first way, fight with the Zheng family without the foundation, and steadily eat the Zheng family. The second way, with my Lin family fish death net broken. If I can pull the Zhang family down, I can bite you Shao and Li again. After Lin Yao spoke, Lin Langtian, who was on the side, didn't hesitate for a second and directly took out the sword from his storage ring. The old ancestor had given his word, so he couldn't be a liability. Immediately, the surrounding Lin family members were drawing their swords one after another. As an immortal cultivation family, the Lin family followed the way of the sword, and nearly 70% of the Lin family were sword cultivators. As sword after sword came out of their sheaths, the atmosphere of the scene tensed up. The Li Shao families had guessed that this might be the Hongmen banquet, but I didn't think it could be saber-rattling to this extent. A fish out of water kind of thing? Both Li Zhao's families were the last to see it. After all, that would do them more harm than good. Seeing that the situation was not good, the old Shao family ancestor, who had a quick thought in his mind and soon had a number, opened his mouth and said to Lier, "Brother Li, remember that peace is the most valuable thing, and that harmony breeds wealth. In my opinion, we might as well do it according to the words of fellow Taoist Lin. I don't know what you think. If it was according to the age generation, then the Shao family's old ancestor could completely be that Lier's father. But then, in terms of strength, the two are on a level. For this reason, the Shao family's oldest ancestor referred to Lier as brotherly. In the immortal cultivation path, the relationship between people is simple and pure. In the face of strength inferior to his own, it was fine to call him a junior mole cricket. When faced with one whose strength is the same as one's own, it's fine to call him a Taoist friend and a Taoist brother. And when faced with strength stronger than one's own, then one would have to honor a senior. Listening to the words of the Shao family's oldest ancestor, looking at the serious-looking Lin Yao, and skimming over the Lin family's crowd who were already prepared for battle, Lier also gave his answer after some thought. Yes, when he gave his answer, Lier secretly swore in his heart that as long as Lin Yao, who had no more than a short lifespan, returned to the Western Paradise, he would immediately bring his men to come and annex the Lin family and eat the Zhang family's share as well. As for now, it's up to Lin Yao to go and let him eat Zhang Jia. How much does the Lin family eat now? In the future, Lier will have to double the Lin family's vomit. Receiving the answer, Lin Yao's face showed satisfaction. Afterward, Lin Yao bluntly gave the order. Long Tian, send 2 elders to collect things from the Zhang family, and by the way, together with the Shao and Li families, exterminate the remnants of the Zhang family. Kill every Zhang family member you see, no matter male or female or young or old. Don't spare them. From today onwards, there will be no more Zhang family in Xingyang City. After saying this, Lin Yao, who had picked up the sword, left. As he left the banquet site, Lin Yao didn't forget to add, send off the guests. Shortly after Lin Yao left, the people from the Shao family and the Li family all left as well. After that, it was the 3 families that killed the Zhang family residents in unison. Without the foundation establishment ancestor in attendance, the Zhang family could not escape the fate of extinction no matter how much they resisted. And soon, they were overthrown by the combined efforts of the 3 Lin Shaoli families. Right at the moment when the Zhang family plaque fell to the ground and shattered, a cold and indifferent mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yao's head. Congratulations to the host. You've accomplished your mission and pulled the Zhangs with you. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a foundation building Dan. Congratulations to the host. Your lifespan has increased by 3 months. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 3rd grade spiritual weapon Jelong armor. Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation level has increased by 1 minor level. You are currently a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yes, Lin Fantasy mission accomplished. The Zhang family was removed from Qingyang City. The 4 great families of Qingyang City have now become a triad. Listening to this icy voice, Lin Yao was feeling warmth. Can I see my personal information? In his mind, Lin Yao asked the system. Without answering Lin Yao's question, the system just silently released the host panel. Name, Lin Mirage. Cultivation, late foundation stage. Status, good, but with only 3 months left to live. Skills, 3rd grade technique Heavenly Flying Immortal, great accomplishment. 2nd grade technique Life Snatching 9 Swords, great accomplishment. 1st grade technique Royal Sword Technique, great accomplishment. Items and equipment, 1 foundation pill. 3rd grade spiritual armor. Pseudo 3rd grade spiritual armor. Heavenly Sword. Mandate column, none. Foundation cultivators. Their lifespan is only 300 years. Jindan cultivators, on the other hand, can live for 1,000 years. Breaking through a small realm would not increase longevity, and only when one broke through a large realm and sublimated oneself in all directions would one's longevity increase. Therefore, even after becoming a late-stage foundation establishment, Lin Yao only had 3 months to live. If he wanted to gain more longevity and live longer, Lin Yao would have to find a way to break through to Jindan. Qingyang City has not produced a Jindan for 1,000 years. A golden elixir swallowed into the belly. My life is up to me and not to God. Only by stepping into the Jindan realm would one be considered to be on the path of immortal cultivation. Now that the Zhang family had died, and the Shaoanli family's eyes would inevitably shift to the Lin family. So I'm afraid Lin Yao will have to be busy again. After looking at the item equipment section, after discovering the foundation building Dan, Lin Yao was in deep thought. Lin Yao is in the late stage of foundation building, so it is useless to ask for foundation building pills. So, leave the foundation building pill to the clansmen at home. Wait a minute, if the Lin family has a double foundation building in one family, then it doesn't seem to be a matter of annexing the Shao and Li families in turn. After such an idea thought popped up in his head, the enlightened Lin Yao pondered about the Lin family's suitable person to take the foundation establishment pill. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qingyang Li family. Lin Yao was born on January 30th of the 1500th year of the Wuji calendar, and today is January 28th of the 1800th year of the Wuji calendar. That is to say, that old man Lin Yao will die either today or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. In that case, then on the day after tomorrow, I need to pay a visit. Send him off, this old-timer. The first moment he returned home, Lear began to scheme. After quickly planning for eating the Lin family this matter, the corners of the mouth rose hooked up a subtle arc of Lier is also imperative. Is in the grasp. Chapter 8 Foundation Building Pill Candidate. Breakthrough in 10 days. Wuji Empire, Qingyang City, Lin family. In a secret room that was specially used for cultivation or rather seclusion, there were only 2 people, Lin Yao and Lin Langtian. Greetings, old ancestor. When he opened his mouth to greet him this time, whether it was in words or behavior, Lin Langtian was even more respectful than before. This was the second time Lin Yao had summoned Lin Langtian in private. For this private summoning, in Lin Langtian's opinion, it must be the old ancestor Lin Yao wants to leave his last words or to explain the affairs of the past. After all, counting the time, Lin Yao really couldn't live much longer. In history, there hadn't been a single foundation establishment cultivator who had lived past 300 years old, and any foundation establishment cultivator who could live to be 300 years old was already a very lucky existence. If I remember correctly, you seem to be practicing Qi perfection, right? After nodding as a response, Lin Yao, who spoke straight, asked such a question. At the moment, in the Lin family, there were quite a number of people whose cultivation had reached Qi practicing perfection. There were a full 3 of them. Lin Langtian happened to be one of them. Having said that, among the 3, the one who had the most hope of becoming a foundation establishment cultivator was Lin Langtian alone. It was also for this reason that for that foundation establishment pill in his hand, Lin Yao intended to give it to Lin Langtian to use. The hope of double foundation building in one clan rested on Lin Langtian's body. As long as the Lin family produced a double foundation establishment, then from now on, this Qingyang city would be dominated by the Lin family. Later on, it was not impossible for Qingyang City to even be renamed as Lin Family City. In the original body's memories, there was an immortal cultivation family, the Fuji family, that had managed to turn a city in the Wuji Empire into their own. And that city, it seemed, was now called Fuji Family City. Back to the words of the old ancestor. Yes, Lin Langtian gave his answer truthfully. When he opened his mouth to give a reply, Lin Langtian's heart was very unwilling. How good would it be if, instead of Qi practicing perfection, he, Lin Langtian, was at the early stage of foundation establishment? That way, when the Zhang family provoked him, he had the backbone to stand out. That way, old ancestor wouldn't have to fight his way up to the Zhang clan alone. That way, after the death of the old ancestor, the Lin family with him in it could continue to survive in Qingyang City unharmed. Unfortunately, there are no ifs and buts in this world. There is only a cruel and cold-blooded reality. Lin Langtian's emotions had just lost some steam when Lin Yao continued to speak and asked another question. Do you want to break through and become a foundation establishment cultivator? Think. Dreaming of wanting. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Langtian gave an unwavering answer at the first opportunity. By becoming a foundation builder, he, Lin Langtian, would be able to share his worries with his old ancestor. He could become the true pillar of the Lin family. He would be able to let the entire Lin family continue to stay in Qingyang City and live a good life. Sometimes in his dreams, he, Lin Langtian, had really dreamed of becoming a foundation establishment, not to mention that he had even dreamed of becoming a Jindan powerhouse, become a Yuaneng heavenly father, become a goddess of transformation old monster. It's just a shame that those are just dreams. After waking up from the dream, Lin Langtian was confronted with endless loss and damned reality. When he received a satisfactory answer, Lin Yao stopped dawdling. From the storage ring, Lin Yao took out a wooden box. After opening the wooden box and revealing the foundation establishment Dan inside, Lin Yao sent it to Lin Langtian. This is the foundation establishment Dan. If you take it, you can become foundation establishment in a few days. There are 4 ways to become a foundation building cultivator. Among them, the most common, the simplest and the most successful method is to take the foundation building pill. All of the foundation establishment cultivators in Xinjiang City throughout the ages were not foundation establishment cultivators who relied on foundation establishment Dan to become foundation establishment cultivators. Listening to Lin Yao's words, looking at the elixir in the box, Lin Langtian, who was staring at the box with a wide-eyed expression of disbelief, froze. Is that the foundation building pill? This isn't a dream, is it? Where did you get this from, old grandfather? Lin Langtian opened his mouth. His tone full of surprise unexpected. He looked in disbelief. The foundation building pill is available for a price. The last time a foundation building pill appeared in Xinjiang City was 30 years ago. The appearance of the foundation establishment pill that time stirred up a storm in the city. The 4 major immortal cultivation families fought for it, killing each other, fighting here and there, and at the end of the day, the foundation establishment pill was taken by the Li family, which had suffered heavy losses in their family. It was also by relying on that rare foundation establishment pill that the current head of the Li family, Li Heir, became a foundation establishment cultivator. And now, the old ancestor whose great limit is approaching has actually pulled out a foundation building Dan. This made Lin Langtian, who hadn't reacted for a moment, wonder if he hadn't woken up and was dreaming. Facing Lin Langtian's shocked inquiry, Lin Yao did not give an answer. Lin Yao couldn't tell Lin Langtian that this foundation establishment pill was given by the system. Don't come to the time. Lin Langtian, this stupid kid again to ask the system is which senior predecessor. What's with all the bull asterisk. Just ask you how soon you can break through. Grinding like a pussy. After blankly giving Lin Langtian a glance, Lin Yao also opened her mouth without any good breath, asking Lin Langtian to give an explanation quickly. After Lin Yao spoke, Lin Langtian obediently returned to his senses, looking at the foundation establishment pill in front of him, which emitted a rich spiritual qi. And after confirming that everything was real, Lin Langtian felt that the pressure on his body had increased a lot. In Lin Langtian's eyes, he had become the hope of the entire clan at this moment. Swallow the foundation establishment pill. Become a foundation cultivator. The Lin family will be able to continue its glory for another 300 years. Although he didn't know where the old ancestor had gotten the foundation building pill from, his Lin family was saved. 15 days, swallowing his saliva. Lin Langtian, who was a bit excited and excited up, was the one who gave a stiff reply. 15 days? Lin Yao made a confirmation. 10 days. 10 days to break through foundation establishment. Lin Langtian mistakenly thought that Lin Yao was not satisfied with his answer, so he changed the time. Okay. Saying that, Lin Yao handed the foundation establishment pill to Lin Langtian. Then, Lin Yao left. Looking at Lin Yao's departing back, Lin Langtian was curious as to how often the old ancestor had left him last words to explain his aftermath. Sometimes, Lin Langtian quite wished that Lin Yao was a Wangbang. Nothing else, just because you can live longer that way. After leaving the secret room, Lin Yao went back to rest. It's better to rest and recuperate when you can. Meanwhile, on the other side, 10,000 miles away was Wuji City. Wuji City was the capital of the Wuji Empire. Young lord, everything is arranged and ready to go. The 360 cities of Wuji, all the city lords have greeted us, and it is expected that within 3 days, we will be able to finish our journey and obtain all the earthly fate chi. I believe that on the 10th day, you, young lord, will be able to begin your earthly foundation building. An old crone opened her mouth and spoke respectfully to a brocade-clothed young lord. In that case, to avoid a long night's sleep, let's set off quickly now. A female-looking male answered, giving a reply. Looking at the fluctuation of the male's spiritual energy, he should be a cultivator of the chi practicing perfection I realm. Having said that, the old crone beside him was a Jindan level powerhouse. A Jindan level powerhouse as an escort? Then even if you think with your ass, you know that the identity of the male is definitely not simple. Chapter 9, System Mission triggered again. Shaoli Cooperation. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Lin Yao rose from his blanket. Today, it was January 29th of the 1800th year of the Wuji calendar. Although he had crossed over into a foundation establishment cultivator who didn't really need to sleep, Lin Yao would still sleep, for no other reason. Just because in Lin Yao's opinion, sleeping was the most comfortable thing in this world. In addition to sleeping, Lin Yao was also eating all 3 meals and whatnot. Metaphysical world dishes are really not very good when done without jokes. There are only stews in this world, not stir-fries. No matter what the dish is, it is usually used for stewing. Spare ribs, pork stew, beef stew, potato stew, messy stew. At the beginning of eating, Lin Yao felt that there is no problem. But these days to eat more, but also really eat, Lin Yao do not want to eat. Sometime, Lin Yao had to fry a dish for himself to try. P.S. Canon had eaten instant noodles continuously for months, and finally ate the sight of instant noodles want to vomit. Today is a good day after waking up. While utilizing the dust cleansing technique to take care of himself, Lin Yao, who was in a good mood, was also yelling while doing so. The current Lin Yao didn't need to do anything. He only needed to wait for the closed Lin Langtian to break through to become a foundation establishment. As long as Lin Langtian became a foundation establishment cultivator, then all the problems facing the Lin family at the moment could be solved. The Lin family with 2 foundation establishment in one family was enough to dominate the entire Qingyang city up and down. As for the Li and Shao families, it will be worth nothing then. After tending to himself, Lin Yao, who had nothing to do, decided to go out for a walk. As soon as he left, Lin Yao arrived at the martial arts arena used by the Lin family for training. On the martial arts arena were all the sons and daughters of the Lin family's child generation. The youngest among them was only 3 or 4 years old, and the oldest was only 6 or 7 years old. Hey, ha, hey ha, ha 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 ha. Without exception, all of the Lin family children on the field were practicing boxing. First punch, then leg, then grapple, weapon internal 5 in 1. Before practicing the sword, or rather cultivating immortality, one has to learn fist and feet kung fu first. Only when one's own fisticuffs are solid can one go on to learn weapons and arts to achieve a higher level of combat effectiveness. It's like you have to learn to take a beating before you can hit someone, and you have to learn to walk before you can run. If you can't even walk, you want to run? Then you're bound to fall on your ass. Each and every one of you, give me some spirit. Don't disgrace my Lin family. You are the future hope of the Lin family. If you can't even practice the most basic boxing and kicking skills, then what is there to talk about cultivating immortality? Ask what immortality is. That kid called Lin Dong is good. Powerful punches and kicks with plenty of momentum. Good job. The deacon of the Lin family in charge of the training was supervising while also verbally motivating. Hearing the name Lin Dong, Lin Yao's attention could not help but be drawn to it. Which one is called Lin Dong? Come over here and let me take a look at old ancestor. Lin Yao opened his mouth and asked the Lin family deacon in charge of training. Lin Yao was no stranger to the name Lin Dong. In Lin Yao's previous life, there was a well-known novel, and the protagonist of that novel was called Lin Dong. On top of that, the first big villain of that novel happened to be named Lin Langtian. In the beginning, to be honest, Lin Yao thought he had traveled to the novel. Old ancestor, this child is Lin Dong. Seeing that the old ancestor had come not only to say, but also named Lin Dong, the Lin family deacon who didn't dare to be slack and negligent was the one who continuously sent Lin Dong in front of Lin Fantasy. Your name is Lin Dong, right? Looking at the child in front of him, Lin Yao was knowingly opening his mouth. Right, grandpa. Only 3 years old. The incomparably pink and cute little Lin Donnie nodded. Listen to the words of the old ancestor. In the future, you should read more and pick up more stones. As Lin Yao, who had a smile on his face, opened his mouth, he was touching Lin Dong's cute bouncing little face in passing. Alright, grandfather ancestor. Lin Dong remembered. Although he did not know why the old ancestor wanted him to read more and pick up more stones, Lin Dong, who nodded his head heavily, was remembering it in his heart. In that famous novel, the protagonist Lin Dong is because of picking up a stone and embarked on the peak of life. Therefore, Lin Yao told Lin Dong to try picking up more stones. As for why you should read more, that can only mean know it all. At this moment, the cold and indifferent mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded in Lin Yao's brain without any warning. Congratulations to the host, triggering the hidden mission. Fake death and live. What the hell? A hidden mission? Lin Yao triggered? How was it triggered? The current Lin Yao wasn't in a near-death state, was he? While Lin Yao was feeling very puzzled and confused, he also checked up on this sudden quest. Mission name, faking death to live. Mission trigger reason, according to the Foundation cultivator, only 300 years of longevity. Tomorrow the host must die, but because of the previous completion of the mission to obtain 3 months of longevity, so the host can still live. And this task, the host you can either do or not to do. Mission details, throw yourself a big funeral, and then show up at the funeral. Mission reward, 1. Longevity increased by 3 months. 2. Second grade control class array disk cloud smoke over sun formation. 3. Pseudo third grade spirit talisman 10,000 miles pursuit talisman. A funeral for yourself? This mission is interesting. He, Lin Yao, would like to have some fun. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qingyang Xiao family. Early in the morning, a luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of the Xiao family. From the carriage, Li Er, the head of the Li family, came out. Originally, Li Er had planned to visit the Lin family directly tomorrow morning, but he finally decided to drag the foundation establishment ancestor of the Xiao family along with him to the Lin family after a night of thinking. Li Er did this for no other reason than to prevent accidents. It couldn't be helped. Who made the Lin family's old master Lin really too crazy, and before he died, he even pulled the foundation establishment stage Zhang Shanfeng as a cushion. Therefore, just in case, afraid of any accidents, Li Er finally decided to cooperate with the Xiao family. Tomorrow together to go to the Lin family in the name of a visit to explore the forest fantasy weather the end of life. And when things go wrong or to take care of each other a bit, as long as it's confirmed by then that Elder Master Lin is no more, then the so-called visit will turn into a battle of extermination. Although the Li family and the Xiao family were also enemies, they could be friends when facing their enemies' enemies. The sky is the limit. The world is bustling with interest. Not long after walking into the Xiao family, Li Er, who was full of smiles, came out. Yes, Li Er managed to negotiate a partnership. Tomorrow, the Xiao and Li families will go to the Lin family together. In order to make this cooperation more stable and solid, the Xiao family and the Li family also joined the marriage first, not to mention, the marriage candidates are also each family lineage. Li Er gave away his daughter, Li Suzhen, and Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family gave away his son, Xiao Yan. It could be said that this time, when it came to eating up the Lin family, both Xiao and Li families were almost ironclad. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. Today, it was January 30th of the 1800th year of the Wuji calendar. Early the next morning, a piece of news spread throughout Qingyang city. Lin Yao, the oldest ancestor of the Lin family, sailed to the west. The entire Lin family bowed 3 times and sent Lin Yao off. Learning of this sudden news, the Li and Xiao families who were on their way to the Lin family couldn't be happier and more pleased. The news came early? Might as well come in time. Chapter 10, Lin Yao is dead? The Xiao and Li families came to the door. Old Master Lin is dead? Is the news true? When he opened his mouth to confirm with the secret agent, there was also an unconcealable excitement and thrill on Li Er's face. Lin Yao is dead? Really? If Lin Yao really died, then things would be better. The Lin family without Lin Yao sitting in the middle of it was bound to be no match for the Li Xiao 2 families. And when the time comes, Li Xiao and his 2 families don't need to borrow anything to visit the nominal Lin family. Just directly go all out to fight on it. The words of the homecoming lord. The news is basically true. Nowadays, all the people in the Lin mansion have changed their heads and faces. Everyone is dressed in white, wearing white cloths, and even the red lanterns and red pears in the Lin mansion have been changed to white. The Li family's secret agents who didn't dare to be negligent replied back and forth. The dark detective's words just fell, and the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor, who was even more excited, immediately opened his mouth and said, "Good, good, good. The heavens are really helping me," saying 3 good things in a row. It could be seen how happy the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor was at this moment. But come to think of it, who wouldn't be happy to be able to take down the enemy without bloodshed? At this time, Xiao Zhan, who had a furrowed brow on the side, opened his mouth and said cautiously, "Old ancestor, let's be cautious. Not afraid of 10,000. Afraid of the eventuality. It's better to go to the Lin family to test the waters for a moment or two, and make sure that Lin family's old ancestor is really driving a crane to the west before making a move. After all, if it were to overturn the boat in the gutter, it would not be good." He didn't know why, but Xiao Zhan's intuition told him that the Lin family's matter was definitely not that simple. It was also for this reason that Xiao Zhan hoped that the old ancestor would be more stable. Sometimes the victory that is in front of you is not always success, but can also be a hell of a road to failure. What Chopper said is reasonable. What does Brother Li think? After listening to Xiao Chop's words and nodding thoughtfully, the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor was asking for Li Er's opinion. Then let's try and test it out first. After Xiao Zhan's reminder, and after remembering Lin Yao's exploits of going up to the Zhang family alone and forcibly killing Zhang Shanfeng, Li Er couldn't help but be submissive. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. Thus it was not to mention Lin Yao, who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. If there really was some kind of conspiracy or trickery in this, then it would be more than worth it for the Xiao and Li families. With that, the Xiao and Li families were still prepared to go up to the Lin family in the name of a visit. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qingyang Lin family, the spacious welcoming hall held a coffin in which a man lay. The person lying in the coffin was no one else It was Lin Yao who was on a hidden mission. I have to say, it's still the old ancestor who can play. Looking at Lin Yao, who was lying in a mahogany coffin with his eyes closed, declaring to the outside world that he was dead, but in reality, there was nothing wrong with him. The Lin family's grand elder was feeling a little helpless. Go with old ancestor. We'll accompany him however he wants to play. The second elder of the Lin family at the side was answering back. Yes, the old ancestor is someone who is going to leave. So what if we have a little fun? The third elder of the Lin family, who murmured in a small voice, was supporting Lin Yao. I only hope that old ancestor will have fun and enjoy himself before he leaves. There was an obvious reluctance on the face of the Lin family's fourth elder. In the eyes of the Lin family's crowd, the Lin family's pinnacle, Lin Yao, wouldn't last through today. It is also for this reason that no matter how Lin fantasy nonsense today, they will be accompanied to the end. Give yourself a funeral? This kind of thing was unprecedented, not to mention Xinjiang City, but even when looking at the entire Wuji Empire. Outside the hall, the Lin family was a crying mess. Other than the four elders of the Lin family, no one knew that Lin Yao was actually still alive. At that moment, the Lin family thought that the top pillar of the family, Lin Yao, was really gone. Heroes are remembered and carved on top of stone monuments, and the spirit and deeds of the old ancestors will live on and will be the object of study for future generations. Old ancestor, why did you leave without saying a word? It is a great blessing that the old ancestor lived a long life and died without illness. Without the old ancestor, what should my Lin family do afterward? The Li Shao two families will definitely not let us go. What to do? Then fight. Good. Then let's fight. Fight with his Shao family and Li family to the death. Even if we're no match, we'll bite off a piece of their flesh and make them feel bad. Let them know that we are not easy to bully. As the Lin family members were talking to each other, some of them cried bitterly over Lin Yao's death. Some of them thought about what they should do in the future, and some of them were even prepared to fight to the death. At that moment, two deafening voices suddenly rang out outside the Lin mansion. Li family, come and give Elder Master Lin a ride. Shao family, here to give Old Master Lin a ride. Yes, the Li and Shao families are here. Listening to the outside of the too unkind meaning obvious voice, eyes a condensed brow a lock up at the same time. The sense of crisis in the hall instantly arose. Lin family elder is subconsciously opened his mouth. Even said, order all the Lin family to prepare for war. When he opened his mouth, the pressure on the Lin family's grand elder was skyrocketing. On this critical day today, and for some unknown reason, the old ancestor, who was clearly not dead yet, suddenly wanted to give himself a funeral first, not to mention the fact that the head of the family actually ran away to go into seclusion. Because of this, as the Lin family's grand elder, he was forced to become the Lin family's temporary voice. Talking heads, it's real bad. You have to deal with the outside and take care of the inside. By the way, why is the head of the family closed for nothing? Is he who had practiced Qi to perfection trying to break through to foundation establishment? Come on, there's no way. Without the foundation establishment pill, the probability of breaking through to become a foundation establishment was minuscule. And in Xinjiang City, the foundation establishment Dan has not appeared for a long time. Not to mention, even a little bit of news or wind is not. It was also unknown if there would be any foundation building pills appearing in Xinjiang City in the coming decades. I'll go make arrangements now. On the side, the Lin family's second elder immediately went to execute after giving his answer. Inside the coffin, the movement outside managed to interrupt Lin Yao's closed eyes. The Li and Shao families are here? So Lin Yao is going out now? Forget it, it's better to wait until the mission is completed. And wait for Lin Yao to get 3 months of longevity as well as the second grade control class array disk Yunyang overlaying sun array before going out. A second grade control class array disk was a treasure that could control a foundation establishment cultivator. With that thing, when Lin Langtian succeeded in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, then Lin Yao would have a 90% certainty of taking down the Li and Shao families. Why do you say 90% and not 10%? Because there are no absolutes in this world. There are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivatives, and one human being is a recluse. Whatever it is, there is a silver lining in this world. In other words, there is nothing in this world that is impossible. Ah fu, cover the coffin board for me and carry it out for me. After Lin Yao transmitted his voice to the Lin family's grand elder, he gathered his breath and hid himself. Alright, old ancestor. When the Lin family's grand elder saw Lin Yao give the word, he returned a sentence and then immediately executed it. P.S. Test the water. The Canon Online to ask for some of the readers in the hands of the old masters of the recommendation and the monthly ticket. I would like to thank you. Chapter 11, Lin Langtian breaks through foundation establishment. Lin family not giving up an inch, previous, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. After a simple greeting, and without waiting for the Lin family to give a response, The already impatient Li Er and the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor led people into the Lin residence. Once they entered the Lin mansion, what met their eyes was a heavy scene. Only a large coffin was placed in the spacious courtyard. In front of the coffin, there was a bunch of Lin family members in pickaxe suits kneeling. Some of those Lin family members were burning paper. Some were weeping and crying bitterly, and some were constantly kowtowing to the coffin. Unexpectedly, the attention of Li Er and the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor were all focused on that coffin. At this moment, both Li Er and the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor wanted to go and see if the person lying inside the coffin was Lin Yao. And if it was, they also wanted to make sure that Lin Yao was really dead. I hope you understand that it is inconvenient to entertain the old ancestor's funeral. Facing the foundation establishment stage, Li Er and the Xiao family's old ancestor. The Lin family's grand elder who opened his mouth was unassuming and unafraid. The Lin family's grand elder understood that the more this time came, the more he couldn't be false. After all, if he was weak, then the entire Lin family would be weak. Bing Xiong Xiongwan will be male and female in a litter. As the temporary voice of the Lin family, there were times when the attitude of the Lin family's grand elder was the attitude of the entire Lin family. Understood. The Xiao family's oldest ancestor answered back. Suddenly, the Xiao family's old ancestor's eyes noticed the big tree on the side. Looking at the tree that was slowly losing its leaves, and there were not many leaves left in the tree, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and the Xiao family's old ancestor had a feeling that he was saying, murmuring to himself, the old people are withering away one after another, as if they were falling leaves in the wind. The Xiao family's old ancestor was from the same era as Lin Yao. The Xiao family's oldest ancestor was roughly 20 years younger than Lin Mirage. Among his peers, it seemed that the only one that the Xiao family's oldest ancestor knew and was still alive was Lin Yao. Having said that, this did not prevent the Xiao family from annexing the Lin family. Boom! Less than a moment after the words of the Xiao family's oldest ancestor had just fallen, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted in the Lin mansion. The fluctuation of spiritual energy caused all the Qi practicing cultivators above and below the Lin mansion to feel palpitations and chills without exception. Foundation establishment. In just the instant of a breath, the Xiao family's oldest ancestor sensed what level that spiritual energy fluctuation was. Sure enough, that old man didn't die. At the first moment, such a thought was popping up straight in Li Er's head. Regarding that sudden outburst of spiritual energy fluctuation that was at the foundation establishment level, Li Er and the Xiao family's old ancestor were 100% certain that it was Lin Yao who had messed it up. After all, there were only 3 foundation establishments in Xingyang City nowadays, and excluding Li Er and the Xiao family's old man standing here, who could it be if it wasn't Lin Yao? What? It could still be Zhang Shanfeng who lost his head? Hair. What happened? Looking in the direction where the spiritual energy erupted and opened up, without reacting and with a blank look on his face, the Lin family's grand elder was baffled. What's going on? Isn't the old man inside the coffin? So where did that Tsukiji level spirit power fluctuation come from? Wait, the direction of the spiritual energy eruption seems to be the Lin family's cultivation chamber. There was only one person in the secret room right now, and that was family head Lin Langtian. So, Lin Langtian, the head of the Lin family, has broken through to foundation building? At this moment, the heart of the Lin family's grand elder was greatly shocked. However, after the Lin family's grand elder turned his thoughts around, he felt that it was unlikely that it was Lin Langtian who had broken through to foundation establishment. How long has Lin Langjian been in seclusion? It counts for 2 days at most. And in just 2 days, how could Lin Langtian break through into a foundation establishment cultivator? But if Lin Langtian hadn't broken through the foundation establishment, then what was the situation with that foundation establishment level spiritual power fluctuation? For a while, the Lin family's grand elder's heart was born with many puzzling doubts. After realizing that he couldn't figure it out no matter what, the Lin family's grand elder simply stopped thinking about it. What's the point of thinking about him if you can't figure it out? Adding insult to injury? Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lin family's cultivation chamber, elder ancestor, Luang Tian didn't let you down. Luang Tian has become a foundation builder. After confirming that he had broken through into the foundation establishment stage cultivator, Lin Langtian, who had white hair and pale skin, and had a shocking change from his previous youthful appearance, could not be happier or more pleased. Originally, within 10 days, Lin Langtian would have no problem breaking through foundation establishment, but when he broke through, Lin Langtian suddenly thought that today was the day the old ancestor would surely die. The thought that the old ancestor died, the Li family and the Xiao family will likely to fight over, and at that time the Lin family will also therefore be wiped out when the time comes. There is no time to care too much. The thoughts messed up, the mind is also messed up. Lin Langtian will be obedient to accelerate the breakthrough speed. He, Lin Langtian, was the only hope for the entire clan. He, Lin Langtian, couldn't drop the ball at this point. Adhering to this thought, in order to quickly break through the foundation establishment, Lin Langtian burned his longevity. It was also because of the burning of a large amount of longevity that had caused the current Lin Langtian to become an old man. Having said that, Lin Langtian felt that it was worth it. Sacrifice him alone. Protect the entire Lin family. It was a deal he thought he had made a fortune on. Immediately after that, without the slightest hesitation, Lin Langtian swept out with his sword and swept from the cultivation chamber to the bustling courtyard outside the Lin family hall. Inside the coffin, Lin Yao was similarly confused. No, man, where's the 10 days we talked about? What? How did you break through so quickly? Lin Yao didn't rush out. He decided to wait and see what would happen. Wait until the right time and then go out. And then kill Li Er and the Shao family ancestor by surprise. When the old 6, Lin Yao seems to be addicted. The previous Zhang Shanfeng was killed by Lin Mirage's shade, old ancestor. Soon, Lin Langtian arrived at the bustling courtyard. Looking at the conspicuous coffin in the courtyard, looking at the crying Lin family members beside the coffin, Lin Langtian, who realized that Lin Yao had already gone, was as if his heart was cut by a knife, and was at a loss as to what to do. Lin Langtian? He broke through foundation establishment? How did he do it? After seeing that the incoming foundation establishment was not the Lin fantasy he had expected, but the much older Lin family head Lin Langtian, the Shao family foundation establishment ancestor who had been caught off guard was dumbfounded. The foundation pill? Recently also sister heard that there is so Lin Langtian broke through on his own? As I said earlier, there are 4 methods of practicing qi to break through to foundation building. The first was to swallow the foundation establishment pill to break through the foundation establishment, while the second was to rely on oneself to forcefully break through the foundation establishment. The success rate of relying on one's own method of forcibly breaking through the foundation establishment was minuscule, and not even 1 in 100 would necessarily succeed. If Lin Langtian really relied on that method to succeed, then the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor would only feel that it was the heavens helping the Lin family. That foundation establishment level spirit power fluctuation isn't Lin Yao's, it's Lin Langtian's. Lin Yao is truly dead, but another foundation establishment Lin Langtian has emerged from the Lin family. Glancing at Lin Langtian, who was riding a sword in the sky, and then glancing at the coffin in front of him, while secretly thinking in his heart, Li Er, who was very angry and unwilling, was not to mention how difficult it was. Li Er really wanted to know if this was lucky or unlucky. Overall, it was fortunate that the Lin family didn't have 2 foundation establishment at the same time. Otherwise, his Shao and Li families would have to suffer old age. Chapter 12, Lin Langtian breaks through foundation establishment. Lin family not giving up an inch. Next, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. After a half silence, Lin Langtian's unwavering solemn gaze was finally transferred to Li Er and the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor. Looked at Li Er and Shao family foundation old man. Lin Langtian is slowly opened his mouth. Word by word, resounding and full of gas said, I know what you two come today. Here, I Lin Langtian can clearly tell you. Today's Lin family, whether it's a piece of grass, a piece of wood or something else you can't move, if you want to move, then my hands of the sword is also not the ancestors asking the heavenly sword. After saying this, Lin Langtian gripped the 2nd grade spiritual artifact blowing snow sword in his hand. Today, the Lin family will not budge an inch. This is what he, Lin Langtian, said, and he will do what he says he will do. If he was not defeated, then the big deal was that he would burn out all of his remaining lifespan. A family that is not supported by a man of the highest caliber will inevitably collapse. It's like a family, it also needs the top man to support it. In the past, the family was supported by the old ancestor Lin Fantasy, but from today onwards it would be supported by him, Lin Langtian. Looking at Lin Langtian's great and upright back, kneeling beside the coffin with his eyes red from crying, Lin Dong was secretly swearing in his heart that after he grew up, he would definitely become the same person as Lin Langtian and Lin Yao. Yes, at this moment, Lin Langtian became an idol in Lin Dong's heart. Hearing Lin Langtian's words, Li Er and the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor were glancing at each other. After realizing that Lin Langtian had already put the most important issue of the moment out in the open, Li Er and the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor were not prepared to beat around the bush and cover up with them. Only to hear, Li Er opened his mouth and said a straight sentence. Good. You Lin family we cannot move, but Zheng family's 50% of the property. You Lin family have to let out 2%. Not bad. My 2 families, Li Shao, have to each take another 10%. Otherwise it's not fair. The Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor on the side was the one who spoke up and agreed. I came to the Lin family with great expectations. How could I go back empty-handed? Since the Lin family, which had become hardcore again, wasn't tasty, let's have some more of the Zhang family. Poor Zhang family. The clan has been destroyed and the remaining property is still being missed. Don't worry. You too. The Zhang family's property. My Lin family won't allow 10% of it. If you want it, then step over my Lin family's corpse. Lin Langtian, who had a smiling grin appearing on his face, was the one who decisively gave an answer. He, Lin Langtian, wouldn't let go of what the old ancestor had managed to grab with great difficulty. 10% is not allowed? A displeased Li Er confirms. 10% is not allowed. Lin Langtian didn't pretend to be serious. Young people should not be too exuberant. Even more so, don't be too wild. After all, there are still long days ahead. I hereby advise you to think and ponder before making a decision. The Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor was slightly enraged. Lin Langtian, don't give your face away. The situation now is 2 against 1. The advantage is ours. Displeasure on his face turned into anger. The vicious Li Er was fierce. When they opened their mouths this time, both Li Er, who had not received a satisfactory answer, and the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor issued threats against Lin Langtian. Neither Li Er nor the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestors would make a move until it was absolutely necessary. But if, however, Lin Langtian had been that stubborn, then they would have made their move. After all, 2 against 1. The advantage was with them no matter what. What's wrong with giving face? Lin Langtian blankly glanced at Li Er before his gaze smoothly turned to the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor. What's a young man called a young man if he's not exasperated? Boom! After the words were spoken, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Langtian's body. Boom! Boom! Following closely behind them were the spiritual energy fluctuations of Li Er and the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor. The confrontation between the 3 major foundation establishment powerhouses caused the group of Qi practicing cultivators in the compound to be more than a little uncomfortable. Qi practicing cultivators with weak strength were invariably crushed. The Qi practicing cultivators who were that much stronger were also struggling. Up and down the Lin family. Don't give up an inch of ground. When he opened his mouth to say these words, the great elder of the Lin family, who was under pressure, stood with his sword. Brother Li, that Lin Langtian has just broken through the foundation establishment. No need to think about it to know that he must not have had time to skill himself. Why don't you and I take this opportunity to kill him together? If he is not killed today, he will become a great danger in the future. In the silent shadows, the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor transmitted his voice to Li Er. No kidding, if Lin Langtian doesn't die, the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor won't be able to sleep. Therefore, today, no matter what, the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor had to find a way to kill Lin Langtian. The words of the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor managed to move Li Er. Indeed, if we don't kill today, it will be difficult to do so later. Then kill. After transmitting a sentence back, while taking out a large sword from his storage ring, Li Er was decisively striking out in a swift and decisive manner, taking the lead in killing Lin Langtian. The moment Li Er struck out, Lin Langtian instantly reacted. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Langtian, who held the blowing snow sword in his hand, chose to deal with it head-on and charged straight up. Today, we will divide victory and defeat. We will also decide between life and death. Shao and Li's sons. Kill. The Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor, who shouted in a deep voice, took out one talisman paper after another after giving the order and boosting his morale. The Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor was a rune cultivator, one of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, and his main fighting method or means of fighting was to use runic symbols against the enemy. Fireball charms. Ice Stinger charm, Iron Mountain by charms. One after another yellowish talisman paper was thrown to kill Lin Langtian by the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestors in a scramble. During the battle, Lin Langtian had to face Li Er's strong attack and the sneak attack of the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor. Because of this, the pressure of having 2 minds at once was great. Likewise, Li too is double-minded. While dealing with Lin Langtian at the same time, Li Er was also wary of the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor. Although the 2 families had allied and tied the knot, Li Er didn't completely trust the Shao family ancestor. In this world, it doesn't matter whether there is harm or not, there must always be defense. At the same time that Lin Langtian's battle against Li Er and the Shao family's ancestor was fought, the battle between the Shao and Li clansmen against the Lin family's clansmen was also fought along the way. Only, without waiting for the 3 families to meet, a sharp sword came from the sky. That sharp sword was the Lin family's family treasure. The pseudo-third-grade spiritual artifact questioning Heaven Sword. Yes, the battle had just started, and Lin Fantasy had stepped in. The Heaven-asking sword, like a rainbow, swiftly swept past and killed the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor straight away. You're the one who's been playing the sidekick and pulling the strings, aren't you? Hit the back row like you. No good. The sudden attack of the heaven-asking sword caused the Xiao family ancestor's sense of crisis to instantly skyrocket several times over. Subconsciously, the Xiao family ancestor flung a copper wall talisman in the direction where he felt bad. Once the copper wall and iron wall talisman was released, a copper wall appeared. Having said that, in front of the third-grade pseudo-spiritual artifact questioning Sky Sword, a copper wall was nothing more than that. Chapter 13, Late Foundation Establishment Lin Yao. The demise of the Xiao and Li families. Requesting for recommendation and monthly tickets. Break. At the same time as the word was spat out, Lin Yao broke the coffin in a smooth manner. Like a sharp arrow shooting tofu, the heaven-asking sword easily passed through the copper wall, and then continued to kill the Xiao family foundation establishment ancestor. Asshole. Sneak attack. As an angry, unwilling voice resounded throughout the compound, a bloody arm fell to the ground. Yes, the Xiao family's foundation building elder has broken an arm. Although he didn't directly shade the Xiao family's old ancestor to death, Lin Yao was still very satisfied in his heart with this result. Lin Yao's sudden appearance managed to catch everyone at the scene except the 4 elders of the Lin family off guard. Lin Fantasy? You're not dead? Looking at Lin Yao, whose body was suspended in mid-air, after confirming that everything at the moment was real, the wide-eyed Lier's heart could not mention how shocking it was, and it was as if he had written the word incredible on his face. At this moment, Lier forgot about the rivalry with Lin Langtian. Similarly, Lin Langtian, who saw that Lin Yao actually didn't die, also forgot to face the enemy. After the 2 people who reacted to the situation looked at each other vigilantly, they were unanimously retreating individually. Right now, it's important for both of them to figure out what's going on at the moment. Old ancestor. At this moment, Lin Langtian's heart was full of surprises and joy. No matter what, as long as the old ancestor was alive, it was good. This time, it's over. Seeing that the person who had sneak attacked him was actually the Lin family's old ancestor, Lin Fantasy, the Xiao family's foundation establishment old ancestor who felt that he had been caught in a scheme, was subconsciously exclaiming, Lin Yao isn't dead? He's alive? Well, isn't that the end of it? After all, in this way, the Lin family would have 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Today is Lin Yao's death, but look at Lin Yao's lively and vigorous appearance, completely unlike a dying person with a big deadline. Although he didn't know what exactly was going on, the Xiao family foundation establishment ancestor who slowly came back to his senses also understood that today, he and even the entire Xiao family would most likely be finished. Looking at the living old ancestor Lin Yao appearing before them, the Lin family's crowd couldn't have been more pleasantly surprised. The light of hope. This moment shone brightly in the hearts of all the Lin family, and Lin Yao's figure became even more magnificent and tall in their hearts. Isn't the old ancestor gone? Is this a swindle for the old ancestor? Could it be? The old ancestor took the legendary 6th grade elixir of life extension pill, which is what caused him to not die today when he should have died, not to mention that he even had the strength left over to chop off an arm of the old ancestor of the Xiao clan with a single blow of his sword? 6th grade elixir? It can't be possible. It's a matter of whether or not the entire Wuji Empire can produce a single 5th grade elixir. So what's the deal with the old man? Whatever. It's good that the old ancestor is alive. This time, my Lin family will turn the tide against the wind. Listening to the Lin family's words, Lin Yao understood that the mission was accomplished. As expected, only the cold and indifferent mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host, completing the hidden mission of faking death to live. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully gained 3 months of longevity for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host. You who have completed the mission have successfully obtained the 2nd grade control class array disk cloud smoke over sun formation. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully obtained the pseudo 3rd grade spirit talisman 10,000 miles pursuit talisman for completing the mission. The moment the mission rewards arrived, a strand of green silk initially appeared on the temples of Lin Yao, who had a head full of white hair. 6 months. Live for 6 months. Lin Yao is very satisfied with this. No one would think of dying if they could live one more day properly. The Xia family. The Li family. From today onwards it will be removed from Qingyang City. After saying this in a cloudy manner, from his storage ring, Lin Yao took out the 3rd grade spiritual artifact Jiao Long armor and the 2nd grade control type array disk cloud smoke overlaying sun array. The Jiao dragon armor. Lin Yao threw it to Lin Langtian. Put this on, it will protect you and keep you safe. Don't you use it, old ancestor? Why don't I give it to you to use? After receiving the precious armor, Lin Langtian, who took a closer look, did not see what level it was. If Lin Langtian had seen the level of the treasure armor, then he would have been shocked. One must know that just the 3rd grade pseudo-spiritual artifact of the questioning heaven sword was enough to become the Lin family's family treasure. As such, there was no mention of it being a true 3rd grade spiritual artifact. A 3rd grade spirit weapon was not found in the entire Qingyang City. Not only Qingyang City, but also several other cities in the vicinity. The piker is not guilty of the crime. It was because he understood this reasoning that Lin Yao did not reveal the level of the Jialong armor when he gave Lin Langtian the treasure armor. In the face of Lin Langtian's caring inquiry, the corners of his mouth rose and hooked up in a subtle arc. Lin Yao was confidently opened his mouth and gave a very arrogant and disdainful reply. Me? That thing is useless to me. Now, I am in the late stage of foundation establishment. May I ask, who in the entire Qingyang city is my opponent? Who in Qingyang city can kill me? Hearing Lin Yao's words, invisible pressure was directly covering the bodies of the Li and Xiao family members. After Lin Yao's words, the scene set off an uproar that could not be suppressed no matter what. Late stage of foundation building? Really? Our old ancestor is only at the early stage of foundation building. How can we fight with this difference of a full 2 small realms? How many years has it been since Qingyang City has produced a strong person in the late stage of foundation establishment? I never thought that nowadays the appearance would be in the Lin family. How can he, the Lin family, have such a good old ancestor? What? Old ancestor has actually reached the late stage of foundation establishment? That's only one step away from Jindan. If my Lin family produces a Jindan, then we will be able to promote to the sequence of lineages in the Wuji Empire. It was a moment of joy for some and sorrow for others. The rejoicing was naturally from the Lin family. The ones who were worried were naturally the Li and Xiao families. The foundation of the Xiao family for 1,000 years was destroyed by my hands. I'm not happy about it. I, Xiao maiden, am really unwilling. The mumbling Xiao family ancestor's face showed despair. My Li family is willing to become a Lin family affiliate from now on. I wonder if Elder Master Lin can leave my Li family a way out. Learning that Lin Yi had broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment, it didn't matter if it was true or not. In short, understanding that the situation had become unfavorable for him, Li Er was the one who immediately opened his mouth to concede, wanting to ask for a ray of hope. Ha! Lin Yao spat out 2 words as a reply, and it was already obvious what the meaning was. Surrender at this time? It's too good to be true, isn't it? After the words, in order to have a quick battle and end the rival forces of the Xiao and Li families earlier, without thinking, Lin Yao handed over the 2nd-grade control-type array disk cloud smoke overlaying sun array to the Lin family's grand elder. Ah Fu, you take the 2nd and 3rd and 4th to set up a formation. Today, but anyone who comes to my Lin family to cause trouble, none of them will be able to get out. After Lin Yao gave the order, he called back the heavenly questioning sword, and then killed with the sword. Ordered. The Lin family's grand elder spoke in succession. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement at this moment. In just 3 days, 3 families were destroyed in a row. The Lin family's grand elder wouldn't even dare to dream like this. There was no doubt that at the end of the day, the Lin family won over the Xiao and Li families. Chopper, go! Before he died, the Xiao family's foundation establishment elder threw a talisman paper in the direction of Xiao Chop, the Xiao family's head. P.S. Trial PK in the water. Canon online to ask for a wave of recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you for the support of the reader's lord. By the way, tonic medicine to raise the book. Please, Epsilon. Chapter 14, Poor Xiao Chop. 10,000 miles of transportation and 10,000 miles of pursuit. Requesting for recommendation and monthly tickets. 10,000 miles transportation charm. It can send you 10,000 miles away. After you go, quickly stay away from Qingyang City. Don't come back. Chopper, remember, you are the last hope of the Xiao family. Even an insignificant star's fire can start a prairie fire. In another day, if you follow Ling Yunji, then you will return to destroy the Lin family. At the same time that he violently threw out the talisman paper, the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor also opened his mouth with a resounding and powerful sentence. None of the people on the scene noticed that as the talisman paper was flung out, there was an extra touch of cunning in the eyes of the Xiao family's foundation establishment ancestor. That look was so well hidden that it was hard to detect. Old ancestor. The heavily injured Xiao family's Lord Xiaozhan heard this was not to mention how touched he was. When he opened his mouth, Xiaozhan swore that he was bound to take revenge on the Lin family or even destroy them in his lifetime. If he can't, then let his son do it. If his son can't do it, then let his son's son do it. Xiao Chop believed in his heart that as long as he was willing to persevere, there would always be a generation of descendants who would be able to take revenge. Want to go? No way. While his eyes stared and his brows locked, Lin Yao directly threw and killed the heaven-asking sword in his hand. At this moment, the operation of spiritual energy within Lin Yao's body entered a frenzied state. Nowadays, the sword art heavenly flying fairy that he had unleashed was far swifter than when he had killed Zhang Shanfeng before. The spring breeze blows again and again, and the grass must be cut to remove the roots. For this reason, Lin Yao had understood it since. Therefore, he wouldn't let Xiaozhan escape with his life. Boom! The talisman paper just touched Xiao Chop. The powerful explosion was generated in the same direction. The range affected by the explosion was not small. The rest of the wave also injured several Qi practicing cultivators. Was it Lin Yao's sword that pierced through the talisman paper that caused the explosion? No. It was the moment the talisman paper touched Xiao Chop it exploded on its own. What's the situation? Looking at Xiao Zhan, who was seriously injured on the spot after the explosion, Lin Yao, who was at a loss for words, was unable to react for a moment. The talisman exploded? Why did it explode? Problems with quality? Suddenly, it seems to be thought of. A flash of light in the brain of Lin Yao was staring at his eyes. Immediately afterward, Lin Yao's gaze was whooshed and shifted to the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor. The Shao family's foundation building elder? Nope. He disappeared in place. At this moment, Lin Yao understood that Xiao Chop was a fish bait. It was a fish bait that seduced him. Lin Yao, into taking the bait. Letting Xiao Chop run away was a fake. It was only true that his Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor ran away on his own birth, confirming that he had been tricked. Lin Yao was genuinely angry. In order to run away, even his own clan members can be harmed. This kind of unscrupulousness, I have to say that the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor is quite a character. And for this kind of ruthless person, Lin Yao was more than capable of letting go. He could even harm his own people, let alone take revenge on the Lin family later. If he didn't kill the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor, Lin Yao would 100% be unable to sleep. Old ancestor, what do we do now? After seeing the Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor instantly disappear in place, most likely having long since moved away from Qingyang City, Lin Langtian, who was somewhat at a loss for words, subconsciously inquired about Lin Yao. Although Lin Langtian had already become a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage and could become a C-pin in a cultivation family, he still looked up to Lin Fantasy just like before, not to mention that he was even more respectful and awe-inspiring to Lin Fantasy after he became a foundation establishment. Today's Lin family still had only one person in charge, and that was Lin Fantasy. What can we do? Naturally, kill. Li Er is dead. The enemy here is not a climatic situation. You take the people to settle it and then go and collect the Shao and Li families into their homes. By the way, before you follow, remember to give the city lord a 10% share, since he, Xiao Meiteng, wants to vanish for 10,000 miles to escape from life. Then I will chase him for 10,000 miles to kill him today. After saying this, Lin Yao sent his sword away. Did I escape? Lying on the gray-black ground, looking at the azure sky, because of the blurring of consciousness caused by the injury, Xiao Zhan, who was murmuring to himself at this moment, didn't even know that he was being punked. At that moment, Xiao Zhan only knew that if he lived on, then he would not fail his old ancestors' expectations. It was a pity that the Lin family on the scene was not destined to let him live. Still, reality is cruel and cold-blooded. After the sword-riding Lin Yao flew out of Qingyang City, he looked for a secluded place with no one around. Next, Lin Yao took out the pseudo third-grade spiritual talisman 10,000 miles pursuit talisman that he had been rewarded with when he completed the hidden quest earlier. As the spiritual energy was injected into the talisman, the 10,000 miles pursuit talisman was successfully activated. The moment the 10,000 miles pursuit talisman was activated, all the living beings within 10,000 miles felt a palpitation of fear. Within 10,000 miles, Lin Yao managed to find Xiao Maiden who was fleeing. You can run away from the first day but not the 15th day. You Xiao Maiden has 10,000 miles to hide away. He Lin Yao has 10,000 miles to chase. Kill. After confirming his target, Lin Fantasy threw the 10,000 miles pursuit talisman toward the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, a caravan of just over 100 people, with only one carriage in the caravan, the rest being standard steeds. It always feels strange somewhere, not too comfortable. Inside the carriage, when he opened his mouth, the brocade-clad male was touching his heart that couldn't stop beating faster. I don't know if it's the clothes or something else, but in any case, the male's pecs seem a bit puffy. What does pectoral pomposity mean? In other words, a little too big. Young master, don't worry, if I'm not wrong, it should be caused by the pseudo third-grade spirit talisman 10,000 mile pursuit talisman. If someone dares to make a move against you, then the old body will definitely take care of it at the first time, and then find out the person behind the scene and split them into 5 pieces. The old crone on the side answered and gave a reply, a look of confidence evident on her face. Grandmother Lu, where are we going to the next city? After listening to the crone's words and nodding thoughtfully, the male was asking, first go to Liang City, then go to Qingyang City. In response, the old crone, whose itinerary was all arranged, gave an answer without thinking. Good. Giving an answer, the distracted-looking male seemed to have something on his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, today's revenge, I, Xiao Maiden, will surely double it in the future. Xiao Meiteng, The Shao family's foundation establishment ancestor who was underground and was frantically fleeing, was secretly thinking in his heart while his murderous intent towards Lin Mirage and the entire Lin family was at an unprecedented peak. In the Shao family's foundation establishment elder Shao Maiden's opinion, as long as a person was still alive, then there was hope for everything. Also for this reason, for the matter of his family being destroyed, he, Shao Maiden, did not have even the slightest bit of discouragement. As a foundation establishment powerhouse, plus a second-grade rune cultivator, no matter which city in the Wuji Empire he walked to, he, Shao Maiden, could eat well, drink well, and live well. After coming back to his senses, Shao Maiden couldn't stop a smile from appearing on his face when he thought that he was about to escape with his life. But soon, Shao Maiden's smile disappeared. Chapter 15, Sudden Change, System Task Re-Triggered, Requesting for Recommendation and Monthly Votes. Shao Maiden was seriously injured and had a broken arm. Because of this, he could not avoid and block the attack of the pseudo third-grade spiritual symbol 10,000 mile chase kill charm. In other words, he, Shao Maiden, had no chance of survival this time. Boom! As the 10,000 miles pursuit talisman easily passed through Shao Maiden's heart, the latter also died on the spot and directly fell. A 10,000 mile pursuit talisman? From that Lin family? Where did they get the pseudo third-grade spirit talisman? The Lin family? It's really strange. Before his death, such a question that he couldn't figure out no matter what was successfully troubling Shao Maiden. A pseudo third-grade spirit talisman? No kidding, Shao Maitreya dreamed of practicing one. After all, that way he would have broken through into a third-grade rune cultivator. Unexpectedly, before his death, Shao Maiden was not even able to practice it, not to mention that he even ended up dying on a pseudo third-grade spirit talisman that he had dreamed of practicing. After confirming that Shao Maiden was dead through the 10,000 miles pursuit talisman, Lin Yao hurried over. A foundation establishment powerhouse plus a second-grade talisman cultivator? Then there was no need to think that there must be something good in the storage ring. Kill without touching the body? It would be killing for nothing. After spending quite a bit of time, Lin Yao arrived at the place where Shao Maiden had fallen, which was a forest outside Liyan City. There are only a dozen or so first-grade spirit talismans, and only a few second-grade spirit talismans. Other than that, there's no more valuable treasures. So could it be that this old devil was just on fire at my Lin family's compound? So dead poor? After touching the corpse, Lin Yao, who was not really satisfied with the harvest, could not help but open his mouth and spit out a sentence. Looking at the already late sky, Lin Yao decided to go to Liyan City to stay temporarily for a night and return to Qingyang City tomorrow. After a hard day's work, you need to get a good night's rest. If he rushes back to the company again in the night, what is the difference between Lin Yao and those conscientious cows and horses inside the company in his previous life? As he entered the city, Lin Yao did not notice that one of the carriages in the rear convoy had lifted the curtain. After the curtain was lifted, it could be noticed that there was a pair of old eyes in the carriage that were staring at Lin Yao. There was a palpable seriousness and earnestness in those old eyes. Looking at that expression, it seemed as if he hated to see through Lin Yao. All in all, Lin Yao was targeted by those old eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is the second-grade harmonic vein array? The Shao family actually has such a treasure? With this thing, old ancestor will have hope of breaking through to Jindan. Just, don't know if the old ancestor he can hold out until that time. Looking at an item within the Shao family's treasury, a shocking color could not be stopped from appearing on Lin Lungtian's face. The harmonic vein formation. Not a combat-type formation disc, but an auxiliary-type formation disc. This array disc only serves one purpose and can only be used once, combining the strength of all people to make one man's chicken and dog's rise. That is the harmonic chakra formation. Once he entered Liyan City, Lin Yao went to the most expensive and best inn in the city. Boss, superior elegant room, hot water for bathing, and a table of wine and meat. As soon as he entered the inn, Lin Yao ordered the above three items. The courtyard fights and kills, giving Lin Phantom the whole more or less tired and dirty. Therefore, Lin Yao definitely wanted to take a hot bath and have another good meal on the way. After saying that, Lin Yao slapped a large, glittering gold ingot on the counter. Okay, Lu Master. Without addressing Lin Yao as a guest, the sensible shopkeeper respectfully said Master. Then, the shopkeeper quickly arranged everything for Lin Yao. Gold ingots out of the blue? That's bound to be a monk. It was thought that only those high and mighty cultivators could be this generous. I just don't know what level of cultivator this master in front of me is. Middle stage of Qi cultivation? Or is he in the late stage of Qi cultivation? Lin Yao had just entered the inn on the front foot when a caravan arrived on the back foot. Sitting in the only carriage of the convoy were the overly flamboyant male with large chest muscles and the old crone with the Jindan realm. The one who stared at Lin Yao outside the city earlier? It was also the old crone in the carriage. Looking at the inn and thinking about the image of Lin Yao going in, The old crone was faintly transmitting her voice to the caravan's guards. Pay attention to protecting the young lord. After saying this, the old crone led the people into the inn. After showering and eating and after eating and showering, Lin Yao was more used to the former. After taking a shower and looking at the table of stew, Lin Yao was feeling hard. Too much stew can get really kind of tiresome. Just, in that case, then he, Lin Yao, will personally fry 2 dishes. Boss, where is your kitchen here? I want to personally mix 2 small dishes, Lin Yao inquired. Borrowing a kitchen should be no problem, or failing that, the ability to use money. Master, over there, I'll lead you there. After the shopkeeper who had opened his mouth in a row gave a respectful reply, he personally led Lin Yao there. Cultivators must not be slowed down, much less offended. This is the consensus among secular mortals. Although this world is based on stews, there are still all kinds of seasonings used for stir-fries. As for the spatula for frying, Lin Yao, who didn't have 2 hits, was also easy to get. In the kitchen, there are a lot of ingredients, and after some thinking, the last hands of Lin Yao is to make a Sichuan spicy chicken, a pickled fish, a sweet and sour shrimp and a garlic fried back to the pot meat and a pork ribs and soybean soup. 4 courses and 1 soup. That's enough. And then, Lin Yao personally brought these dishes to his room. The process of serving it was so fragrant that it caused the entire inn to be unsettled. No, I'm on a diet. Isn't this forcing me to break my fast? What smells so good? I suppose it's just that the delicacies eaten by His Majesty today don't smell so good, do they? Boss, what dish smells so good? Bring me a table quickly. After entering the house, the dishes were put on the table, and Lin Yao was ready to start eating. Stir-fry? It just smells better than stew. However, without waiting for Lin Mirage to move his chopsticks, in a flash of lightning, a strong sense of crisis crept into his heart with lightning speed. Behind Lin Yao, someone. I don't know what is important to Senior. Lin Yao opened his mouth in a sensible manner. Very careful. The one who could silently appear behind Lin Yao was most likely a strong person whose cultivation had reached the Jindan stage. I can only say that this metaphysical world is really unsafe. You can be watched even if you eat a meal. Your cooking is quite fragrant. It shouldn't be a problem to add someone to eat with you, right? A smiling voice vanished into Lin Yao's ears. A smile is polite and a warning at the same time. Precisely because he understood this, coupled with the sense of crisis, Lin Yao naturally didn't refuse. No problem. Senior, please still take your seat. Just as Lin Yao's words fell, a hand landed at his shoulder. All of a sudden, Lin Yao felt that there was something extra at his heart. At the same time, the system's cold and indifferent mechanical voice sounded in passing. Detecting that the host is in a life-threatening stage. Successfully triggered system mission. Mission name, Survival from the Dead. Mission details, find a way to survive. Mission reward, 1 Foundation Establishment Pill. 2 Vajra Body. 3 Heavenly Favor. At this time, that smiling voice sounded again. For insurance purposes, I have injected a mana into your body. If you are honest later, that mana won't harm you. On the contrary, it will break your heart directly. Chapter 16. A Jindan powerhouse comes to rub his nose in it. So I'll prepare another one in the morning. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Mana? The moment he heard those 2 words, Lin Yao, who was shocked in his heart, was violently staring at his eyes. Lin Yao's guess was not wrong. The visitor was really a Jindan. As mentioned earlier, only when one steps into the Jindan realm is one considered to be on the path of immortal cultivation. When a cultivator became a powerhouse in the Jindan realm, the spiritual energy in his body would transform into a more powerful and more advanced mana. In other words, mana is the unique symbol of a Jindan powerhouse. You can be targeted by a Jindan powerhouse even for a meal? So what heavenly rule did he, Lin Yao, violate? Speechless, Lin Yao felt helpless at the same time. That's the way life is. There are surprises everywhere, and surprises both good and bad. Please also rest assured, Senior, I will not dare to mess around. After all, the word size can still be written. When Lin Yao, who had returned to his senses, opened his mouth, his words were much more respectful than before. A man under the roof has to bow down. When it was time to be inferior, Lin Yao would be inferior himself. After all, as the saying goes, a gentleman should have a dragon and a snake. Like that Han Gaozu Lu Bang, who at 48 years old was still watching dogs fight, but at 54 years old, he asked for the world. Dragons and snakes shift, and often it's just a matter of a few moments. I like smart people. Receiving Lin Yao's answer, the smiling voice sounded satisfied. Then please still take your seat. Senior. Lin Yao was also very sensible in extending an invitation to him. Just as Lin Yao's words fell, a person appeared in front of him. The man was wearing a gorgeous brocade coat, with proper features and snow-white skin, and his pectoral muscles were a bit pompous while he looked like he was only in his early 20s. Such a young Jindan? looking at the young appearance of the person in front of him, while secretly thinking in his heart. In all honesty, Lin Yao also felt curious. Lin Yao's original body had cultivated immortality for 300 years, and in the end, he was only a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Therefore, Lin Fantasy guessed that the person in front of him should be an old monster who had returned to his old age, a Jin Dan in his early 20s? In Boss Chow's words, putting it in the context of the entire Wuji Empire was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senior, please. After slowly coming back to his senses, without even the slightest bit of hesitation, Lin Yao was the one who handed over the chopsticks and bowl in succession. Who cares if he's an old monster? Just serve yourself. After all, Lin Yao's life was now in the hands of the other party. The feeling of being at the mercy of others and not being able to resist in any way. No kidding, is really bad. Ha! Hearing Lin Yao call himself a senior, the chesty and pompous male was obviously frozen for a moment. But soon, he was attracted by the delicious food on the table and immediately ate it after taking the bowl and chopsticks. It was also at this time that Lin Yao noticed that there was another person on his right-hand side at some point. That person is a woman. Very old. Full of white hair, at the same time face covered with wrinkles. Her eyes, which were not angry, stared at Lin Yao, and Lin Yao, who was shivering, had goosebumps all over the place. Looking at those eyes, Lin Yao instantly realized that he had recognized the wrong person. The one in front of me is the senior. Good day, X. Senior. Subconsciously, with a face where embarrassment was evident, Lin Yao was cautiously asking for a good day. You go get 2 more bowls and chopsticks. Without saying any more nonsense, the old crone just spoke faintly and said, Okay, senior, not daring to slack off. After returning the sentence, Lin Yao obediently went to get it. Lin Yao hadn't thought about running, just that he couldn't run in front of a Jindan powerhouse at the late stage of foundation establishment. As soon as Lin Yao left, the pompous male and the aged crone talked to each other. Old Mother Lu, what's the point of asking him to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks? Aren't you a non-eater? While eating, the pompous male was the one who asked in confusion. Such a tantalizing delicacy old me hasn't encountered in a long time. Young lord, let old me taste the saltiness. The aged crone smiled faintly and answered back. Tempting indeed. Fragrant and tantalizing. Looking at the colorful and fragrant 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, the pompous male nodded his head heavily and said yes again and again. A short while later, Lin Yao returned with a copy of the dishes. Senior, please. Lin Yao placed the bowls and chopsticks in front of the aged crone. You don't eat? Seeing that there was only 1 serving of bowls and chopsticks, the aged crone asked casually. Senior can just eat well. With a smile on his face, Lin Yao gave his reply. Good. The aged crone nodded. Eating at the same table with a Jindan realm powerhouse? He, Lin Mirage, didn't think he was qualified for this. In the world of immortal cultivation, you can't afford to be careless. 1 wrong step and you are likely to be in a situation of no return. So, Lin Yao had better not eat it. Lin Yao really didn't want this meal today to be the last meal of his life. Just like that, Lin Yao watched as the aged crone and the pompous young man swept away all the 4 dishes and 1 soup that he had made. Has the young lord eaten well? The aged crone opened her mouth to inquire. Great. The pompous male was all enjoyment. Then thank you for the hospitality. The aged crone then placed a shining stone on the table before leaving with the pompous male. As she left, the aged crone added, Tomorrow morning, it will still be the same 4 dishes and 1 soup. Please prepare another one. After saying that, the aged crone and the pompous male child went out of Lin Yao's room. Looking at the table glittering stone, looking at the light dish, for a moment did not react to the forest fantasy is not know what to think. Lin Yao is being forced to rub it in? And you have to prepare another one in the morning? Suddenly, the feeling of Lin Yao's palpitating heart disappeared. At the same time, the system's voice was suddenly ringing out. Congratulations to the host. You've completed your mission and returned from the dead. Congratulations to the host. You who have completed the mission have gained the favor of heaven. Congratulations to the host. For completing the mission you have been awarded a foundation building pill. Congratulations to the host. For completing the quest you have gained the physique Vidra physique. From this, one could tell that the mana in Lin Yao's body that could take his life at any time was gone. At the same time as the 3 mission rewards arrived successively, the system released Lin Yao's information panel. Name, Lin Mirage. Cultivation, late foundation stage. Physique, introductory Vidra physique, divided into 4 stages, introductory, small, large and complete. At the time of entry, chi practice cannot be injured. When the small completion of the foundation cannot be shaken. When the great completion of the Jindan cannot be moved. When the completion of the Yuaning will be unable to avoid. This physique is applicable to physical cultivators. This body can be upgraded through injury. Status, good, but with only 6 months to live. Skills, 3rd grade technique Heavenly Flying Immortal, great accomplishment. 2nd grade technique Life Snatching 9 Swords, great accomplishment. 1st grade technique Royal Sword Technique, great accomplishment. Items and equipment, 1 Foundation Pill. Pseudo 3rd grade Spiritual Weapon, Heavenly Sword. Fate, Heaven's Favor, at critical moments. You, the host, will encounter Heaven's Favor. In the information panel, there are 2 additional columns, Physique and Fate. Looking at the introduction of the Physique section, Lin Yao couldn't help but feel his skin itch a little. Why don't we find that Jindan powerhouse and ask for some advice? It was better to forget about it. Lin Yao was afraid of being scared to death by a slap in the face. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. At that moment, Lin Yao noticed the aged crone left behind on the table, the glittering stone. At first glance, it was actually a spirit stone. Chapter 17, Those Things in the Wuji Empire. Gun Yan and Gu Qinghan, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Spirit stones, stones that store spiritual energy, are divided into 4 grades, lower grade, medium grade and upper grade as well as extreme grade. Spirit stones serve many purposes, including but not limited to cultivation, catalyzing array panels, activating puppets, and so on. 2 meals for 1 inferior spirit stone? Lin Yao definitely earned blood money. After all, there were only a few spirit stones in the entire Lin family. Lin Yaoka casually pulled out a gold ingot. A Jindan powerhouse could casually pull out a spirit stone. It's all about the people outside of 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 the people. There are times when something you care so much about may seem like nothing more than that to someone else. Today, getting a spirit stone, a physique, a foundation establishment pill plus an elusive destiny, and this, to Lin Yao, was not a small gain. But well, he paid for them with his life. That's pretty much what the saying about being rich and famous is all about. I also don't know if that destiny character will help Lin Yao break through the Jindan. Lin Yao's intuition told him that the heavenly Tao favored this destiny to be absolutely extraordinary. Joking aside, it would be strange if the words heaven and favor together could be simple. Meanwhile, on the other side, another elegant room within the inn. After departing from Lin Yao's guest room, the male with the name Gunyan and somewhat pompous pecs returned to the room she was in. The first moment she returned to her room, Gunyan took off the mask that could disguise her face and removed the thick cloth band around her chest. Yes, the pectoral pompous male is a female, not a male. Seeing this scene, the side with Jindan cultivation of Lulu could not help but open his mouth to remind, young master, you in the palace when you remove the camouflage is no problem. The old body is not good to say something more. But in this outside or be careful. After all, you are the future emperor of the Wuji Empire. Cannot be detected. The identity of the people have different. When she opened her mouth, there was obvious concern on the face of the bitter-looking Lulu. Okay grandma, I know. I'll take a shower and change back. I haven't bathed for a few days. I'm a little uncomfortable. Gun Yen, who had opened her mouth in response, gave a reply. Emperor Wuji had 9 heirs, and the first 8 were all daughters. It wasn't until the 9th that the son with the handle came out. Of course, this is all the news the world knows. In fact, Emperor Wuji's 9th heir was also a daughter, and she was none other than Gun Yen, who was dressed as a man. It was really impossible to give birth to a son. Plus it was difficult to give birth to a powerful cultivator. So Emperor Wuji gave up, and in order to let the throne of the emperor have someone to inherit, Emperor Wuji then declared to the public that the 9th child, that is, Gun Yen, was the emperor's son with a handle. It's a male face. It's a female body. It's a Guinness. Soon the time came to the next day. Early the next morning, Lin Yao prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup, while the 2 of them, Lu Laowei and Gun Yen, also came by the smell. This time, Lulu made Lin Yao eat at the same table with a strong attitude. It was really hard to refuse, so Lin Yao agreed. Eating at the same table as a Jindan realm powerhouse? Unusual tsukiji on this can blow 10 years. You're not from Liang City, right? During the meal, Lulu casually asked Lin Yao, how did Senior know that? Lin Yao asked back curiously, there are no late-stage foundation establishment cultivators in Liang City, so where are you from? Lulu gave a straight answer. Looking at her she seemed to know Liang City very well. Back to Senior, I'm from Qingyang City next door. Lin Yao, who didn't dare to hide anything or say that he was a fraud, gave a truthful answer. Are you sure? Lulu's eyes narrowed, more skepticism in her eyes, and more interest in her skepticism. As I recall, there are no late-stage foundation establishment cultivators in Qingyang City either. This time, before bringing Gun Yen to secretly travel to 360 cities and take 360 portions of the Earth's fate chi, for the 360 cities of the Wuji Empire, without exception, Grandma Lu had carefully studied them. How many foundation establishment cultivators existed in each city? and what their specific strengths were. Grandmother Lu was unaware of all of them. It was a matter of Wuji's 1,000-year glory, so Lu could not afford to be sloppy. Lu remembered that there were 4 foundation establishment cultivators in Xingyang City. Among them, there were 3 in the early stage of foundation establishment and 1 in the middle stage of foundation establishment. As for the late stage of foundation building, on the other hand, there is a no. Unless Lin Yao was that mid-foundation establishment stage and had broken through to the late foundation establishment stage by chance. I made a breakthrough not long ago. Lin Yao, who instantly felt something bad, was rushing to explain. After getting Lin Yao's answer and nodding thoughtfully, looking at the delicious food on the table that was pretty much eaten, Lu was opened her mouth and smiled as she mentioned an opinion. Our next stop is going to Xingyang City. You're traveling with us. On the way, I'll trouble you to act as a chef. 1 lower grade spirit stone for every meal you make. How about it? No trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to work for Senior. With a smile evident on his face, Lin Yao continuously gave an answer that would satisfy Grandmother Lu. In the face of an invitation from a Jindan powerhouse, Lin Yao was really not in a good position to refuse. Hearing that Lin Yao was actually able to travel with him, the female disguised Gun Yan's eyes were fleshly bright. Gun Yan really liked the dishes that Lin Yao made. Because of this, Gun Yan was 100% in agreement with the matter of Lin Yao's peers. Later, when she became the emperor of Wuji, Gun Yan was going to recruit Lin Yi to be the head chef for her. After eating and drinking, the group went to Xingyang City. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wuji Empire, Wuji Palace. There are many palaces and courtyards in the glorious palace. One of such a courtyard covers an unusually wide area. Not to mention that even the palace that stands in it is also very large and luxurious. Let's put it this way. Looking at the entire palace, only Emperor Wuji's palace could be compared to this one. In the palace, there was a woman who looked 9 times similar to Gun Yan. The woman was beautiful, wearing a long bright gold court dress. The woman was no one else but the eldest princess of the Wuji Empire, Gu Qinghan. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the palace and reported some news to Gu Qinghan. Getting the news, Gu Qinghan, who originally still had some laziness, was instantly serious. To Xingyang City? Are you sure? Back to your highness. Sure. The black shadow was giving an answer without thinking. Receiving this satisfactory answer, Gu Qinghan was beaming with a smiley grin. When they reach Xingyang City, then they're not far from returning. When they return, they will surely hold the ceremony at the first opportunity in order to avoid a long night. And at that time, that's when I, Gu Qinghan, will strike. The fortune teller said that my Gu Qinghan's destiny is to be a general who will be a great success. So my father sent me into the army in the hope that I would become a great general who would guard the borders. But then I turned around and thought, isn't the position my father sits in also a general who will be a great success? Compared to a general, I, Gu Qinghan, prefer to be an emperor. Father won't give the opportunity, so I'll have to grab it from ninth brother. Ninth brother. Ninth brother. Don't blame sister. To become the head of a country with a daughter's body, this kind of thing sister likes to think about. While secretly thinking in his heart, Gu Qinghan was very much looking forward to Gun Yan's return. It is a daughter's body with the heart to claim the throne. This is Gu Qinghan. Chapter 18, Sequence Family and Sequence Sect, Realm of Immortal Cultivation. Requesting for recommendations and monthly tickets. Wuji Empire, Xingyang City, Lin family. Why hasn't old ancestor returned? Did something happen? When the Lin family's grand elder opened his mouth, there was obvious worry on his face. Yeah, it's been a whole day. Not to mention not coming back. There's not even any news. The second elder of the Lin family, whose brows were furrowed at the side, was echoing the sentiment. Don't worry, the old ancestor is bound to be safe and sound. After all, his old man's strength is there. After remembering Lin Yao's appalling deeds of destroying 3 families in a few days, the Lin family's third elder was directly supporting Lin Yao. If old ancestor really reaches the Jindan realm, then my Lin family will be a sequential family from now on. He. The fourth elder of the Lin family thought and laughed at the same time, looking a bit like a big stupid spring. In the Wuji Empire, there were 18 sequential families. These 18 sequence families, without exception, all had Jindan sitting in their ranks. No matter how strong or weak the immortal cultivation families within the Wuji Empire were, they all dreamed of becoming a sequential family. In addition to the sequential families, there were also sequential clans in the Wuji Empire. Compared to the even number of sequential families, there were only 9 sequential sects, and the closest to Xingyang City among them were the Cloud Sky sect and the Cloudlan sect respectively. Listening to the family elder's words, Lin Langtian, who was on the main seat, slowly opened his mouth and said at this time, instead of sitting back and waiting for the old ancestor to return on his own, it would be better for us to take the initiative. Let's do it this way. Third elder and fourth elder, I'll trouble you two to lead people to search for the old ancestors' traces. First elder and second elder. You two will lead the people to continue to eliminate the remnants of the three clans. This side of the family will be need to sit on the town. The amount of those scattered cultivators small dare not act rashly. I do not know how do you think. At the family master's command, after the four great elders looked at each other, they gave an unanimous reply. In addition to the cultivators of the four great families in Xinjiang City, there were also many loose cultivators. Those loose cultivators were just like dogs. They would scurry over smelling wherever there was. Nowadays, even though the Lin family had destroyed the remaining three major immortal cultivation families, they needed to fend off the scattered cultivators from coveting them. The scattered cultivators are like chopsticks. One or two do not need to care, because they cannot make a big storm, but when they form a bundle, they have to be cautious. The decision had just been made when an underling burst into the hall. The underling was in a hurry, and there was obvious joy on his face. Enlighten the family head. Someone saw old ancestor return. His old man just entered the city through the east gate. After entering the hall, the subordinate opened his mouth in succession, reporting the important matter he had just learned to Lin Langtian. Old ancestor has returned? Learning of this news, Lin Langtian immediately brightened up. Lin Yao had returned, and Lin Langtian's heart was at ease. These 2 days the fact that happened in too much. First is the door to the provocation of the Zhang family was destroyed, after the successful breakthrough of their own foundation Dan, and then again is the old ancestor miraculously survived the day of the limit of the strong destruction of the Xiao and Li two families. Although the Lin family eventually won a great victory and became the unique overlord of this Qingyang city, Lin Langtian's heart was never settled. It seemed like, it was only when Lin Yao was around that Lin Langtai would have peace of mind. 1,000 years in a dark room. One light is bright. Qingyang city's pattern that had been stabilized for 1,000 years was broken by Lin Yao in one fell swoop. And this was undoubtedly a miracle for the entire Qingyang city. Then what are you still waiting for? Quickly go greet the old ancestor. Although the Lin family's grand elder was old, his reflexes and whatnot were still awesome. I also don't know if old ancestor has taken the head of Xiaomiting that was born. The Lin family's second elder became intensely curious about such a question. Mutilate your own offspring to give yourself a chance to escape? This is one of the most disgraceful things in a cultivation family. And the reputation of Xiaomiting, the oldest ancestor of the Xiao family, was also stigmatized because of this. Nowadays, in Qingyang City, the three-word Xiao Maiden had become a street rat that everyone shouted at. Meanwhile, on the other side, the east gate of Qingyang City. Senior, why don't you land in my Lin family? After entering Qingyang City, Lin Yao naturally extended an invitation to Lu Lu. On the way, Lin Yao and Lu Lu chatted, and both sides got to know each other briefly as a result. Lu Lu was the first Jindan cultivator that Lin Yao had met, but it definitely wouldn't be the most recent one. Lin Yao believed in his heart that with the help of the system, not to mention becoming a Jindan, it was possible for him to become a Yuaning or even a transformation god, practicing Qi and building the foundation to form the Jindan. The Yuaning in transforming the gods into one. After the Mahayana comes the Transmigration, and after the Transmigration one becomes a deity. Qi cultivation, foundation building, Jindan, Yuaning, transforming into a god, merging into a body, Mahayana, and Transmigration. These 7 realms are the levels of immortal cultivators in this world. Lu nodded. After landing in the Lin family and taking the Earth's Fury Qi from Qingyang City, the mission of Lu and her group was completed, so they could return to the palace to resume their duties. Elder Lin, please trouble you to prepare a few more dishes in the future. I feel that 4 dishes and 1 soup is not enough. Gu Nian, who was sitting in the carriage, opened her mouth, her words sounding a bit awkward. Yes, Gu Guin is craving again. After more than 10 years of eating stewed vegetables, stumbling upon higher quality and better tasting stir-fried vegetables, Gu Nian was hating to brace herself. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and immortal cultivators likewise have them. Immortal cultivators are not eating grains and cereals. As long as they come across grains and cereals that can satisfy their appetite will also naturally go to eat more. Love to eat, want to eat. If a cultivator chopped off his 7 emotions and 6 desires, then he was a man who actively turned into a eunuch, and could only be described by the word ruthless. No problem. Lin Yao nodded. Entering the city, Lin Yao and his entourage and going to the Lin family. A few passers-by on the street are talking about has disappeared into their ears. The Lin family's old man is truly a god. Yes, it's a miracle that he miraculously survived the end of his days. Not to mention that he even pulled the Zhang family's foundation establishment ancestor to his back. What shocked me the most wasn't the fact that the Lin family's ancestor was alive. It's that the Lin family, which was on the verge of disappearing, has in turn destroyed the Xiao, Li and Zhang families, 2.5 months of my living expenses just gambled away. A little gambling is good for the heart, but a lot of gambling hurts the body. Small bets support the family. Big bets make the family rich. Big bets honor the ancestors. What child cries every day and what gambler loses every day? If Lin Yao had looked at them twice more, then he would have recognized that the guests at the restaurant that day were them. Soon, Lin Yao and his group arrived at the Lin family. At the entrance of the Lin family residence, Lin Langtian and a group of elders of the Lin family who had come out early to greet them were waiting for a long time, and when they saw some more unfamiliar faces behind Lin Yao, they all coincidentally felt curious. Who are those people? One of the elders was curious. A friend of the elder ancestor, right? An elder guest. Not like someone from Qingyang City. An elder was certain. The one brought by the old ancestor that is bound to be a guest. Treat him well later. Don't neglect him. Lin Langtian murmured to himself, sort of giving an order. Chapter 19 Cloud Lan Sect Xiaoyan's arrival. The Great War is about to begin. Requesting for recommendation and monthly tickets. See you, old ancestor. The Lin family members who arched their hands, clasped their fists and bent down to salute greeted Lin Yao in unison. And when they opened their mouths, every Lin family member's speech and demeanor were very respectful. Nowadays, the entire Lin family honored Lin Yao as if he were a god. Let me introduce to you. This is Senior Lu, Jin Dan Stage. Now coming to our Lin family for a temporary stay for one night. Luang Tian ordered someone to prepare the room quickly. Also, prepare more ingredients. Later I will personally cook to entertain Senior Lu. Ignoring the greetings of the crowd, Lin Yao opened his mouth and was straightforwardly announcing the primary and secondary. Nowadays, Lin Yao is secondary and Lu Lulu is primary. Don't ask why. Ask is that Lu Lulu is strong. Jin Dan Stage? After listening to Lin Yao's words and confirming that he hadn't made a mistake, the heart of Lin Langtian, who stared at his eyes wide open, set off an uproar that couldn't be suppressed no matter what. Old ancestor only went out to kill a Xiao maiden. How did he bring back a Jin Dan powerhouse? Jin Dan Stage. That was a powerful existence that was out of reach of the former Lin family and the current Lin family as well as the entire Qingyang city combined. A Golden Dan powerhouse is a guest of my Lin family? So my Lin family is befriending a Golden Dan powerhouse? While his heart was thumping, the heart of the Lin family's grand elder was greatly shocked. If they had really befriended a Jin Dan powerhouse, then the Lin family would certainly have a rock rising with the wind one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. Although today's had already become the unique hegemon of Qingyang City, if it was possible to go to the next level, then the Lin family's grand elder would naturally be willing to do so. After all, as the saying goes, people go higher, water flows lower, right? It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes for my Lin family to have an old ancestor. A Jin Dan powerhouse can even be brought back. While secretly thinking in his heart, the Lin family's second elder's admiration for Lin Yao was subsequently taken to the next level. Now, the Lin family's second elder finally understood what it meant to say that Ginger was still old and hot. There was an old man in the family and there was a treasure in the family, which was quite appropriate to apply to Lin Yao. If only I were half as capable as my old ancestor. Seeing Lin Yao go out for a trip to get acquainted with a Jin Dan cultivator, such an idea thought was in the Lin family's third elder's mind could not stop popping up. If he was half as capable as Lin Yao, the third elder of the Lin family had the confidence to create a Lin family on his own. After slowly coming back to his senses, without a hint of hesitation, Lin Langtian was the one who made the decision to return. Langtian understands. After saying this, leading the Lin family crowd, Lin Langtian made way. Senior, please. Lin Yao opened his mouth and respectfully invited grandmother Lu to walk in front of him. Aha! Lu Lulu nodded her head before she was the first to enter the Lin family. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the sky, there was a giant bird, and the giant bird had a clear goal, flying straight towards Qingyang City, and on the back of the giant bird, there were more than a dozen figures standing. 3 elders, this trip to overthrow the Lin family depends on you. The kid here thanks you in advance. The black-clothed youth on the bird's back spoke, respectfully. The black-clothed youth was named Xiao Yan, the son of Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family in Qingyang City. While being a member of Zhao's family, Xiao Yan was also the disciple of that Yunlan sect's patriarch. All of the people on the bird, without exception, all came from the sequential sect Yunlan sect. Learning that his family had been destroyed, Xiao Yan was the one who even led people to Qingyang City, bound to destroy the Lin family and take revenge. On this trip, with the help of his teacher who was the patriarch, Xiao Yan also brought 3 foundation establishment stage elders to that Lin family. Listening to Xiao Yan's words, a Cloudlan sect foundation establishment elder was smiling and spoke. Xiao, you don't worry. 3 foundation establishments fighting 2 foundation establishments. The advantage is with us. Not to mention that the Lin family isn't a sequential family, and is bound to be no match for us. Yeah, a common immortal cultivation clan dares to offend my sequence clan's people. Truly they don't know how to die. He doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. On the side, another Cloudlon Sex Foundation establishment elder was saying something disdainfully. This time, it's inevitable that we will overthrow the Lin family. And when we do, I'm going to shake the yolks of the Lin family's eggs apart. With a somewhat creepy smile on his face, the last Yunlan Sex Foundation establishment elder didn't look like a good person. Shake the yolks? Isn't that too much to ask for? Looking at the giant bird's flying speed, it would definitely be able to reach Qingyang City today. In other words, the Lin family would be facing off against the Cloudlon sect today. Before long, the sun was up and it was time for lunch, and Lin Yao had prepared a delicious meal early. Mapo tofu, diced chicken with spicy sauce, spicy shredded squid, spicy shredded beef, stir-fried dried shrimp, spicy and sour shredded potato, stir-fried spicy flour armor, sliced pork in boiled sauce, spicy Mao blood wonton. This time, in order to properly entertain Lu Lu and Gunyan, Lin Yao was making a dozen dishes at once. As you can see, Lin Fantasy cooks basically spicy dishes. And that, in turn, is what he has in mind. Sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and tangy, these are the 5 flavors of human beings. And spicy is not one of the 5 flavors that all people can taste. So why do so many people still like spicy food? To be precise, the spiciness of chili peppers is a heat or rather pain sensation. And people like to eat spicy food because when they eat it, the brain releases analgesic substances, which gives them a sense of pleasure. Everyone was out to cultivate immortality and had a good physique. Because of this, they would only feel pleasure when eating spicy food and would not feel uncomfortable. Therefore, all of the stir-fried dishes that Lin Yao made this time were closely related to spiciness. Details determine success or failure. Drop by drop creates brilliance. Lin Yao's caution nowadays all stemmed from his success in his previous life. No, at the dinner table, both Lu and Gunyan didn't speak. They just ate and ate and ate. Especially that Gunyan. Her face was reaching into the rice bowl. Those who didn't know thought it was a beggar who hadn't eaten for days. Note, in advance, the book is not currently written with a female protagonist. Grandmother Lu, why don't we tie Elder Lin back to the palace? Secretly, Gunyan transmitted her voice to Grandmother Lu. Lao Lao. Lu didn't say anything, and it looked like she should be heartbroken. Just as Lu was about to transmit her voice to give an answer, she suddenly realized something was wrong as she changed the content of her transmission. Someone is coming. Just as Lu's voice transmission fell, a deafening voice suddenly sounded outside the Lin family. Lin family members, come out and suffer death. There was no doubt that the person who came was none other than the Yunlan sect. Senior, please eat, I'll go and come. Listening to the murderous explosions outside, Lin Yao opened his mouth and asked for instructions from Grandmother Lu. Go on. Lu nodded, her eyes showing more than a touch of interest. Okay, getting permission. Lin Yao immediately went out to find out. Once he was out of the door, Lin Yao noticed a giant bird in the sky, and on the back of the giant bird, there were several figures. Lin Clan Lin Fantasy, dare I ask what instruction? After probing and realizing that there were surprisingly 3 foundation establishment cultivators, Lin Fantasy could not help but get serious in earnest. It looks like a hard wave has come. The Xiao family, Xiao Yan. Hearing Lin Yao's words, a figure on the back of the giant bird was slowly stood out. Chapter 20, you two come over to get beaten. Formerly known as Trespasser, now known as Ma. Requesting for recommendation and monthly tickets. Listening to the giant bird, the black-clothed young man self-reporting. Understanding its identity at the same time Lin Yao also understood its intention. Earlier, the Lin family exterminated the Xiao family. And now, the remnants of the Xiao family had come to the door. Then this even with the thought of the buttocks one would know that the other party had come to take revenge. Bringing 3 foundation cultivators to avenge a blood feud? Lin Yao really wanted to know how Xiao Yan did it. After all, the Xiao family only had 1 foundation establishment first. His Lin family also only had 2 foundation establishment only. Because he really couldn't think of such a question, Lin Yao didn't think deeply about it. At the moment, the most important thing was to solve this not-so-small trouble in front of him. 3 Tsukiji? It's bound to be a tough fight. However, Lin Yao is not afraid. He was looking forward to it. After all, Lin Yao's adamantine physique was waiting for a hard battle to help him upgrade. Vajra physique. A type of physique that gets stronger when it takes a beating. Previously, it was acquired by Lin Yao for completing a mission. My Lin family has always convinced people with virtue. Today, little friend Xiao has come for the destruction of the Xiao family. Right? Lin Yao did not beat around the bush, much less dilly-dally. Instead, he straightforwardly let the topic step into the main topic. The best way to overcome fear was to face it. This was something that Lin Yao still understood in his heart. Also for this reason, Lin Yao was prepared to go against Xiao Yan openly. Convince people by virtue? You're talking to me about that in this world where strength is paramount? It's really ridiculous. Listening to Lin Yao's words, the corner of his mouth rose up to evoke a subtle arc, and Xiao Yan, who had a look of disdain surfacing on his face, was unable to resist mocking. After the words, Xiao Yan got serious. Today, the demise of your Lin family has become an irrevocable certainty, and I'm not afraid to tell you that what's standing in front of you right now is the sequential sect Yunlan sect. When he opened his mouth, the word superior seemed to be written on Xiao Yan's face. No wonder Xiao Yan was so confident. After all, the sequential sect facing an unusually mortal cultivation family was a stone-stoned egg, and was bound to be able to break and destroy it with ease. Yunlan sect? Lin Yao's eyes took on an extra touch of gravity. Xiao Yan's words just fell. A Yunlan sect's foundation establishment elder on the side was followed by a sentence. This elder is in a good mood today, so I will give your Lin family a chance. Now obediently surrender to this elder, so that this elder will save some strength. Then, perhaps, you can still leave your Lin family a few dog lives. If you don't surrender, I'll make sure that no dogs or chickens are left in your Lin family. All the young and old will die. Cloud, what sect? Lin Yao inquired with a puzzled look on his face, as if he hadn't heard correctly. Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan gave a decisive reply. What Arashur sect? Lin Yao frowned, looking even more puzzled. Yunlan sect. Do you old man have a problem with your ears? Xiao Yan said unhappily. Oh, so it's the rotten sect. Now I know. After Lin Yao nodded thoughtfully, he took out the pseudo third-grade spiritual artifact questioning heavenly treasure sword from his storage ring. Then, Lin Yao continued to speak. As I said, my Lin family convinces people with virtue, and this virtue is the sword in the hands of my Lin family members. Just as Lin Yao and Xiao Yan were conversing, the entire Lin family, who realized that an enemy was coming, had already finished preparing for battle. Holding the second-grade spiritual artifact blowing snow sword in his hand, Lin Langtian was poised to strike. Instead, the four elders joined forces and prepared to lay down a second-grade control-type formation together, the cloud smoke overlaying sun formation, which would be used to hold back one of the three major foundation builders. The sword in your hand is virtue? Don't say. Elder Lin is quite interesting. In the shadows, while picking at her bowl of rice, Gunyan murmured as she watched the show. After saying that, Gunyan's gaze went to Grandmother Lu. Grandmother, if the Lin family is not going to be defeated later, then I'll trouble you to help out a bit. What is young lord's intention? Lu wanted to know Gunyan's purpose in letting her out. What a shame to die after cooking such a delicious meal. Doesn't Grandma think so? Gunyan gave a serious reply. That's true. With a slight smile, Lu nodded, and then she was ready to strike. Seeing that the entire Lin family had completed their preparations for the battle, the atmosphere of the scene became anxious. I believe that it won't be long before the Great War will be on the verge of breaking out. Rotten clan, huh? I'll give you the Lin family to smash later. The Yunlan sect foundation establishment elder who wanted the Lin family to surrender earlier was the one whose face showed displeasure. Want to convince people with virtue? Then you have to be tough enough too. Your Lin family is clearly not enough. A Yunlan sect foundation establishment elder's eyes narrowed. His face sandy. Jia. Today the egg yolks are all shaken loose for your Lin family. That Yunlan sect foundation establishment elder, who didn't look like a good person, laughed. Before the big battle began, Lin Yao took a deep breath. And then, Lin Yao opened his mouth and said forcefully, those who take the initiative live. Those who shy away from it die. After saying that, Lin Yao pointed out two foundation establishment elders. You two, come over here and take a beating. Lin family crowd? Yunlan sect crowd? Gunyan and Lu in the dark? What did Lin say? You two come over here to get your asses kicked? Is he playing 1-on-2? We're both foundation builders. How come you're so good? Rampant. Seeing Lin Yao being so arrogant and domineering, so to speak, stepping on his own head and provoking him, the Yunlan sect foundation establishment elder who had been ordered to do so couldn't take it anymore. After the words, that Cloudland sect foundation establishment elder swept out from the back of the giant bird like a sharp arrow and killed Lin Yao straight away. Subsequently, the other named foundation establishment elder also killed Lin Yao. You won't kill Lin Yao? The two vowed not to stop. It wasn't that Lin Yao was arrogant, it was that he wanted to progress too much. Since taking a beating would enhance the physique and thus become stronger, it would be better to be beaten by one Tsuchikage at the same time rather than two Tsuchikages. I've taken a beating, and got stronger. Since the two of you are fighting one, then give me a quick battle and then come and help me out. The only remaining foundation establishment elder of the Yunlan sect then took on Lin Langtian. Same realm, two fighting one? That's basically a sure win inning. Fellow disciples, follow me to exterminate the Lin family. Seeing that the three foundation establishment elders all pressed on, Xiao Yan led the remaining few people from the Yunlan sect to kill the Lin family. This time when he came to the Lin family, Xiao Yan did not bring many people with him, but the weakest among them had reached the late stage of qi practicing. It's not the number of soldiers that counts. In fine, the general is not in courage. It's in strategy. There's still a lot of gold in that statement. Seeing their own old ancestor fighting against the two foundation establishment with his own strength, the four elders of the Lin family wanted to go forward to help him, but they were stopped by Lin Yi, who noticed their movements with a burst of words. These two guys who used to be surnamed Trespassing and are now surnamed Gate are not yet a match for old ancestor me. You guys go help Lang Tian, previously surnamed Trespassing now surnamed Gate? How did Elder Lin know that? And so certain. It seems to me that they haven't met each other, right? On the side, Gun Yen, who was watching the battle, was puzzled by this. The cursing is really dirty. After reacting, Lu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. P.S. The water test was a success. Thank you for the great support of all readers. Here Canon kneeling to thank the readers in the hands of the old masters of recommendation and monthly tickets. Chapter 21, Lin Yao's Unknown Schemes. 3 together. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. I have seen a lot of people who can curse, but it is the first time I have seen a Lu who can curse like Lin Yao. Since the old ancestor had already given his word, the four elders of the Lin family went to help Lin Langtian. I don't know if old ancestor can do it. The second elder of the Lin family was worried about Lin Yao. I believe that old ancestor is fine. The third elder of the Lin family strongly supported Lin Yao. Formerly known as Trespasser, now known as Gate? What does that mean? I, Zhang San, am also not surnamed Trespassing, much less Gate. Frowning, the Yunlan sect's Zheng surname foundation establishment elder was clearly puzzled and confused. Are you a pig brain? People are cursing us in a roundabout way. They're saying we don't have any horses. I'm even surnamed Wang. The Yunlan sect's Wang surname foundation establishment elder who heard the meaning of Lin Mirage's words was quite angry. So what if we don't have horses? Are horses important to us? Catching up on the road isn't as fast as imperial flight. It's fine if we don't want a horse. After hearing the words of the foundation establishment elder surnamed Wang, the Cloudland sect foundation establishment elder surnamed Zhan became even more puzzled and confused. What is the harmonic of horse? Hasn't old Chang ever thought about it? The Wang surname foundation establishment elder did not speak, and his silence was deafening. Having such a stupid teammate, the Wang foundation establishment elder was helpless. After slowly coming back to his senses, his eyes stared and his eyebrows locked at the same time. The Wang surname foundation establishment elder's attack on Lin Fantasy was more violent than could be seen with the naked eye. Quickly taking down Lin Yao became a top priority for the Wang surname foundation establishment elder. After taking down Lin Yao, Elder Wang, a foundation building elder, wanted to use his head as a urinal. In this way, he could relieve his heart of the hatred and revenge for the 2 times he had been humiliated. What the Wang Foundation establishment elder didn't know was that the more violent his attacks were, the happier and more pleased Lin Fantasy would be, because then, the more growth Lin's Vajra physique would receive. Some people are getting bald and strong. Lin Fantasy, on the other hand, was getting stronger from the beatings. Introductory 1%, introductory 2%, introductory 3%, introductory 7%. For the rest of the battle, Lin Yao was spewing trash talk while barely fighting off the frantic attacks of the 2 foundation establishment. Didn't eat? That's all the strength you have. You two are the most vegetable Tsukiji I've ever seen. Bar none. There's no difference between you two following up the fog in your lungs. Is there 2 lungs of fog? Nowadays, Lin Yao was a triple mind. That is to say, while dealing with the 2 foundation builders, his mouth kept spewing out the trash talk that came to his mind. As Lin Yao spewed more and more trash talk, the fight became more and more intense. And while the battle became more and more intense, the physique Vajra physique that Lin Yao possessed also grew at a rocket-like speed. Introductory 40%, introductory 50%, 60% introductory, introductory 90%. As long as Lin Yao's physique Vajra physique reached 100%, then he would be able to step into the small completion realm. And at that time, Lin Yao's defense would be able to do so without being able to shake the foundation. You can't shake the foundation? As a late-stage foundation establishment, Lin Yao could then be invincible in the same realm. Everything was in Lin Yao's grasp. Almost there. It's almost 100%. Is it just me? How? Why does it feel like it's getting harder and harder to fight? While secretly thinking in his heart, panting and consuming a lot, the Wang Foundation establishment elder was very surprised. It's not right. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10. Seeing that the 2 foundation establishment didn't even take down a foundation establishment in the first place. Not to mention that there were even signs of a tie between the 2 sides. Elder Zhang surnamed foundation establishment couldn't help but murmur to himself. At the same time that Zhang Wang and the two Foundation establishment elders realized that something was wrong. Lu, who was secretly eating and watching the battle from the side, likewise detected that something was wrong. That kid, there seems to be something wrong with him. 1 against 2 didn't fall into the wind first, not to mention that it even vaguely dominated at the back. Can it be that he possesses a rare physique? Thinking about this, Lu decided to check it out later. Physique, incomparably rare. There are many types of physiques that exist, each with a role that is uniquely their own. Like Gu Nian, she possessed a physical body. It is also because of the possession of the physique. It is really impossible to give birth to a son. Gradually heart death of the Emperor of the Wuji will choose Gu Nian female disguised as a man, externally known as the Emperor's son, the future into the Emperor. Lin Yao's side of the battle had just stopped for a moment, when the other, arguably stressed Yunlan Sect's Foundation establishment elder over there directly broke into a fit of cursing. Old Zhang and old Wang, what are you two doing? Why haven't you taken him down yet? Does that mean you guys can't beat 2 against 1? For your information, I can now drag a Foundation establishment plus a suspected second-grade formation, and if I can't hold out later, then you two are going to suffer. You know? So, a quickie will do, okay? When he opened his mouth, that Foundation establishment elder would have known to go fight Lin Yao. Sure enough, the important battles still had to be left in their own hands. Leaving them to others was a real no-no. At this time, Lin Yao opened his mouth and said, Luang Tian, ah fu. You guys go take a break to rest or help the clan. These two are completely insufficient for me to fight. As for that whoever over there, you come over too. 1 will beat the 3 of you. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Old man Ha. Yunlan sect, the sequence sect, has a Jindan sitting on it. Facing the Cloud Lan sect, the Lin family was absolutely no match. It was for this reason that Lin Yao had to find a way to climb up to Lu, who was also at the Jindan stage. He thought that only by relying on Lu, Lin Yao or the Lin family would be able to survive in front of the Yunlan sect. Otherwise, Lin Yao was bound to die, and the Lin family was bound to be destroyed. As for how to climb up to the Lu is also very simple, to show their own value on the line. As long as the value is enough, Lu will inevitably accept Lin Yao. The most valuable thing on Lin Yao was undoubtedly his physique. The rarity and value of a physique was evident to all in the immortal cultivation world. Basically, only so much as one cultivator with a physique would appear within 10 million cultivators. Relying on his unique physique, Lin Yao was going to come to the same realm 1 to 3 without losing or even slightly winning. After the value is shown in this way, Lin Yao can defect to Lu, and all the time, there will be a high probability that Lu will therefore accept Lin Yao. As I said before, it's not a shame for a man to think about living in a world full of excitement. Besides, climbing up to the Jindan stage of Lu is good for Lin Yao, and it is also good for the Lin family. Crisis and opportunity always go hand in hand. Still, there are no absolutes in this world, only relativity. Old ancestor, this isn't too good. Lin Langtian opened his mouth, his eyes filled with worry. What was the old ancestor thinking? That he wanted the same realm to fight 3 in 1? It's even those heavenly beings who wouldn't dare to play like that. Is Elder Lin so brave? In the shadows, Gu Nian was similarly shocked by Lin Yao's approach. For a moment, Gu Nian forgot to eat. Old ancestor, 3 people make a tiger. You old man must not be careless. The Lin family's grand elder opened his mouth in succession and said anxiously, Old ancestor, proceed with caution. Even the Lin family's 3rd elder, who had always been a strong supporter of Lin Fantasy, came out to admonish Lin Fantasy. Lin Yao understood that no one on the scene knew what he was plotting in his mind, so he didn't care about the words of the bystanders. Gripping the heavenly questioning sword in his hand, Lin Yao opened his mouth with a single resounding word. Just 3 jumping clowns. What do I have to fear? My mind is made up. You need not speak much. The sword is in my hand. Live or die at your own risk. P.S. I'm asking for 1 billion points of recommendation and monthly votes. Thank you for the support of all the readers and lords. The back of the cannon will be depending on the situation to add more explosive more. Day million or whatever is not a problem for cannon. Chapter 22 Diamond Physique Small Completion. The real battle has only begun. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Can't you understand human language? Why don't you just back off? For his own careful planning, Lin Yao would not allow anyone to destroy it. After all, the lives of Lin Yao and even everyone up and down the Lin family were at stake. It was also because of this reason. Seeing that Lin Langtian and the 4 great elders of the Lin family were slow to act, Lin Yao was moved to anger and lashed out in front of everyone at the scene. Good old ancestor. Seeing this, the helpless Lin Langtian could only retreat. Although the people retreated, Lin Langtian was gripping the blowing snow sword in his hand to death. Later on, when the 3 fought one, if the old ancestor was slightly careless, he, Lin Langtian, would kill up without thinking and help the old ancestor. Similarly, the 4 elders of the Lin family were the same, concentrating their attention on Lin Yao. As long as Lin Yao's situation was the slightest bit bad, they would maneuver the cloud smoke overlaying sun formation to rescue him. Lin Yao is the Lin family's C-pin. Everyone else in the Lin family can fall. Only Lin Yao can't. It is like in the battlefield. Lin Yao is the handsome flag. If the handsome flag is cut, then the morale of the whole army is gone. I'd like to see what that Lin kid is up to. 1 on 3? Guess he did it because he was sure. Seeing that Lin Yao is determined to play the same realm 1 to 3, the heart secretly thought at the same time. The corners of the mouth rose up and hooked a subtle arc of Lulu was looking forward to it. How could Lulu think that Lin Yao's target was never the 3 major foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect, but her? After Lin Langtian and the 4 major elders of the Lin family retreated as much as they were ordered to, the Cloud Lan sects, who was in charge of dealing with them, didn't seem to be any kind of a good fighter. The sole surname foundation establishment elder was instantly relieved. Against a foundation stage cultivator plus a suspected second-rate formation, the Yunlan sect sole surname foundation establishment elder was truly dumbfounded by the beating. But now, the pressure all faded, he can let go, and 2 fellow foundation builders together to deal with that really arrogant and domineering Lin Yao. After locking his eyes on Lin Yao, a smile appeared on his face, and the Yunlan sect sole surname foundation establishment elder, who looked very confident, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since you're begging for death, I'll make it happen for you. 1 to 3 in the same realm? It's no different than seeking death. After all, many of the prideful sons of the Wuji Empire and even the Eastern Wasteland continent were able to accomplish the same realm 1 to 2 and stand undefeated is very good." After the words, "that surnamed soul," laughter is Jia Yunlan sect foundation establishment elder straight to kill Lin Yao. In the process of killing, he burst out and opened his mouth, saying forcefully, "Old Zhang and Old Wang, we'll fight 3 against 1. Take him down within 10 breaths. Boom, boom, boom." At this moment, without exception, the spirit power operation of the 3 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect all entered a berserk state. Looking at them like that, they were undoubtedly going to join forces to quickly resolve Lin Yao. Luohan Heaven-turning seal. The Yunlan sect's Wang foundation establishment elder blasted out a palm that was poised to strike. Cloud-emptying palm. The Yunlan sect's foundation establishment elder surnamed Zhang similarly blasted out a palm. The 2-palm chi, with a destructive force, violently killed Lin Yao. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I can guarantee that your ego will absolutely get you killed. After saying this, the Yunlan sect's sole surname foundation establishment elder pulled out a spirit weapon lance and used a crushing technique. 3rd grade technique. Falling suns without regret. Execute. After the spell was used, the sole surname foundation establishment elder threw the lance into the sky. The gun was like a sharp arrow, falling from the sky and killing Lin Yao directly. 3 builders, 3 killing moves, killing intent. At this moment, no matter which way one looked at it, now Lin Yao was caught in the point of no return. Seeing the situation, Lulu put down her chopsticks and made preparations to come to Lin Yao's rescue at any time. The young master gave the word. Plus it is indeed a bit of a pity that Lin Yao is such a good cook died, so it is not possible for Lulu to not save it. Before preparing to save people, intuition tells Lulu that things should not be so simple, and she, too, looked forward to it because of her always very accurate intuition. Lin Yao, don't let me down. Thinking this way, Lulu is getting more and more serious. Heavenly Flying Immortal. The pseudo 3rd grade spiritual artifact questioning Heavenly Treasure Sword was flung straight out, and Lin Yao's sword was a shot against the Yunlan sect sole surname foundation establishment elder's shot. Boom! The clash between the sword and the gun ended up being a non-event. As for the 2 palms, they blasted at Lin Yao with a single blow. Lin Yao could have completely dodged those 2 palms, but in the end, he didn't. The reason for not dodging was very simple, because Lin Yao understood in his heart that the 2 palms that couldn't kill him would instead bring him to the next level. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Bang! Lin Yao, who had received the 2 palms, flew backwards on the spot and smashed heavily into the wall. The wall collapsed with a bang, sending up a puff of smoke, and Lin Yao was buried under the wall. Lin Yao's physical body had just received the 2 palms when the cold and indifferent mechanical voice sounded smoothly in his head. Congratulations to the host. Your physique Vajraphysique has reached a minor accomplishment. Cozy Eyes 0.1%. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Lin became elusive. After taking so many beatings, Lin Yao's Vajraphysique had finally become small. In that case, let's get this big picture reversed next. Buzz. At the moment when Lin Yao's Vajraphysique became a small success, the buzzing sound of a bell being rung violently was suddenly sounded without warning. and in the flash of lightning and flint in a flash of lightning speed to escape into the ears of all the people at the scene. What was that noise just now? It was so scary. My legs are weak. Me too. When that voice rang out, it was as if a hungry spotted tiger had appeared before me and I had become a sheep with weak limbs. Me too. It always feels like a big deal. In the scene of the crowd you a word I a word. Without exception they are all palpitating chills up. He's in the late stage of foundation establishment. He's bound to not die that easily. Riding on the victory, let's take him down directly with a single blow. After saying this, the Yunlan sect sole surname foundation establishment elder was killing Lin Yao once again. Good. The Yunlan sect's Wang surname foundation establishment elder killed up after saying this. Coming. Yunlan sect's Zhang surname foundation establishment elder was slow but followed. Once Lin Yao dies, this Lin family will also die. Father, don't worry. I'll take the heads of the Lin family members and sacrifice them to you. Seeing the three elders striking out again to kill Lin Yao in unison, Xiaoyan's heart was giving Lin Yao a direct death sentence. The Yunlan sect's three major foundation establishment elders had just struck out on the front foot, and on the back foot, Grandmother Lu appeared to show her face. Young man, if you can't do it, don't try to do it. Lu opened her mouth, looking a little disappointed. The Yunlan sect's three major foundation establishment elders made their move again, but Lin Yao, who had been knocked down under the ruins of the wall, did not move half as much, and because of this, Lu could not help but feel that Lin Yao did not have any cards, and felt that Lin Yao could not do it anymore. Elder, don't worry. I don't put in my eyes yet. Smiling faintly, Lin Yao answered to give a reply at the same time he was standing up from the ruins. The real battle is just beginning from now on. Chapter 23, Vajra Dharma Phase. Now, let the battle end. Requesting for recommendation and monthly tickets. Hard. It's hard. Super hard. This was the only thought in Lin Yao's head nowadays. The small completion of the Vajra physique had improved Lin Yao in all aspects, especially the defense aspect, which had allowed Lin Yao to reach a point where a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't be shaken no matter what. Listening to Lin Yao's words, seeing that the defeated, beaten into the wall and even buried in the rubble Lin Yao was so tough, the disappointment in Lu Laowei's heart was followed to a higher level. If you can't beat them, just say so. It's not like it's a shame. It's the deadweight that's a disgrace. Doesn't Lin Yao understand this? Where did Lu know that today's Lin Yao really didn't put the three major foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect in his eyes? After all, he became facing the sudden Lu, because they could not perceive its strength. The three foundation establishment elders of Yunlan sect did not dare to act rashly for a while. Having said that, the three of them were not half as polite to Lin Yao in their mouths. Not in your eyes? Oh, have you been beaten silly by us? The Yunlan sect's Zheng surname foundation establishment elder laughed disdainfully. If I don't take your head off today, I'll take your surname. The Yunlan sect's Wang surname foundation establishment elder viciously let out his words. Jia. I'm bound to shake all the egg yolks of your Lin family today. The Yunlan sect's sole surname foundation establishment elder was arrogant and confident. After patting the ash on his body and calling back the pseudo third-grade spirit weapon asked the heavenly sword, Lin Fantasy is walking to the front of the Lu. Alone to face up to the Yunlan sect 3 foundation cultivators, not to mention that even he is also very confident to open his mouth. One word resounding and full of energy, said, Elder, don't worry. Senior has a certainty of his own. It always feels like there's something wrong with the old ancestor, but I can't tell. Looking at Lin Yao's upright stance, the Lin family's third elder was puzzled and curious as he frowned. Seems to be more confident? The second elder of the Lin family on the side murmured in response. Just wait and see what happens. The Lin family's grand elder said a sentence. After the words were spoken, Lin Yao gripped the heavenly inquiring sword in his hand. Immediately after that, in a swift and lightning-fast manner, Lin Yao suddenly struck out, directly killing the 3 major foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect in a flash of lightning and fire. Seeing this, Lu did not stop, since Lin Yao wanted to go on. Let him. A tough-talking guy like Lin Yao could only say that he would be honest after a beating. Seeing Lin Yao's aggressive killing, the 3 major foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect glanced at each other before they coincidentally greeted Lin Yao. Still on? Elder Lin has masochistic tendencies? With wide eyes and a grown mouth, Gun Yan was never expecting Lin Yao's welcoming of the situation. Old ancestor, calm down. Seeing that Lin Yao actually took the initiative to kill the 3 major foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect, Lin Langtian was subconsciously opened his mouth and said in succession. At this moment, the vast majority of the people on the scene felt that Lin Yao would inevitably be subjected to the old sins later on. It wasn't enough to get beat up once, but he offered to deliver a second one. This could only mean that Lin Yao was really itchy and owed a beating. However, in the next moment, something unexpected and arguably shocking to everyone happened. only to see that under the joint siege of the three major foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect, Lin Yao, who was holding a pseudo third-grade spiritual weapon longsword, didn't fall into the slightest disadvantage. Not to mention that he even pressed the three at one point. What the hell? How come the three of us can't defeat him? Could it be that you two are slacking off? Don't pit me against him. Elder Zhang surnamed foundation establishment was blinded. Just now playing Lin Yao is still relaxed and easy to swim. How? Why not now? Elder Zhang, a foundation establishment elder, was puzzled by this. Who would be slacking off at this time? I guess it must be because he used some kind of body-enhancing elixir. The Wang Foundation Establishment Elder guessed. The Wang Foundation Establishment Elder could clearly perceive that whether it was strength, speed, reflexes, or every other aspect, Lin Yao had enhanced quite a bit compared to before. Of these, defense is the most notable. As if the Wang surname Foundation Establishment Elder's proud spiritual attack ruthlessly hit on Lin Yao's body. Lin Yao's complexion will not have a trace of change, not to mention, and even the place where he was hit will not have half a trace left behind. So, is Lin Yao turning into an indestructible old bastard? It's possible, but I didn't see him use it from start to finish. The sole surname Foundation Establishment Elder was firm and decisive. If Lin Yao used it, it would definitely reveal traces. After all, in this world, there would be no impervious walls. Where did the three major Foundation Establishment Elders of the Yunlan sect know that Lin Yao was able to be where he was now, all because of their assistance? The Buddha has a bodhisattva's lowered brow, but also a Vajra's furious eyes. In order to have a quick battle and take down the three Foundation Establishment Elders of the Yunlan sect as soon as possible, Lin Fantasy also used such a technique that he had automatically obtained and automatically learned when he had attained a small level of completion of his Vajra physique. After the spell was successfully used, Lin Yao's eyes also let out a bright and dazzling golden light. Boom! When the golden light appeared, Lin Yao's strength skyrocketed. In just one breath, Lin Yao's strength had increased by 50%. At the same time, a three-headed, six-armed, at least 3 feet tall Vajra phantom was slowly appearing behind Lin Yao. That aura, that's phallic? Isn't the Dharma phase a vision that only Jindan cultivators can master? Senior Lin is only at the foundation establishment stage, so how did he conjure it up? Looking at the three-headed, six-armed, fierce-faced Vajra Dharma phase, his eyes widened once again while Gun Yen's heart was incomparably shocked when his jaw almost didn't fall off in shock. Shocked, Gun Yen was also curious. Suddenly, 2 words popped up in Gun Yen's head. Physique. It's the physique that's messing with it. Only the physique could allow a foundation establishment cultivator to evoke the Dharma phase in advance. Gun Yen really didn't think that Lin Yao was actually a favorite of the heavenly Tao like herself. A fellow traveler. Cultivators who possessed a physique were often regarded as favorites of the heavenly Tao. Cultivators are one step above ordinary people, and physical cultivators are one step above ordinary cultivators. The appearance of the Vajra Dharma phase was a direct result of the Lin family setting off a furor that could not be suppressed no matter what. Just listen. The crowd on the scene scrambled to be the first to say something. What kind of monster is that? How come it has 3 heads and 6 arms? It looks as if that thing was summoned by the old ancestor. Why do I feel that the old ancestor won on 3 seams? Like he can win. 3 fighting 1 being killed back? If this were to spread out, then the old ancestor's mighty name would surely be able to shock the 8 directions. Old ancestor. Terrifying as hell. The crowd murmured, all incomparably marveling at the sudden appearance of the Vajra Dharma. On the side, the whole person froze in place. Lu looked a little stunned. That Vajra Dharma phase. The knowledgeable Lu naturally recognized it. Grandma Lu really didn't think that kid Lin Yao was actually a physical cultivator. No wonder he dared to be a pair of 2 or even a pair of 3 in the same realm. So he had a physique under his belt. At this moment, Lu's disappointment was turned into surprise. Now, let the fight end. Muttering to himself, Lin Yao spat out these 8 words. P.S. Canon is asking for votes online. Chapter 24, the battle ended, and Lu actually took the initiative to send her to the door, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. How? Why do you feel that we are not his opponent anymore? Looking at the 3-headed, 6-armed, hideous Vajra behind Lin Yao, the Yunlan sect's Zhang Foundation establishment elder gulped in fear as he opened his mouth with a strong fear in his heart. 3 in the same realm fighting 1 is no match? That's totally black history when it gets out, and it's the humiliating kind. You can take the feeling away. Trust me. The Yunlan sect's Wang surname foundation establishment elder who had a strong sense of crisis surging to his heart was subconsciously opened his mouth and gave a reply with a hard head. The foundation establishment elder surnamed Wang could clearly feel that the fluctuation of spiritual energy surging and flowing around Lin Yao now was much stronger than before. Earlier, they had been somewhat outmatched by Lin Yao, and therefore, not to mention now, I thought that I had found a soft persimmon to pinch, and that I could easily suppress the small cultivation Lin family, but I never thought that I had kicked the iron plate. Fellow Taoist, we're from the Yunlan sect. This is a misunderstanding. Seeing that Lin Yao had the intention of making a move, without a hint of hesitation, the Yunlan sect Soul Surname Foundation Establishment Elder was the one who continuously moved the Yunlan sect behind him. Dragon and snake change. These 4 words were interpreted in the Soul Surname Foundation Establishment Elder in the best possible way. When he had the certainty of killing Lin Mirage and exterminating the Lin family, the Soul Surname Foundation Establishment Elder threatened to shake the yolks of all eggs to the Lin family. Now that he was clearly defeated by Lin Yao and his life was in danger, the Soul Foundation Elder said that it was a misunderstanding. Not only that, the Soul Foundation Establishment Elder also brought out the Sequence sect behind him, Yunlan sect, to pressure Lin Yao. Boom! Only to hear a deafening air-breaking sound suddenly rang out, only to see that what responded to the Yunlan sect Soul Surname Foundation Establishment Elder was Lin Yao's pseudo-3 great spiritual artifact questioning Heavenly Sword. A moment to fight, do not know how happy. A moment to say misunderstanding. So he Lin fantasy is not give you face to give more? If the Yunlan sect's 3 foundation builders didn't die, how would he, Lin Yao, display his value? And if the value is not demonstrated, how can Lin Yao defect to Lulu? And because of this, no matter what, the Cloudland sect's 3 foundation builders would be the result of certain death today. After throwing his sword out to kill, Lin Yao flew out like a cannonball and killed the 3 foundation establishment of the Yunlan sect. Since then, the fierce battle has been fought once again. Soon the great battle fell away and the results appeared. The Yunlan sect's Wang Foundation Establishment Elder died after his head was chopped off by Lin Yao. The Yunlan sect's Foundation Establishment Elder surnamed Zhan was allowed to be killed alive by Lin Yao with his 2 fists. There was no one more miserable than the Yunlan sect Soul Surname Foundation Establishment Elder, who died of exhaustion because he had used up all his spiritual energy and physical strength. You're not a Tsukiji. You're definitely not a foundation builder. You're definitely a Jindan. You're definitely a Jindan. In the past, I had a match with the Patriarch who was at Jindan cultivation level. That match could be considered exactly the same as today. I used all my means and pulled out all the stops. But in the end, I didn't hurt the Patriarch even a single bit. So, you are definitely a Jindan. Otherwise how could I not be able to injure you as a fellow foundation builder? Bullying people with realms. I, Soul Destroyer, will not obey you. Xiao Yan, you're really hurting me. Before he died, the Soul Surname Foundation Establishment Elder named Soul Destruction Life left behind his last words. Taking one last look at Xiao Yan, the resentment in Soul Destroyer's eyes was obvious. When he died, Soul Destroyer had his eyes open. Obviously, Soul Destroyer died in peace. Jindan? Nowadays Lin fantasy dreams of becoming. After all, that would allow him to live another 700 years of light. It was a pity that Lin Yao was not a Jindan. If I were a Jindan, I would have finished you off long ago. Why would I still need to be beaten up by you altogether? Lin Yao returned a sentence to the Soul Surname Foundation Establishment Elder, Soul Destroyer, in a very unfavorable manner. After the battle ended, Lin Langtian, who was frozen in place, was not able to come back to his senses for a long time. At this moment, on Lin Langtian's stunned face, it was as if the word unbelievable was written on it. I don't enter the foundation establishment. Seeing the old ancestor is like a child in a well watching the moon in the sky. When I enter foundation establishment, to see old ancestor is to be a mayfly looking at the green sky. While secretly thinking in his heart, Lin Langtian was very shocked. When he had just stepped into the foundation establishment, Lin Langtian had thought that he would be able to make a 30/70th split against the old ancestor. That is, he had a 30% chance of winning and the old ancestor had a 70% chance of winning. But nowadays, it seemed that it should have been Lin Yao who was able to split him into 7 pieces in just 3 minutes. After all, Lin Yao had beaten 3 foundation establishment with his own strength, not to mention that he had even beheaded all of them with ease. Looking at the corpses of the 3 foundation establishment elders of Yunlan sect, repeatedly confirming that he had not made any mistakes, and understanding that everything that happened at the moment was real, Xiao Yan, who had never expected that things would turn out this way, was faced with a touch of despair that could not be suppressed. He, Xiao Yan, failed to take revenge. Failure notwithstanding, he'd be in for a ride himself. After despairing, it seemed that he had thought of something. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly again. Although he, Xiao Yan, had not yet failed in his revenge, but it was also very likely that he wouldn't see his revenge succeed. All 3 of them are dead, and the next thing left is you, the remaining member of the Xiao family. Looking at Xiao Yan, the bloodstained Lin Yao opened his mouth and bluntly pronounced Xiao Yan's death sentence. It's always a good idea to cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Otherwise, the grass is going to thrive. Therefore, Lin Yao would not leave Xiao Yan alive. Listening to Lin Yao's words, while the bitter smile on his face became even more obvious. Xiao Yan was slowly opened his mouth and said confidently, "Don't worry. Soon after I die your Lin family will bury me with you. Today, even if you win by a fluke, Elder Master Lin. So what? The Yunlan sect is a sequence sect with a Jindan powerhouse. Facing them, your Lin family won't have half a chance of winning. By the way, I'll tell you that the Yunlan sect patriarch is my teacher, and she will definitely avenge my death." After the words, Xiao Yan, who knew that he would definitely die and could not see any hope of survival, slapped his palm on his forehead. Since Lin Yao had killed the 3 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect, he would also ironically not let him, Xiao Yan, off the hook. This, Xiao Yan understood. It was because of this understanding that Xiao Yan chose to kill himself so that he could die with honor. Seeing that Xiao Yan had committed suicide in front of his face, Lin Yao was feeling a little helpless. If Xiao Yan did not directly commit suicide, then no kidding Lin fantasized to ask if the Cloudlan sect patriarch was surnamed Cloud. The 3 foundation establishment cultivators and Xiao Yan were already dead, and the remaining Yunlan sect's children were no longer relevant. Under Lin Lungtian's strikes, the few enemies were falling to the ground one by one, without any more life. Since then, the crisis facing the Lin family had once again been lifted. "Lin kid, do you want to hang out with old me?" Seeing the end of the battle, the Lu who went forward was inquiring about Lin fantasy. Listening to the words of Lu, Lin Yao couldn't help but feel surprised. Lin Yao was thinking about how it would be better to defect to Lu, but he didn't expect Lu to send herself to the door. Since that was the case, then he, Lin Yao, would not be polite. To be able to work for Senior is an honor for Senior and the entire Lin family. Senior and the entire Lin family are begging for it. In the future, we will definitely look up to you, Senior. The sensible Lin Yao was the one who opened his mouth and gave a reply back to back. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The Python Sparrow swallows the dragon. The heavenly Tao takes over. Getting the desired answer. A smile surfaced on her face as Lu was nodding with great satisfaction. Subsequently, Old Lady Lu opened her mouth and spoke. "Since you and your Lin family have followed me, then I will naturally protect you and keep your Lin family safe and sound. You shouldn't bother with the Yunlan sect side. I will have someone negotiate with the Yunlan sect. I think the Yunlan sect won't dare to disobey me." When she opened her mouth to say this, Lu was all confidence. As one of the few Tao protectors of the next emperor of the Wuji Empire, against a mere sequential sect, Lu thought to herself that she would still have no problem. Hearing this from Lu, Lin Yao was both shocked and delighted. Defecting to Lu, Lin Fantasy wanted exactly that. With the guarantee of Golden Dan cultivator Lu, he thought that the safety of Lin Yao and the entire Lin family would be fine. "Many thanks, Senior." Respectfully, Lin Mirage spat out 4 words. "Come over here with me for a moment and let you know something else." After Lu said this, she led Lin Yao to meet Gun Yan in the shadows. Lin Fantasy, physique possessor, cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment. If they were to be cultivated and allowed to become Jindan cultivators, it would undoubtedly be a great help to young Lord Gun Yan. It was also because of this reason that Lu took in Lin Yao and went out of her way to offend that sequence sect, the Yunlan sect. For Lin Yao, the sky is the limit. As long as your value is enough, and bring enough profit to others, then others will try to get you, even if they will pay some price for it. They will think it is deserved, necessary and worthwhile. For Lin Yao, Lu was envious, because physique and all that she wanted too. If she, Lu Xian, also had a physique, then it would not be impossible for her to step into the unattainable and coveted yuaning in this life. People are like this, or desire is like this. Into the practice of qi when the cultivator would like to become a foundation. Into the foundation would like to end the Jindan and would like to gather out of the Yuan baby. While the crisis was lifted, Gun Yan also ate and drank her fill. No doubt the meal and everything was swept away by her all in one go. Yummy! You can't get tired of it. Can't sleep at night without it. These were all Gun Yan's comments about the meals Lin Yao had cooked. Soon, Lu and Lin Yao arrived in front of Gun Yan. Senior Lin is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Never thought that your old man would still be a physical cultivator. Seeing Lin Mirage arrive, Gun Yan was very polite and greeted him. At this time, Gun Yan didn't know that Lin Yao was going to become her person. Similarly, Lin Yao did not know that the person in front of him was a woman dressed as a man. After Gun Yan's words fell, the Lu at the side slowly opened her mouth and spoke in a serious manner. "Lin boy, now my old self will formally introduce you to my family's young master, and from now on, you will need to properly assist her and serve her." Previously, although Lin Yao and Lu and the others had had simple contact, it was only simple contact. As for the origin and identity information of Lu and her party, Lin Yao without exception did not know anything about them. And now, since he was able to gain a more in-depth understanding, Lin Yao naturally wouldn't be polite. The late generation is all ears. Saying that, Lin Yao became visibly serious. Lin Yao dared to conclude that Gun Yan's identity was absolutely extraordinary. There was no other reason. Just because Gun Yan was able to eat at the same table as a Jindan powerhouse and was honored by a Jindan powerhouse as a young master. As for how unusual, well, let's just say we'll find out later. Gun Yan, you are successfully arousing Lin Yao's curiosity. My family's young master is the 9th prince of the Wuji Empire, is the first heir to the throne of the future Wuji Empire emperor. Not long from now, we are going to return to the Wuji city. At that time, the young master broke through the foundation building, is the day he became a prince. Gun Yan is a female body matter. Lu did not tell Lin Fantasy, but think this is normal. After all, now only the late stage of foundation establishment Lin Fantasy is not qualified to know such a shocking secret. There were very few people who knew that Gun Yan was in a female body. Only a handful. In this, the worst in terms of strength. That was also at the Jindan stage. The one with the most powerful strength had even stepped into the Yuaning stage. So it was true that Lin Yao was not yet qualified to know. In Lu's opinion, when Lin Yao became a Jindan, Lin Yao would be qualified to know more secrets about Gun Yan. After Lu's words, Lin Yao's heart set off an uproar that could not be suppressed no matter what. Gun Yan is a royal son? The 9th prince of Wuji, or the future emperor Wuji. I drop a good boy. I wanted to hold a leg, but I didn't think that I would actually hold such a thick leg. This is an identity that can no longer be described with the word average. It doesn't seem too much of a stretch to say the ceiling of the Wunderkind Empire, does it? My subordinate, Lin Yao. I have seen you, my lord. The first time he came back to his senses, he didn't dare to slacken off. Knowing Gun Yan's identity, Lin Yao opened his mouth in succession and greeted him respectfully. In the future, I'll trouble you to take care of Senior Lin. Although Lin Yao had become his subordinate, Gun Yan still treated him with respect. Set your head on the lord. What hot blood, Lin Yao blurted out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wuji Empire, Imperial Capital Wuji City, Tianji Pavilion Building, Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon. The Heavenly Tao seizes the fortune. The 9 Highnesses calamity is coming this way. The white-haired, blind old man opened his mouth, his eyes staring straight into the azure sky. After saying this, taking out a token, injecting mana into it, and storing some of his own transmissions in it, the white-haired, blind old man threw it into the sky. With lightning speed, the token flew straight towards the Wuji Imperial Palace. In the splendid palace, Emperor Wuji was holding a court meeting with the civil and military officials that was held once a month. The sudden token directly interrupted the court meeting. After looking at the token and utilizing his mana to probe the contents of it, without a hint of hesitation, Emperor Wuji was instantly leaving the palace and rushed to the Tianji Pavilion building in quick succession. Tianji Pavilion, a cultivation force with a handful of personnel. What they are most skilled at is geomancy and calculating people's destiny. Not long after, the hurried Emperor Wuji arrived at the Tianji Pavilion building. Upon seeing the blind old man with white hair, Emperor Wuji opened his mouth to inquire. Something is going to happen to my old 9? Can you calculate the time and place? Of the 9 children, the one who can't afford to have anything happen to him is the oldest. For no other reason than because Lao Jiu was burdened with the responsibility of taking over the Wuji Empire. Can't count. Shaking his head, the white-haired, blind old man gave his answer. When he opened his mouth, the white-haired, blind old man's breathing and heartbeat faster than before. P.S. Gentlemen, the book will be on the shelves tomorrow, and the plot is starting to move into a better phase. I hope that all the readers who like this book to come more support. For example, recommend votes and monthly votes and so on. Labor to smash the canon. By the way, book group, 6233554919. Chapter 26, The Birth of the Third Kind of Robbery. To leave Qingyang City, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. A calm surface and a turbulent heart. These 2 words were more than appropriate to describe the white-haired, blind old man of the moment. Other people might not know what the Heavenly Tao seizing luck, which was a very rare calamity in the whole of the 9 states, meant, but the white-haired, blind old man who was focused on calculating everything in the future was bound to know about it. It was also because of this knowledge that the white-haired, blind old man's breathing and heartbeat could not be controlled to speed up. One could only say that something big was going to happen in the Wuji Empire soon. As for what exactly is the big deal, then I'm afraid only time will give the answer. Can't you count both? As he inquired once more, a palpable look of unwillingness slowly surfaced on Emperor Wuji's face. If the 2 bad things couldn't be counted, then it was likely that his own old 9 would have to suffer old age. And that, too, was the last thing Emperor Wuji wanted to see. In this regard, After rigorous and deep consideration, the white-haired, blind old man was slowly opened his mouth and gave a reply. At most, one of them can only be counted out. Oh, which one is it? The infinite emperor, whose eyes lit up, immediately pursued the question. Python sparrow swallowing dragon. The white-haired, blind old man gave an unwavering reply. Python sparrow swallowing dragon. This calamity is very easy to understand. In simple words, it means that someone is eyeing on His Highness the Ninth and trying to utilize His Highness the Ninth to move up to the next level. That person is either doing it for the sake of identity, or for the sake of strength. In short, in order to seek benefits on His Highness the Ninth. 3 days later, I will give you an approximate time as well as a location where this calamity of the python sparrow swallowing the dragon will take place. As for the specifics, you will see for yourself. The white-haired, blind old man first recounted the meaning of the calamity of the python sparrow swallowing the dragon, and then he gave a corresponding account. After listening to the words of the white-haired blind old man, Isaac condensed brow a lock up at the same time. The right hand clenched tightly into a fist of the infinite emperor as viciously opened his mouth. Put down a vicious words, said, a python and a sparrow, right? I will kill it, destroy it. When he opened his mouth to say this, the stern look on Emperor Wuji's face was as indestructible as a rock. It's not good to target anyone, but the future emperor of the Wuji Empire? Since this was the case, then he, Gu Hong, the contemporary emperor of the Wuji Empire, and the so-called python sparrow were immortal. Cut. Being in the palace residence, the eldest princess of the Wuji Empire, Gu Qinghan, sneezed without warning, and at the same time, a feeling of uneasiness surged through her heart. Cut. Lin Yao, who was in the Lin family, also sneezed, and at the same time, just like Gu Qinghan, he, who was still fine, also had a feeling of uneasiness. Obviously, the so-called python sparrow couldn't be unrelated to Lin Yao and Gu Qinghan. After the words, feeling a little less satisfied, Emperor Wuji opened his mouth again and asked again, you really can't figure out the other calamity that Lajio is going to face? White-haired, blind old man. The white-eyed, blind old man didn't open his mouth as he answered Emperor Wuji with silence. The white-haired, blind old man understood in his heart that if he were to forcefully calculate the heavenly Tao to seize the clouds for such a phoenix-like calamity, then not only would he not be able to calculate the results, but he would even encounter the following two possibilities in the end. Possibly 1. Bleeding to death from the 7 orifices. No reincarnation. Possibly 2. The thunderbolt falls on the spot, splitting his soul. Both possibilities can no doubt be replaced by the word dead. Alright then. Seeing that the white-haired, blind old man shut his mouth, Emperor Wuji, who had an answer in his heart, left after murmuring a sentence. After Emperor Wuji left, the white-haired, blind old man pinched his fingers and calculated the python sparrow swallowing dragon tribulation that Ninth Highness Gunyan was going to encounter. As he counted, a flash of dismay surfaced on the white-haired, blind old man's face. The third kind of robbery, in the Ninth Highness Gunyan slowly produced. After the change of sun and moon, the Lin family of Qingyang City, Lin Yao's compound, dark as ink under the night, has countless stars dotted. Looking at the sky that round of bright and dazzling jade disk, Lin Yao has slowly opened his mouth, said to the side of the person, said a sentence, from now on, the Lin family will be handed over to you. Old ancestor, do you really have to go? Can you not leave? My Lin family really can't live without you. The person who opened his mouth was Lin Langtian, and when he opened his mouth, it was as if 2 big words of unwillingness were written on his face. Yes, Lin Yao was going to leave the Lin family and leave Qingyang City. Alas, it's impossible not to leave. Sighing, Lin Yao gave an answer. Lin Yao also did not want to leave the Lin family or even Qingyang City, but with Gunyan he had no choice. At the moment, Gunyan went wherever Lin Yao had to go. After speaking, from the storage ring in his hand, Lin Yao took out the reward he received from completing the mission earlier. There's a foundation establishment pill in here. Give it to the most promising person in our Lin family. That way, even if I leave, the Lin family will still have 2 foundation establishment people sitting in the town. After listening to Lin Yao's words and looking at the wooden box handed over by Lin Yao, Lin Langtian, who was staring at him with wide eyes, confirmed that he hadn't heard it wrong again and again. Then his heart couldn't mention how shocked he was. Another foundation pill? Where did the old man get that? However, in just a few days' time, he had taken out 2 foundation establishment pills in a row. So how on earth did the old ancestor, his old man, do it? If you don't know, you'd think that base building pills have become roadside cabbages. What are you waiting for? Go on. Seeing the dumbfounded Lin Langtian, who had a look of incredulity on his face, stayed in place, Lin Yao opened his mouth without any good sense of humor. Oh, good old ancestor. After coming back to his senses, Lin Langtian was the one who received the foundation establishment Dan in succession. Many thanks, old ancestor. Lin Langtian, who received the Foundation Establishment Pill, didn't forget to open his mouth to thank him. What thanks does a family give? Lin Yao smiled with a smile on his face. In this world, everyone had secrets that belonged to them, and because of this, Lin Langtian didn't bother to ask Lin Yao where he got the 2 Foundation Establishment Pills from. Don't be curious about secrets. After all, curiosity kills the cat. After giving the Foundation Building Pill to Lin Langtian, Lin Yao explained the aftermath. Don't get me wrong, it's not the aftermath of death. It's the aftermath of leaving Qingyang City. Only to hear, Lin Yao opened his mouth and slowly said, after I leave, the family first to Qingyang City as the main, the entire Qingyang City into the bag for their own use before the external development, such as the neighboring Liang City, Zhaoyang City or Tianren City, are the direction of development? Right. You remember to take care of Lin Dong. I'm very optimistic about him. When he reaches the age of 6 and measures his spiritual roots, remember to tell me the results of his spiritual roots. By the way, let him read more and pick up more rocks. Tomorrow, Lin Yao would be leaving Qingyang City, following Gun Yin. He was going to that Wuji City. Wuji City, the imperial capital of the Wuji Empire. After explaining the aftermath, Lin Yao was ready to leave. However, Lin Langtian suddenly stopped Lin Fantasy. Old ancestor, I have something here for you. What is it? Lin Yao was answering back. Chapter 27, Second Grade Harmonic Vein Formation Array Disc. The hope of breaking through Jindan. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. When he opened his mouth, a rare seriousness surfaced on Lin Langtian's face. This shows that what comes out of his mouth is not going to be overly simple. After using his own spiritual energy to sense his surroundings and confirming that no one was secretly spying in the vicinity, Lin Langtai carefully took out an item from his storage ring. That thing? It's obviously a formation disc. Just the moment he saw that array disc, Lin Yao unconsciously remembered what his original body had read when he was young. A book titled, The Complete Book of Array Discs. In the book, it was recorded that there was such a type of array disc. The name of the array disc was called the Harmonized Vein Array, and it was very difficult to refine. Not even 1 in 10,000 formation masters could necessarily refine it. The Harmonized Vein Formation is divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the worst and the 9th grade being the best. There is only one function of the Harmonized Vein Formation, which is to gather the strength of all people for one person. For example, you want to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage when you've practiced Qi perfection, but you're not sure about relying on yourself to break through. Not to mention that you don't have the rare and valuable Foundation Establishment Pills on you, and at that time, as long as you have a first-grade Harmonizing Vein Array, you will have a chance to break through into a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Find a Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and then find 3 Qi practicing perfection cultivators. Have them combine their efforts to set up a formation, and by utilizing the Harmonizing Veins formation, you'll have an 80% or even 90% probability of successfully breaking through to Foundation Establishment. The first-grade Harmonizing Vein Array can help Qi practitioners break through to Foundation Establishment. The second-grade Harmonized Vein Array can help Foundation Establishment break through Jindan. The third-grade Harmonic Vein Array can help Jindan break through to Yuaning. And so on. A 7th-grade Harmonic Vein Array would be able to assist a Mahayana in breaking through the tribulation. The third method of practicing Qi to break through the Foundation Establishment was to utilize the first-grade Harmonic Vein Array. After using his own powerful spiritual energy to carry out some careful and serious perception and exploration of the Harmonic Vein Array disc in front of him, the final Lin Yao also confirmed that the Harmonic Vein Array disc in front of him was a second-grade level. At this moment, the joy in Lin Yao's heart reached an unprecedented peak. Second-grade Harmonic Pulse Array? With this thing, it can only be said that Lin Yao's Golden Dan is expected. A second-grade Harmonic Vein Array? Where did you get it? After confirming that there was no mistake, Lin Yao, who looked like he couldn't wait, was the one who opened his mouth to inquire in succession? Earlier, Lin Yao had given Lin Langtian yet another Foundation Establishment Pill, and that had undoubtedly given Lin Langtian a surprise. And now, Lin Langtian had given Lin Yao a second-grade Harmonic Vein Array Formation Disc, which was also undoubtedly a surprise to Lin Yao. I have to say, it's pretty much a surprise that life is full of surprises. Of course, in addition to surprises, life usually has scares. Returning to the words of the old ancestor, the Shao family treasury got it. Lin Langtian, who smiled slightly, gave an answer. After saying that, Lin Langtian handed it over to Lin Fantasy, old ancestor. I'm far away from Foundation Establishment perfection, so this item will be for you to use, and I wish you to achieve Jindan soon, and help my Lin family to become the 19th sequence family. Good. Nodding, Lin Yao, who did not refuse, accepted it straight away. Becoming a Jindan was Lin Yao's only goal at the moment. Now that there was hope, Lin Yao naturally wouldn't let it go. After the things were handed over to Lin Yao, Lin Langtian, who did not bother him anymore, left. In addition to the second-grade harmonic vein array, the Jiaolong treasure armor that was borrowed from Lin Yao, Lin Langtian also returned it to Lin Yao. When you go out, you are bound to encounter a lot of dangers. Because of this, Lin Langtian returned the precious armor to Lin Yao. This is the third time that Lin Yao has made a private appointment with Lin Langtian, and this time, just like before, Lin Yao, whose big day has passed by several days, still hasn't left any last words. Lin Langtian had a premonition. He would die Lin Fantasy Front. This premonition is very strong, better than a woman's sixth sense. The next day, early in the morning, after the sky was slightly light, Lin Yao followed Lu Lulu and Gunyan to leave Qingyang City and head to Wuji City. However, Lin Yao and the others had just left Qingyang City when they were stopped by someone. How dare you block the way of Lu Lulu? That visitor was at least a Jindan. Lin Yao's guess was not wrong. The one who came was indeed a Jindan. That Jindan powerhouse was none other than Yunlan sect patriarch Yun Shan. Yun Shan, wearing a white Taoist robe, compared to the wrinkled old face of Lu Lulu, he is a crane hair plus a child's face, like a youth of 18 or 19. Having said that, Yun Shan was also an old man who had lived for 500 light years. It looks young, but it's just a rejuvenation technique. Fellow Daoist Lu, I've been thinking about this all night and I'm still a little unconvinced. The figure suspended in the air. Behind the Foundation establishment cultivators, more than a handful of Yun Shan is slowly opened his mouth. The displeasure on his face that is called a visible color. Yesterday, after Lu Lulu collected Lin Yao, she went to the Yunlan sect and talked to Yun Shan, the Golden Dan patriarch of the Yunlan sect. At that time, the two sides chatted okay, and Yun Shan was willing to let Lin Yao and the Lin family go for the sake of Lu Lulu and the royal family. But now it seems that for some reason, Cloud Mountain seems to have changed his mind. Disobedience? Then what do you want to do? The open-mouthed Lu Laowai likewise showed a touch of displeasure on her face. You're having a good conversation and suddenly you're not convinced? Cultivators like this who don't keep their word are usually honest after a beating. If we really have to fight today, then Lu Lulu doesn't mind moving her muscles. All, in a word, Lin Yao, Lu Lulu is guaranteed. I want an explanation. Yun Shan narrowed his eyes. Don't beat around the bush. Just say what you want to be accounted for. The displeased color on her face grows even more as Lu Lulu doesn't want to talk nonsense with Yun Shan. What's a big man like that? Doesn't he smell good when he's blunt? Seeing that Lu Lulu was so direct, Yun Shan did not waste any more time. Only to hear. Yun Shan slowly opened his mouth and said what he wanted to be accounted for. 3 foundation builders? That's not a small amount. Not to mention that my disciple is still missing. Because of this, that's why I can't do without this account. If I don't want it, then in the future, how will my Yunlan sect gain a foothold in front of other sequential sects? After saying the reason why he wanted to give an explanation, Yun Shan opened his mouth explosively, and his voice resounded between heaven and earth. Call that guy called Lin Yao to the seat. Today, as long as he can last 5 rounds in my hands, I'll let him live, and the grudge between my Yunlan sect and him will be written off. Yun Shan's words just fell. Lu Lulu is no good to open the mouth. Frowned and said a sentence, 5 rounds? What are you dreaming of in broad daylight? Not to mention 5 rounds, in front of a Jindan powerhouse. An unusual foundation establishment cultivator would be lucky to last even 1 round. Jindan and foundation establishment, separated by an insurmountable heavenly barrier, and mana and spirit power are also one in the sky and one on the ground. So, no matter what, Lu Lulu would not agree to Yun Shan. Lin Yao also really didn't expect that yesterday's he had just had the hope of breaking through to become a Jindan, and today he was being targeted by a Jindan. This luck is really no one. No? Yun Shan's gaze was fixed on Lu Lulu. No. Lu Lulu's eyes met Yun Shan's. Both sides, in this regard, made the scene tense. Chapter 28 Luenjia Pavilion Tragedy. Another Golden Dan realm, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Yun Shan, are you going against the royal family? I advise you not to forget the Langya Pavilion tragedy back then. Lu Lulu opened her mouth, and every word was powerful and full of energy. Above the momentum, Lu Lulu is not inferior in any way to the reasonable Yun Shan. So what if you're right? Behind her, Grandma Lu is the Wuji royal family with a Yuaning powerhouse. If you really fight, 10 Cloudland sect or 10 Cloud Mountain will not be enough to kill you. Still, in this world, strength reigns supreme. In the moment of hearing the 5 words of the Langya Pavilion tragedy, it seems to be remembering something bad past. A touch of uncontrollable gravity is slowly surfaced on the face of Yun Shan. Clenching his teeth, clenching his fists, the incomparably unwilling Yun Shan slowly opened his mouth and took a step back. 5 moves won't do? Then 3 moves will do, right? After the words were spoken, Yun Shan, who suddenly thought that Lin Yao was still a somatic cultivator, didn't forget to bring this out. Fellow Daoist Lu, Lin Yao is a somatic foundation builder, not an unusual foundation builder. Looking at Yun Shan, it would be impossible not to go through a couple of moves with Lin Yao today. When he opened his mouth, Yun Shan couldn't hold his tongue enough. The sequential families and sequential clans, really couldn't keep being stepped on by the imperial family. And so, now it really seems like a wise choice to join that lord and work for her. It was also because of that lord's order that Yun Shan would come here to find Gun Yen's trouble. Otherwise, if Yun Shan had 100 guts, he wouldn't have dared to fight with the royal family. Yes, the target of Yun Shan's trip was not Lin Yao, but Gun Yen. As for Lin Yao, it's just an excuse. If there wasn't this reason, then today's Yun Shan would conceal his true form and come back to trouble Gun Yen again. Boom! Yun Shan's words had just fallen, and with a strong mana fluctuation like an arrow bursting from the distance, another Jindan powerhouse had appeared in the crowd's field of vision. That Jindan powerhouse stood beside Yun Shan and appeared on the opposite side of Lu and the others. 2 Jindan rushing at me? What's the fuss? Seeing this scene, seeing that another strong person with Jindan cultivation had appeared to block the way, Lin Yao could not help but be a little disoriented and dismayed while being shocked. Intuition told Lin Fantasy that he was going to suffer an old sin today. A foundation builder attracted 2 Jindan to fight? How much of this is more or less too much? After thinking about this too wrong point, Lin Yao also couldn't help but feel that he hadn't gotten into some unknown trap. That bureau should have nothing to do with Lin Yao, but it definitely has nothing to do with Gun Yen or Lu. Do you want to rebel? Seeing another Jindan appeared and stood on the opposite side of himself, only feeling that he was provoked and even the royal family was provoked. Lu and her eyes a condensed brow locked at the same time. She was immediately opened her mouth and burst out in a deep voice. Lulu's voice was deafening and resounding. Boom! After Lulu's words fell, a powerful mana that was so strong that it sent chills down the spines of the foundation cultivators erupted from within her body, and with her as the center of the circle, it swept and crushed straight towards Yun Shan and the others. Fellow Daoist Lu, it's more or less not too good to come up here and put such a big hat on our brothers, right? If we really wanted to go against the royal family, then we would have made our move a long time ago. Why do we need to talk so much nonsense with you? My elder brother just said the same thing. 3 moves, just ask if you can do it. If it doesn't work, then don't blame the 2 of my brothers for being disrespectful and using force on that what's her name Lin Yao today. The person who opened his mouth was the Jindan cultivator who had just arrived. His name was Yun Hai. He was the patriarch of the Cloud Sky sect, as well as the twin brother of Yun Shan. After Yun Hai's words, he made a slight move to dissolve Lulu's pressure. A door with 2 golden pills. The Yun family produces true dragons. Yun Shan, early stage of Jindan. Lu, middle Jindan stage. Yun Hai, late Jindan stage. Yun Hai's realm, if placed in the Wuji Empire's Jindan batches, it would be an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. Seeing that Yun Hai's attitude was so tough, completely beyond his expectations, Lu has subsequently suppressed his anger and frowned. At this moment, Lu also sensed that something was wrong. In this, 10 out of 10 is at least 12 out of 10 wrong. Right at this moment, Lin Yao in the middle of the group stood out. My name is Lin Yao. See you 2 seniors. This is a courtesy. Lin Yao understood in his heart that he couldn't hide today. Therefore, he might as well just come forward and fight for a chance of survival. You kid, you have some backbone. Seeing Lin Yao stand out, a touch of admiration slowly appeared on Yun Shan's face and in his eyes. Lin Yao didn't reply. He just smiled bitterly. For the sake of Lin Yao having a backbone, could Yun Shan let him go? Obviously it can't. See, Lin Phantom stood out. Lu is not happy with the opening. Said a sentence, Lin kid back to go. The old body today, I do not believe it. He Yun Tian sect and Yun Lan sect want to repeat the same mistake. To go through the year when the Luangjia Pavilion has gone through the road. Langjia Pavilion, a sequence clan. Today, Luanghua Pavilion no longer exists. Back then, Luangjia Pavilion had 5 Jindan in one door, becoming the strongest one among all the sequential forces. There is no one relying on being powerful, relying on having 5 golden dan. Langjia Pavilion pressured the other sequence families and sequence sects to bow down. Not to mention that it even at one time went against the Wuji royal family and disobeyed the orders of the Wuji royal family. To this, the Wuji royal family responded. On an uneventful rainy night, the contemporary Emperor Wuji visited with his sword, and 1 man and 1 sword killed 79% of the Luangjia Pavilion's foundation establishment, all Jindan. Since then, the Langjia Pavilion has gone into decline, and the Wuji royal family has also taken this opportunity to become famous in one battle, becoming a true god that no one dares to provoke. Also for this reason, with the Wuji imperial family behind her. Even if it was a 1-on-2, Lu would not be a wimp. Fellow Daoist Lu, don't use the royal family to pressure us. You have to know that rabbits bite when they're anxious. Yunhai opened his mouth and said indifferently, you can't keep that kid today. If you really want to push it, don't blame us brothers for what we do. Yun Shan added right after him. At this moment, Lu confirmed that the two people in front of her definitely had someone to back them up. Otherwise, where would they get the guts to dare face the royal family so directly? As for who was backing them up, Grandma Lu couldn't think of one. The Sun and Moon Empire in the north? The Red Dust Empire to the south? It seems like both are possible and neither seem to be. Lu couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think any more about it. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Gunyan stepped out of the carriage. Seeing Gunyan appear and show himself, without the slightest hesitation, Yun Shan and Yun Hai were the ones who opened their mouths in succession and greeted. Greetings to your Ninth Highness. If Gunyan showed up at this time, then it didn't take much thought to realize that she definitely had something in mind. In other words, there's a way out of this today that's coming up soon. Chapter 29, Honest Lin Yao. 5 to beat 1. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Me, honest? After hearing that the honest man Gunyan was talking about seemed to be himself, Lin Yao couldn't have been more surprised. Lin Yao thought to himself that he was completely unrelated to the word honest. Don't ask why. If you do, it's because Lin Yao is too shady. It was important to know that Zhang Crazy of the Zhang family, Li Heir of the Li family, Xiao Miting of the Xiao family, and the three foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect had all been killed by Lin Mirage without exception. Therefore, Lin Fantasy is AF * King Honest Man. It's good enough that he doesn't ho people. You, Yunlan sect, came here today to ask for an explanation, right? Gunyan opened his mouth knowingly. Yes, your majesty. Nodding his head repeatedly, Yun Shan gave an answer without thinking. Then don't you think it's just a bit too much for Jin Dan to take on foundation establishment? Gunyan narrowed her eyes and frowned, expressing the dissatisfaction in her heart. I also ask for your highness advice. Yun Shan signaled Gunyan to give a solution. When Gunyan showed up, Yun Shan and Yun Hai's purpose was accomplished. Because of this, whatever Gunyan said next was what happened. Yes, the two Jindans, Yun Shan and Yun Hai, had struck out in order to simply make Gunyan show herself from the carriage. Show herself. As for the rest, that would be irrelevant to both. I don't dare to give advice, but it's still fine to give an opinion. After speaking, Gunyan gave the solution. Patriarch Yun Shan, aren't there 5 foundation builders behind you? Then in my opinion, it would be better for the 5 foundation kickers to kick you out to deal with Senior Lin. As long as Senior Lin can last 100 rounds in their hands, how about this matter is written off? Lin Fantasy? What the hell? We just got done with the 3-on-1, and now we're going for the 5-on-1? So next time, is it 10 to 1, 100 to 1? Lin Yao is a piece of iron. So many people want to beat him? P.S. Put something else in. We'll change it later. Eastern Wasteland, Wuji Empire, Qingyang Lin family. Lin family, a square courtyard. Under the dark ink-like night with thousands of stars, a round of bright and dazzling jade disk is now hanging high in the mid-air. In addition to the flowers and trees in the quiet courtyard, there are summer cicadas echoing and ringing. At the stone table in the courtyard, there was a young man dressed in black brocade clothes. Today, it's the last day. After looking at the glowing full moon in the sky and determining that a new day had arrived, the handsome-looking youth also had a very obvious smile of anticipation on his face as he opened his mouth. The youth was named Lin Huai, a traveler who was also a system owner. After murmuring, with a thought, Lin Huai opened the quest panel in a smooth manner. Task name, Drinking Beast's Milk for Beginners. Mission details, drink beast milk continuously for 1095 days. Drink no less than 10 tons of milk per day. Mission progress, 1094//1095, can be completed today. Mission reward, cultivation to early yuaning. 3 years ago, Lin Huai accidentally obtained the strongest play system. After getting the system, several choices appeared in front of Lin Huai. Wu Zhu, Yendi, Luo City Lord, Master Su, Desolate Heavenly Emperor, Han Tianzuan. Of the above 6 choices, without the slightest hesitation Lin Huai directly chose to play the dictator of the 10,000 ancient Desolate Heavenly Emperor. And then, Lin Huai was given the task of drinking the beast's milk. Once the task was done and the beast's milk was drunk, it was a full 1094 days. Nowadays, even the sight or smell of milk makes Lin Huai want to vomit. Having said that, after today, Lin Huai, who has completed his mission, should not have to drink milk. Moreover, Lin Huai's cultivation was still able to reach the early yuaning stage. Just as Lin Huai was preparing to stay up all night to finish drinking 10 tons of milk in order to complete the mission earlier and get the reward, a lofty, haughty voice suddenly rang out without warning and disappeared into his ears. "You're Lin Huai, aren't you?" Hearing someone call out to him, Lin Huai subconsciously sought out the voice and looked. Not long after, a woman was reflected in Lin Huai's eyes. The woman was beautiful, dressed in a long greenish-blue court dress. "I'm Lin Huai, and you are?" Looking at the unfamiliar woman he had never met before, the vigilant Lin Huai gave an answer while he inquired. "To introduce myself, I am the eldest princess of the Wuji Empire, Gu Qinghan." The cool woman who lightly opened her jade lips gave a straightforward reply, reporting her identity. After the woman named Gu Qinghan's words fell, Lin Huai was frozen in place on the spot. Princess Gu Qinghan of the Wuji Empire? Isn't that Lin Huai's fiancé by design? How? Why did he come to him in the middle of the night? Then again, this was the first time Lin Huai had seen Gu Qinghan since he grew up. When they were small, Lin Huai and Gu Qinghan had met. At that time, Gu Qinghan was still a snotty little black charcoal following Lin Huai's ass. And now, Gu Qinghan has actually become a great beauty in a pavilion. So, this is what they call a girl's big change? I don't know what your highness late night visit is about. Lin Huai, who spoke once more, directly let the topic come to the point. I came for one thing only, to withdraw from the marriage. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Qinghan directly stated the purpose of her visit. Once again, Lin Huai froze. Withdrawal? Lin Huai was no stranger to this. Yendi was once withdrawn from a marriage. Just that Yendi who was a traveler like Lin Huai. Without waiting for Lin Huai to give an answer, Gu Qinghan, who couldn't wait to withdraw from the marriage, again explained the reason why she wanted to withdraw from the marriage. Lin Huai, if I didn't sense it wrong, you're only in the 3rd level of Qi practicing, right? Do you know what my cultivation level is? I succeeded in building my foundation not too long ago after practicing Qi to perfection. Moreover, it's still a successful Earth Road Foundation building utilizing the Earth's foul Qi. Not only that, but after succeeding in Earth Road Foundation establishment, I was also accepted by the Yun Tian Sect's patriarch as her personal disciple. After all I've said, you should also understand that you and I are not on the same path, so I hope you can be sensible enough to let me back out of the marriage without any problems. Don't worry, after it's done, I, Gu Qinghan, won't treat you badly. Yellow and white things, sealing vassals and worshipping ministers. I Gu Qinghan will give you whatever you want. On the contrary, if you don't cooperate with me to withdraw from the marriage smoothly, then today on your old ancestor's birthday, I will withdraw from the marriage in front of everyone. At that time, if you, Lin Huai, lose face and the Lin family loses face, don't run to blame me. Gu Qinghan, I've greeted you in advance. It's your choice whether to return or not. When he opened his mouth, Gu Qinghan couldn't mention how superior he was. Looking at that look on her face, it seemed like she had everything under control. As the eldest princess of the Wuji Empire, it was impossible for her, Gu Qinghan, to marry a loser whose cultivation was only the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, and whose stepping into foundation establishment in this life was a problem. If she, Gu Qinghan, wanted to marry, she would marry a powerful, future man of at least the Jindan stage. After all, she, Gu Qinghan, was a proud son of heaven who had completed the foundation establishment of the earth path. Listening to Gu Qinghan's words, after slowly coming back to his senses, Lin Huai gave an answer while at the same time, with interest, he also asked Gu Qinghan such a question. You said so much, but I only understood one thing, and that is that my cultivation is weak and I don't deserve you. Backing out is no problem, I promise. Before withdrawing from the marriage, I would like to ask, if I were a Yuaning cultivator, then would you still withdraw from the marriage? The marriage contract was bondage, and Lin Huai didn't like it, and because of that, withdrawal is withdrawal. What's more, a twisted melon is not sweet. The reason Lin Huai's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Qi practicing was simple, because he didn't have time to cultivate. Other people practice? Lin Huai drinks milk. Chapter 30. Lin Yao is suppressed. His own father's rescue. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. 100 rounds. Elder Lin He. He should be able to hold out, right? Seeing that Lin Yao was being beaten back by the 5 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect, without a trace of power to fight back, Gu Nian became worried about his well-being. Lin Yao, physical cultivator, in the future is bound to be Gu Nian's right hand, plus Lin Yao do a handful of good food, very much in line with Gu Nian appetite, so Gu Nian is naturally reluctant to Lin Yao out of the matter. Listening to Gu Nian's words, with a slight smile, at the same time, the side of Lu 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 was answered opened his mouth and gave a reply. Don't worry young master, he will be fine. When she opened her mouth to say this, Lu 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 who almost wrote the 6 big words under control on her face was very confident. It was just that Gu Nian, who was practicing Qi to perfection, might not have seen that the retreating Lin Yao was acting at the moment, but Lu, who was a Jindan realm powerhouse, saw it. Similarly, the Jindan brothers over there, Yun Shan and Yun Hai, also saw it. He was an outsider, a Jindan powerhouse one realm above Lin Yao, so it was impossible for the two brothers, Yun Shan and Yun Hai, not to see that Lin Yao was acting. What's the deal with that kid? There's a billion things that are weird, obviously beaten back and forth, but the breath is stable and the foot of the formation has not messed up on the slightest bit. So he is playing the opera? Is he acting out his defeat for us to see? The wide-eyed Yun Shan couldn't have been more shocked and appalled in his heart when he opened his mouth. If one of Cloud Mountain's same realm fought 5, then he'd be lucky if his corpse rice wasn't beaten out of him on the spot. And Lin Yao? He was good. Surprisingly, he even performed a knuckle-dragger. After slowly coming back to his senses, Yun Shan was admiring Lin Yao from the bottom of his heart. Backbone and strength? That's something you don't see much of in today's immortal cultivation world. Lin Yao was at the foundation stage and Yun Shan was at the Jindan stage. In terms of cultivation, Yun Shan had suppressed Lin Yao. However, in terms of strength performance, Lin Yao had clearly left Yun Shan behind by an unknown number of streets. 1 to 5 in the same realm? Yun Shan thought to himself that he couldn't do it. It's just that adding his brother Yun Hai would definitely not work. However, the late foundation establishment Lin Yao did it. He is bound to be no ordinary physique cultivator. There are definitely other unknown secrets about him. After confirming that Lin Yao's retreat was all staged by him, Yun Hai, whose gaze and complexion gradually became more determined, slowly opened his mouth and muttered this sentence to himself. Cultivated at the late Jindan stage, Yun Hai, who had lived for 500 years, had still seen so many physique cultivators. Having said that, a physical cultivator as fierce as Lin Yao, who was able to accomplish a 1 to 5 fight in the same realm, was honestly the first time Yun Hai had ever seen it. At this moment, Yun Shan and Yun Hai only felt that today's they had been slashed in the ass by a small knife and purely opened their eyes. Same realm, a dozen or 5. The fusion of these two terms is how they look strange. I think it is the street those credulous, made-up storytellers would not dare to speak so blindly. Big brother, do you think we should introduce him to the Lord? I remember that Lord said that she likes geniuses very much. In the unseen shadows, Yun Shan was silently transmitting his voice to Yun Hai, cautiously inquiring. I think an introduction is possible. After all, if this matter comes to fruition, then his lordship is bound to spare you and me, the two brothers, the benefits. After some deep thought, Yun Hai, who had transmitted his voice back, was the one who gave the reply. When he said the word reward, Yun Hai's eyes lit up a bit. Looking at Yun Shan Yun Hai, it was perfectly clear that they had great respect and awe for the so-called adults. Otherwise, how could their two Jindan powerhouses call each other adults? A Jindan powerhouse, placed in the Wuji Empire, would at least have a place. While the Yun Shan Yun Hai over here were transmitting their voices and discussing, the battle over there was also entering a white-hot state. This guy's physique is definitely related to defense. Otherwise, how could the 5 of us join forces and not take him down for so many rounds? No wonder it is said that physique cultivators are the favored children of the heavenly Tao. This is too difficult to take down, right? If it were one-on-one today, then absolutely none of the 5 of us would be his opponent. It's just a shame it's not one-on-one. So we're a sure winner. Yeah, we are bound to win. Victory is but a matter of time and rounds for us. How many rounds do we have left? 25 rounds left if I remember correctly. The 5 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect opened their mouths, discussing with each other. The 5 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect had thought that they could easily take down Lin Yao with their combined efforts, but now it seems that Lin Yao, the physique cultivator, is a hard bone that is difficult to gnaw on, not to mention that even the 5 of them may not be able to gnaw it down. A foundation establishment cultivator as perverted as Lin Yao? No kidding, the 5 are seeing it for the first time. We're all base builders. How come you're so good? Just because you're a physical cultivator favored by the heavenly Tao? After thinking that Lin Yao was an incomparably rare physique cultivator on the continent of the 9 states, the 5 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect glanced at each other while they all coincidentally prepared to take out their bottom-of-the-barrel techniques and treasures. People, if you're too bad, they'll destroy you. If you're too weak, they'll step on you. They're not comfortable with you being too strong. They'll suppress you, alienate you. They'll only go for acceptance if you're similar to all of them. Now, that Lin Yao was just going to be suppressed because he was too strong. Boom! 5 late foundation establishment stages in a row exploded their chi in unison at the same time, obviously trying to make a last-ditch fight. In the last 25 rounds, they were bound to take down Lin Yao in one fell swoop. If they couldn't take down Lin Yao, then they would lose their old faces. 5 fights against one that didn't end up taking it? This is bound to be laughed at by the Taoists when it gets out. Sengoku 1%. Seeing that the opposite side was ready to go all out, Lin Yao, who had glanced at the current progress of the Vajra physique, took a deep breath before he also stood by. After surviving this attack, Lin Yao would be safe. Buzz. Just as the two sides were about to start another great battle, a mana as lofty as Tarzan was directly sweeping across the entire field. The moment that mana pressure appeared, both Lu Lu and Yunshan Yunhai felt an incomparably strong sense of crisis. A Yuaning powerhouse. At the same time, such an thought popped up in the minds of Lu Lu and the Yun brothers. Yes, the visitor was a Yuaning powerhouse, and he was none other than the emperor of the Wuji Empire, Gu Hong. Old 9, is everything alright? As the loud voice resounded in the heavens and earth, a sturdy and upright, tall figure wearing a black and gold dragon robe appeared in the air. Kissing Dad. To the rescue. P.S. With today's update so early, it shouldn't be too much for Canon Online to ask for some recommendation and monthly votes, right? Chapter 31 Trigger of the Mission. 1 Abuses 5. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. My son sees his father. Long live father. Seeing Gu Hong show up, the immediate bright heart instantly a happy up Gunyan is subconsciously opened his mouth, respectfully played a greeting. At this moment, Gunyan's sense of security was directly pulled full. With her Yuaning stage dad present, the current Gunyan could walk sideways. As for that Yunlan sect and that Yuntian sect, at that moment, they also became ants that Gunyan could easily crush with her hands. Yuaning stage beating Jindan stage was like a father beating his son, a smooth affair. On the contrary, Yun Shan and Yun Hai's sense of crisis was straight up explosive. That lord asked them to come to do business, and also sister said that they would meet the present day's majesty. Now it seems that the two of them are afraid that they are going to suffer from old age today, and in more serious cases, even their lives will have to stay here. For a moment, Yun Shan and Yun Hai were under pressure. Ordinary people might not know how terrifying Gu Hong was, but those of them in charge of the sequential forces were bound to know all about it. My subordinate Lu Xian greets his majesty. Long live your majesty. Immediately following Gunyan, Lu also greeted. Yunlan sect Yun Shan, Cloud Sky sect Yun Hai, greets his majesty. Long live your majesty. After reacting, Yun Shan and Yun Hai, who didn't dare to slacken off, also opened their mouths in unison, scrambling to greet each other first. When opening their mouths to greet each other, without a single exception, the three Jindan powerhouses all put down their original condescending postures. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. You can pretend whatever you want in front of practicing Qi building foundation, but you must be honest in front of Yuaning. For this, Lu and Yun Shan Yun Hai still understood. Seeing Yun Shan Yun Hai and Lu these three Jindan realm powerhouses to the sky of that middle-aged man wearing a black and gold dragon robe actually this respect and awe. Intelligent Lin Yao also subsequently understand that it is likely to be a Yuaning level powerhouses. The moment he thought that Yuaning level cultivators were here, Lin Yao couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. First Jindan, then Yuaning. Why don't we have another harmonized god? In the entire eastern wasteland, there wouldn't be more than 2 hands of transformation god powerhouses. The continent of the 9 states is divided into 4 states and 5 lands. In this, the 4 states are Dongxing Divine Continent, West Nuga Continent, South Alamoni Continent and North Club Continent. The 5 continents are the East Wasteland Continent, the North Cold Continent, the South Mountain Continent, the West Ridge Continent and the Middle Earth Continent. Among the 5 continents, the Eastern Wasteland was the weakest and most inconspicuous one. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up with the word deserted. Nian, tell me what happened. Don't worry, father is here. When things come up say so, father will back you up. Ignoring Lu and Yun Shan Yun Hai, Gu Hong, who was wearing a smiley grin, was the one who directly inquired about what had happened to Gunyan. The atmosphere of the scene was so wrong, that it was impossible for something not to happen, and Gu Hong, who was very curious in his heart, wanted to see what was happening here. Hearing Gu Hong this, there is not even a trace of hesitation. Even open Gu Hong is directly on the causes and consequences of the matter and the ins and outs of the whole tray. Enlighten the father. Things are like this. After learning everything from Gunyan, the smile on Gu Hong's face was visible to the naked eye. Having said that, his smile was no longer distinguishable as joy or anger, good or bad. Subsequently, Gu Hong's smile-like gaze locked onto the 2 brothers, Yun Shan and Yun Hai. You 2 dare to disobey my Wuji imperial family? Your majesty, I dare not. In response, the 2 brothers, Yun Shan and Yun Hai, opened their mouths in unison and gave the same answer in response. Facing a Yuaning cultivator, Yun Shan Yun Hai is a mouse seeing a cat, and must concede at the same time while not being convinced. Seeing this scene, the Lu on the side could not be happier. Against the royal family? Now that his majesty is here, are you 2 honest? And you have to explain that you'll have to go through 3 or 5 moves? I'll let you have your way with his majesty later. P.S. Put something else up and change it back later. Canon's not feeling too well again and will start saving up for the next 2 days. Akusha, Dragon Tang City, Enlightenment Square. The Enlightenment Plaza was large enough to cram in 100,000 people, but on this particular day, the Enlightenment Plaza still looked very crowded. The crowded square was full of people talking. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the flying tiger General Li Cun Shao, right? Twins? Wouldn't this be a family of twins then? Li Jing? Li Cun Shao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also wonder who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangui, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yi Feng, and at this moment Yi Feng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yi Feng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. After becoming invisible and blind, Yi Feng's dreams became peculiar. How is that peculiar? When Yi Feng dreamed every day, he would dream of a small child, that little child hand wearing a gold ring, waist tie red damask, wearing a brightly colored like blood small belly band. That small child, although cute, love, pink and tender, but also very naughty. No matter where to go or chicken fly, fish leap kite fly. Yesterday when he dreamed, Yi Feng saw that little child again without exception. It was also yesterday that the water player smashed a 4-clawed true dragon to death with the gold ring he wore on his hand. I wonder if there is a connection between that dream yesterday and awakening today. The scene was as shocking as it could be, as bloody as it could be. Until now, Yi Feng was immersed in it without coming back to his senses. It was also at this time that the sound of propagation rang out. Attention all dragon talents. The Spirit Enlightenment ceremony will officially begin in 10 minutes. Please enter the Spirit Enlightenment formation as soon as possible if you haven't yet done so as not to miss the ceremony. An initiation ceremony is a ceremony that focuses on the awakening of a guardian spirit. A person who successfully awakens a guardian spirit is honored as a sending spirit. A spirit sender? It's the mainstream of the age. In today's world, there is no one who doesn't want to become a spiritualist, not to mention ordinary people or normal people. Even 3-year-old children and even people with IQ problems want to become spiritualists. After reaching the required age, Yi Feng also came to participate in the Spirit Enlightenment ceremony. The sender is closely related to the guardian spirit. Your last name is Zheng? Then you may awaken the civil official Zhang Zhuzheng. You may also awaken Zhang Fei, a military general. Are you horny? Then you may awaken the eastern 5-clawed golden dragon. Or you may awaken the western 2-winged dragon. The former because the family name is the same as the guardian spirit, and the latter because the character is the same as the guardian spirit. What's Yi Feng's last name? Last name is Yi. But there doesn't seem to be any famous people with the surname Yi in history, right? Yekanara Tsishi? It's kind of a celebrity. It just has a real bad reputation. Chapter 32 Mission Completion. Cultivation Breakthrough. Requesting for recommendations and monthly tickets. By sensing the source of the pressure, Lin Yao understood that the person who had struck was Gu Hong. Gu Hong's pressure was strong. So strong that he could crush Lin Yao in a breath. Lin Yao didn't bother to check the details of the mission and the mission rewards. He was in a somewhat bad mood and asked Gu Hong directly. I wonder what your majesty has to say. Lin Fantasy didn't say anything wrong, did he? And he's okay with answering, right? So what's Gu Hong pressuring him for? Being pressurized into a life-threatening stage for no reason at all. And precisely for this reason, it would be strange for Lin Yao to be in a good mood. At this moment, no kidding, Lin Yao had the heart to die here. Let's just die. The big deal is that we'll be a good man again in 18 years. Earlier, being stared at for a meal, Lin Yao was already speechless, but he didn't expect to be stared at by a conversationalist even now when he returned to conversation. If you don't know, you'd think this is the beautiful country of freedom and peace. After crossing over for just a few days, he had triggered 4 system missions. One could only say that the level of danger in this immortal cultivation world was far beyond Lin Yao's expectations. In the face of Lin Yao's unassuming inquiry, Gu Hong, who had struck out at him without any warning, was repeatedly replying, "Little friend, can rest assured that I have no ill will towards you." First, he gave his promise, and only later did Gu Hong give the reason for his outburst. I have always been this person, is to see is not, to hear is not. I heard that the body of the physique of your ability to the same realm of a kill 3. I would like you to show a little bit, so that I open my eyes, up to see. As for your hand, but also just hope that you do not have to hide. This compartment has some rudeness, I hope you forgive me. Afterwards, I will send you a gift of compensation and respect. Gu Hong wasn't joking, the reason he struck out was that simple. 1 to 3 in the same realm? Gu Hong was interested. If Lin Yao was truly in existence as terrifying as that, then Gu Hong wouldn't mind fully cultivating him to reach the Jindan realm. When he opened his mouth, Gu Hong called Lin Yao his little friend. And this, undoubtedly, gave Lin Yao enough face. After all, if you change other you wanting to come, then they face just the late stage of foundation building Lin Yu. It is likely to be a sentence of foundation building children or say ignorant juniors what's dark mouth. Boom! After the words were spoken, Gu Hong once again released a lofty, Tarzan-like pressure. This time, Gu Hong's pressure was covering the 5 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect in a straight line. The 5 of you, likewise go all out. If there is the slightest slackness, I will suppress you all. After Gu Hong's words fell in a resounding voice, he went to Gu Nian's side, escorting Gu Nian while getting ready to watch the battle. Hearing Gu Hong's words, the 5 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect were instantly anxious. Repression? Doesn't another word mean decapitation? Fellow disciples, only one side can survive today. We'll fight. So what if it's a physical cultivator? I, Wang Tong, have not failed to decapitate them by sacrificing the 3rd grade spirit weapon that has been passed down for generations. I really don't believe it. One of him can beat 5 of us. That is, we all have the same cultivation level. Can he still turn the tables? You will be the first physical cultivator to die under my gun, but definitely won't be the last. The coercion of death caused the morale of the 5 foundation establishment elders of the Yunlan sect to soar. Looking at them, it seemed like they couldn't wait to eat Lin Yao alive at the moment. Although the hobby of Lin Yao does not like to fight and kill much, he understands that the moment is unavoidable, and today is also a must-fight. Therefore, in the moment of lightning and fire, Lin Yao decisively struck out in a swift and decisive manner. Sengoku won. 5%. After a sound battle, Lin Yao, who had found the right opportunity, managed to take the life of a foundation establishment cultivator. Since then, the situation has become 1 against 4. Good. Seeing this scene, while his eyes suddenly lit up, Gu Hong's face was instantly filled with a smile of surprise that was hard to suppress. 1 against 5 in the same realm and still be able to kill one back? With this alone, Gu Hong was able to conclude that Lin Yao's strength was extraordinary. At the same time, it was more straightforward to confirm that Lin Yao's deed of killing 3 people in the same realm 1 by 1 was true. Nowadays, it seems that there's just a gap between physical cultivators and physical cultivators. Gu Hong could guarantee that his daughter Gu Nian, who also possessed the physique, would never be able to go 1 on 5, and as a result, there would be no mention of killing another one back. One could only say that Gu Nian had really just picked up a treasure on this trip to fetch the fury. Lin Yao is such a talented person. Looking at the entire Wuji Empire and even the entire Eastern Wasteland continent, it is inevitable that there is no one else like him, and Gu Hong will also cherish this rare chance of heaven. Properly grasp Lin Yao in the hands, so that he is loyal to Gu Nian. For the Wuji Empire service, Sengoku 2, 5%. After another period of great battles, Lin Yao, who had chopped together the realm of foundation building again, made the situation a pair of 3. Despite the words, Lin Yao was going to be unable to do so. It wasn't that Lin Yao was going to be defeated, it was that he was going to run out of spiritual energy and stamina. Lin Yao was not an android, much less a perpetual motion machine. Without unlimited stamina and spiritual power, his 1 on 5 decapitation of 2 was already an unprecedented limit. Seeing that Lin Yao was going to be unable to do so, Gu Hong was slowly speaking, and it, boom, boom, boom. Just as Gu Hong's words fell, powerful mana exploded within the bodies of the only 3 remaining foundation establishment cultivators of the Yunlan sect. From the moment the Yunlan sect had stood against Gu Nian, everyone up and down the Yunlan sect had been sentenced to death by Gu Hong. Immediately, the system's cold and indifferent mechanical voice sounded once again in Lin Yao's head. Congratulations to the host. Completion of the mission. Congratulations to the host. You have completed your mission and your cultivation level has increased by a small amount. Congratulations to the host. For completing the mission you have obtained a spiritual weapon upgrade talisman. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 3 months of longevity for completing the mission. Name, Lin Mirage. Cultivation level, foundation building consummation. Physique, minor Vidra physique. Status, 9 months of life remaining. Skills, 3rd grade technique heavenly flying immortal, great accomplishment. 2nd grade technique life snatching 9 swords, great accomplishment. 1st grade technique royal sword art, great accomplishment. Item equipment, Heavenly Sword, Pseudo Grade 3. Dragon Armor, Grade 3. 1 Spiritual Weapon Upgrade Talisman, Grade 3. Fate, Heaven's Favor, at critical moments. You, the host, will encounter Heaven's Favor. Buzz. After a burst of spiritual energy exploded uncontrollably from Lin Yao's body, Lin Yao had successfully broken through from the late stage of Foundation Establishment to Foundation Establishment Perfection. Seeing this scene, Gu Hong's eyes were brighter. After this battle, it's rather only one step away from the Jindan realm. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, the heart of cultivating Lin Yao to become a Jindan, Gu Hong was even more determined. When he opened his mouth, Gu Hong was nodding his head non-stop while the satisfaction on his face became more and more visible. On the side, seeing Lin Yao's cultivation breakthrough and his strength going to the next level, Lu's heart was shocked and appalled. P.S. It's a bit late for more. Next chapter coming soon. Chapter 33, Fourth Foundation Building Method, Earthly Fate Foundation Building. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Lu still remembered that during the dinner in Liang City, Lin Yao had said that his cultivation had just broken through not long ago. You just broke through a while ago and now you're breaking through? Are physical cultivators this fierce? Or is there some other secret in the mix that is not known? Since becoming a Jindan, this was the first time that Lu had been so curious about a Foundation Establishment cultivator. In other words, Lu's first time was given to Lin Fantasy, both being physical cultivators. I never thought that the gap between Senior Lin and I would be so great. Seeing the same as the physical cultivator Lin Yao can the same realm a pair of more not to mention. And even cultivation can also be in a short period of time after a series of breakthroughs. The brain popped up such a thought Gu Nian is also on its worship. Gu Nian didn't worship many people. Her eldest sister Gu Qinghan and her father Gu Hong were both. And now, there was an additional cultivator like Lin Yao who also possessed a physique. After the first and second points were all resolved, Gu Hong escorted Gu Nian and took Lin Yao back to Wuji City. As for that Yunlan sect and Yunshan sect, Gu Hong definitely won't let it go either. Before going to Wuji City, Gu Hong had asked the 3 Jindan realm cultivators behind him to go and exterminate with Lu. The whole clan, the Foundation cultivators, not a single one of them will be left behind. As for the Qi practicing cultivators, let's start with 90% dead. There's a saying that charity doesn't lead soldiers and righteousness doesn't control money. And those who have soldiers and money should kill and destroy. Everything is done from the point of view of profit, with the greater good in mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qingyang City, the Lin family, after giving the Foundation Establishment pill left behind by his old ancestor to the third elder of the Lin family, Lin Langtian also missed his old ancestor. Old ancestor only broke through to the late stage of Foundation Establishment. I also don't know if he can break through to the late stage of Foundation Establishment within 30 years. If that's possible, then within 100 years, my Lin family should be able to become the 19th sequence family. While secretly thinking in his heart, Lin Langtian was also very much looking forward to the day of the family promotion sequence. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Lin Langtian's mind, and such a slowly appearing question confused and intrigued him. The question is simple. Why didn't the old man die when his time was up? Is it possible that it's because of the old ancestor's physique? Thinking about it, it should be the reason for the physique that allowed the old ancestor who was only at the Foundation Establishment cultivation level to live past 300 years old. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Not long after, Lin Yao's group arrived at Wuji City. Wuji City was worthy of being the most prosperous and rich capital of the Wuji Empire, not to mention the imperial capital of the empire. Looking at the tall and magnificent solid city walls, one would not know how many streets the walls of Qingyang City had left behind. Not to mention that the quality of the cultivators here was also obviously not 1 or 2 grades better than Qingyang City. It wasn't long after Lin Yao and his group entered the city that the news of their arrival was reported to the Phoenix Luan Palace. Fangluan Palace, that is, the palace residence of Gu Qinghan, the eldest princess of the Wuji Empire. For Gu Qinghan, his first child, Gu Hong is very favored, and he never thought Gu Qinghan harbored treacherous heart, not to mention the woman body Gu Qinghan coveted the throne of the emperor. Ninth brother is back? I'll have to go talk to him then. Let's just hope he'll start the ceremony soon. After confirming again and again that Gu Nian had returned, Gu Qinghan freshened up and dressed up in a row, going to probe Gu Nian and ask her how soon she was going to start the earthly ceremony. The first method of practicing Qi to break through the foundation building, relying on oneself to force a breakthrough. This method has a low probability of success and a high risk factor, and if it fails, the backlash is unimaginable. The second method of practicing Qi to break through to foundation building, taking foundation building pills to make a breakthrough. This method had a high probability of success, and the risk factor could almost be said to be none. And even if the breakthrough failed in the end, the backlash or whatever would not be big. The third method of practicing Qi to break through to foundation building, utilizing the harmonic pulse array to make a breakthrough. This method has an equally high probability of success and does not have any risk factor. Of the three methods, if they were free to choose, then 99.9% of cultivators would inevitably go for the third. As for the fourth method of practicing Qi to break through foundation building, it is to rely on the earthly fury ritual to build the foundation. Earlier, Grandmother Lu had taken Gun Yan on a tour of the 360 cities of the Wuji Empire to take 360 portions of earthly fury Qi in order to allow Gun Yan to utilize the earthly fury ritual to build her foundation. Earthly fury foundation building requires 360 portions of earthly fury Qi. The Earth's fury, something that exists in the presence of many living beings. P.S. Put up something else. Change it later. Books that canon didn't release. Akusha, Dragon Tang City, Enlightenment Square. The Enlightenment Plaza was large enough to cram in 100,000 people, but on this particular day, the Enlightenment Plaza still looked very crowded. The crowded square was full of people talking. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the flying tiger General Li Cun Xiao, right? Twins? Wouldn't that be a family of two? Li Jing? Li Cun Xiao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also don't know who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangui, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I also don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yi Feng, and at this moment Yi Feng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yi Feng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. After becoming invisible and blind, Yi Feng's dreams became peculiar. How's that for peculiar? When Yi Feng dreamed every day, he would dream of a small child, that little child hand wearing a gold ring, waist tie red damask, wearing a brightly colored like blood small belly band. That small child, although cute, love, pink and tender, but also very naughty. No matter where to go or chicken fly, fish leap kite fly. Yesterday when he dreamed, Yi Feng saw that little child again without exception. It was also yesterday that the water player smashed a 4-clawed true dragon to death with the gold ring he wore on his hand. The scene was as shocking as it could be, as bloody as it could be. Until now, Yi Feng was immersed in it without coming back to his senses. It was also at this time that the sound of propagation rang out. Attention all dragon talents. The Spirit Enlightenment ceremony will officially begin in 10 minutes. Please enter the Spirit Enlightenment formation as soon as possible if you haven't yet done so as not to miss the ceremony. An initiation ceremony is a ceremony that focuses on the awakening of a guardian spirit. A person who successfully awakens a guardian spirit is honored as a sending spirit. A spirit sender? It's the mainstream of the age. In today's world, there is no one who doesn't want to become a spiritualist, not to mention ordinary people or normal people. Even 3-year-old children and even people with IQ problems want to become spiritualists. After reaching the required age, Yi Feng also came to participate in the Spirit Enlightenment ceremony. The sender is closely related to the guardian spirit. Your last name is Zheng? Then you may awaken the civil official Zhang Zhuzheng. You may also awaken Zhang Fei, a military general. Are you horny? Then you may awaken the Eastern 5-clawed golden dragon. Or you may awaken the Western 2-winged dragon. The former because the family name is the same as the guardian spirit, and the latter because the character is the same as the guardian spirit. What's Yi Feng's last name? Last name is Yi, but there doesn't seem to be any famous people with the surname Yi in history, right? Yekanara Tsishi? It's kind of a celebrity. It just has a really bad reputation. Chapter 34, The Seventh Offering. Family flowers are no more fragrant than wildflowers. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Delivery? It's that reparation and salute? It's actually coming so fast? Recalling the words that Emperor Gu Hong of Wuji had said earlier, the promises he had made, Lin Yao was reacting instantly. Gu Hong was worthy of being in charge of an empire. His efficiency was fast. Lin Yao had just checked in when the gifts came. For Gu Hong's gift, Lin Yao was honestly looking forward to it. Can a gift from a Yuaning powerhouse be simple? I can think with my ass and know that it's definitely not ordinary. Without hesitation, Lin Yao, who had exited the room, was opening the courtyard door in succession. Outside the courtyard gate, there stood a eunuch with crane hair and kind brows. His cultivation level was the same as Lin Fantasy's. He was at the perfect foundation establishment stage. The empire of the immortal cultivation world also has eunuchs. I don't know how to address the eunuch. Seeing that the other party's cultivation was the same as his own, Lin Yao was slightly lowering his stance and inquired with a smile. His Majesty bestowed the surname Wei, the name Zhongxian. I'm here to meet Mr. Lin, courteous. That eunuch responded with the same smile and similarly lowered his stance. Hearing her father-in-law's name, Lin Yao couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Wei Zhongxian? Zhongxian Wei? Is that such a coincidence? One can only say that Gu Hong really knows how to pick names. That's a good name. While the smile on his face grew even bigger, Lin Yao was exclaiming from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Lin is polite, not caring about Lin Yao's compliments. Wei Zhongxian only thought that the other party was being polite with himself. After speaking, Wei Zhongxian took out something he had prepared long ago, which was a storage ring. This is something His Majesty asked me to send. Please keep it, Mr. Lin. I'll trouble eunuch Wei. Without thinking, Lin Yao accepted it straight away. His Majesty's account has been completed, so I won't bother Mr. Lin anymore. Seeing that Lin Yao had accepted the things, Wei Zhongxian then bid him farewell. After eunuch Wei left, Lin Yao closed the courtyard door. Afterwards, Lin Yao, who returned to his room in the compound, was directly checking out the things in his storage ring. It didn't matter if Lin Yao didn't check it out. As soon as he did, he was instantly staring in disbelief. At the same time, Lin Yao's breathing rate as well as his heart rate had significantly increased. There weren't many things in the storage ring, just 3. Although the words were said so, any one of the 3 could make a foundation establishment power go crazy over it. To take it to the next level, the first item was 3 foundation building pills. The second item was a sword-type 3rd-grade spiritual weapon. The third item was a 4th-grade artifact and 2 3rd-grade artifacts. In addition to these 3 things, there was also a copy of Gu Hong's holy decree inside. Without bothering about the 3 things or the 3 gifts, out of basic politeness and curiosity in his heart, Lin Yao first examined the Golden Imperial Decree. After carefully opening the Golden Imperial Decree, the content inside was then reflected in Lin Yao's eyes. By the grace of God, the Emperor's decree. Seeing the words as they are, I hereby invite you Lin to become the 7th seat of my Wuji royal family's offerings, and if you Lin agrees to the invitation, then I, the Wuji royal family, will definitely help you achieve the Jindan realm within 30 years. The content of the holy decree was simple and clear, and Lin Yao quickly read through it. After some thought, Lin Yao had an answer in his mind. Nowadays, Lin Yao was already Gu Nian's person, and as such, it was fine for the relationship between the 2 parties to go further. So Lin Yao was willing to become the 7th seat of the Wuji imperial family's offerings. Where did Lin Yao know that the weakest of the Wuji royal family's offerings was also at the Jindan stage? If Lin Yao wasn't invincible in the same realm, then Gu Hong wouldn't have invited him to be a royal envoy so early. When the matter of the holy decree was resolved, Lin Yao got the gift, the 3 foundation establishment pills. Lin Yao would find time to send them back to the Lin family for the clansmen to use. A 3rd-grade sword-type spirit weapon. Spring and autumn, Lin Mirage received it as if it were a treasure. Finally, there are those 3 arts. 4th-grade defensive spell, Fudo Mingwang. 3rd-grade increased technique, Overlord disarming armor. 3rd-grade sword art, Guanghan 14 continents. The 3 arts, without exception, all fit Lin Yao very well, especially the defense-type arts and sword-type arts among them. It was more like they were tailored specifically for Lin Yao, who practiced sword and whose physique was almost bound to his defense. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 9th prince's residence. Running all the way is really bitter to my 9th brother. Can you tell my sister how you harvested this time? After seeing his younger brother Gu Nian, Gu Qinghan, who had an amiable smile on his face, first made a polite remark with him. Once you come up, surely you can't just say what the purpose is. And to lure them in slowly was exactly Gu Qinghan's plan at the moment. Facing her elder sister's inquiry, Gu Nian, who also had a smile on her face, opened her mouth in response, directly spilling out all of her experience of traveling through 360 cities. Harvest? No problem, sister. Let me tell you. Not long after, from Gu Nian's mouth, Gu Qinghan learned everything about the other party's trip. Lin fantasy? Cooking well? Invincible in the same realm? As he murmured to himself, Gu Qinghan, whose brow was furrowed, also felt puzzled and confused. What's all this about? Good cooking by someone who was invincible in the same realm. Are those 2 terms really good for one person? Seeing that eldest sister Gu Qinghan seemed a little less convinced, Gu Nian, who hadn't explained too much to the other side, simply said, Sister, take you to see the world? Home flower which has wildflower fragrance. Say the palace stew. Gu Nian early ate tired, because of this even if she returned to the palace, but also will still go to find the forest illusion to get food. Whatever. In order to find out how soon the earthbending ceremony would begin, Gu Qinghan was the one who gave an unthinking answer, willing to go with Gu Nian to see what was going on. Isn't it just rice? How good can it be? Gu Nian was also someone who was about to build a foundation, but still craved the grains and cereals of the mundane world. One could only say that the throne of the emperor was not hers. Gu Qinghan, wait, I'll go get some ingredients. Before going to Lin Yao's mansion, Gu Nian, who wanted to order food, didn't forget to prepare the ingredients in advance. Gu Qinghan's silence expressed her speechlessness and helplessness towards her own night brother. I remember the last time I ate grains and cereals. It seems like it was thousands of years ago. A cold voice rang out in Gu Qinghan's head. Within a short time, Gu Nian and Gu Qinghan both brought a bunch of ingredients for cooking to the compound where Lin Yao was. Meat dishes such as chicken, duck, fish and meat are available, and the greens and potatoes and red and white carrots and whatever vegetables are just as good. Greetings, Your Highness. Seeing Gu Nian arrive, Lin Yao, who had taken the initiative to speak, was greeted respectfully. I'm sorry to bother Elder Lin, this is my big sister. Come along and try your handiwork. Nodding, Gu Nian smiled and introduced Gu Qinghan to Lin Yao. Greetings, Your Highness. The sensible Lin Yao greeted Gu Qinghan again. Aha, Gu Qinghan nodded. Chapter 35 Lin Yao is a spirit cuisine master. Foundation establishment in half a month. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. What would Your Highness like to eat today? Looking at the large bag of dishes, Lin Yao was the one who took the initiative to open her mouth to inquire about Gu Nian. I'll do whatever. Whatever. You're on your own. Without hesitation, Gu Nian was the one who gave the answer without thinking. Good. After Lin Yao answered back, he went to do it. It wasn't that Gu Nian didn't have any opinions. It was that Lin Yao's cooking was just too good. While wanting to eat this, no kidding, Gu Nian wanted to try that again. In this way, Gu Nian was directly out of her choice. Because of this, Gu Nian simply did not do anything and gave the right to make the meal to Lin Yao, letting Lin Yao be in charge of making it while she was in charge of eating it. Ninth brother, in the future, don't say that sister is bullying you. It's that the position of the emperor is really not suitable for you. After all, you can't even make a decision on what to eat. How can you deal with national issues that concern the lives and deaths of thousands of people in the future? Listening to Gu Nian's words, while secretly thinking in his heart, Gu Qinghan's desire to possess the coveted throne of the emperor was taken to the next level. At the same time, for ninth brother Gu Nian, Gu Qinghan was somewhat despised. As a man who couldn't even make a decision on what to eat, Gu Qinghan just wanted to say that this man was a failure. Within a short time, Lin Yao had made a large table of delicious food. Potato cassoulet, braised short ribs, stir-fried pork back. This is a dish made from grains and cereals? Sure, it's not a delicacy made from precious spiritual dishes? Looking at the table that one after another colorful and fragrant delicacies, so an idea thought in Gu Qinghan's head at the same time. For a moment did not react to the she was frozen. After coming back to her senses, Gu Qinghan, whose eyes were straight, gulped. Yes, Gu Qinghan was successfully seduced. Could it be that Lin Yao was a very rare spirit cuisine master? How else could his cooking be so tantalizing? Even Gu Qinghan, who had half a foot in Jindan, craved it. Spiritual cuisine master, one of the professions in the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. The rarity of the profession of spirit cuisine master was far greater than that of alchemists and formation masters, as well as a host of mainstream professions. The role of a spirit cuisine master is very simple. That is, to be able to create very delicious dishes that are beneficial to immortal cultivators. Can you make ordinary ingredients taste this good? Gu Qinghan decided that Lin Yao was bound to be a spirit cuisine master. Within the palace, there were quite a few alchemists and formation masters, but there was only one spirit cuisine master. That spirit cuisine master in the palace only served Emperor Gu Hong of Wuji alone. Later on, when she, Gu Qinghan, became the new emperor of the Wuji Empire, she would take Lin Yao under her wing and make him serve her. Gu Qinghan was fortunate enough to have eaten the meals made by that spirit cuisine master in the palace. The flavor and everything was really good, but compared to this table made by Lin Yao it was just a small thing. So, is Lin Yao not a second or third grade spiritual cuisine master above the first grade spiritual cuisine master in the palace? At this moment, for Lin Yao, who was invincible in the same realm and who was good at cooking, Gu Qinghan was curious. Your Highnesses, please. Seeing Gu Qinghan freeze, Lin Yao was opening his mouth to remind him. Lin Yao's words just fell. Has long been impatient. Gu Nian is even on the table, even open to eat. On the side, after Gu Qinghan reacted, under the ghost of God, she also followed on the table, and even open to eat up. During the meal, Gu Qinghan and Gu Nian didn't say a word. It's not that the two never talk at dinner. It's that in the moment they take so many bites out of a meal for one more word. One less bite at the moment? It's no different than losing your life. This bean curd feels a bit old. After taking a bite of the bean curd and frowning, Lin Yao was subconsciously opened his mouth and commented. After Lin Yao finished speaking, Gu Nian subconsciously picked up a chopstick of bean curd. After putting the bean curd in the mouth and chewing 2 mouthfuls, Gu Nian, who suddenly brightened up in front of her eyes, was opening her mouth in succession, saying one sentence after another. Where is this bean curd, old ah? This bean curd is really great. As she said that, Gu Nian even put in a few more chopsticks of bean curd. Immediately afterward, Gu Nian buried her head and ate bitterly, no longer speaking. She, Gu Nian, could have eaten a reply pot of this bean curd mix alone. Seeing this, Lin Yao only felt that Gu Nian's child hadn't had a good meal. Cooking took about half an hour, but eating took a mere 3 minutes. Elder Lin, I'll trouble you for the evening as well. After eating and drinking his fill, the satisfied Gu Nian did not forget about the meal in the evening. Gu Nian's words had just fallen, when Gu Qinghan, who was on the side, opened his mouth and said without blushing, "Ninth brother, I'll come to guide you in your cultivation at night, and by the way, I'll share with you a little bit of my experience in building the foundation." After the words were spoken, and after remembering his purpose, Gu Qinghan inquired again, "By the way, ninth brother, how long will it take you to build your foundation?" "Within half a month." Gu Nian was the one who gave an answer without even thinking about it, considering the worshipful eldest sister Gu Qinghan as the closest person. Therefore, the time of foundation building and whatnot, Gu Nian was telling her directly. Receiving Gu Nian's answer, Gu Qinghan was instantly delighted in his heart. In half a month? That's not far off. Then I wish ninth brother success in building his foundation. The path to immortality is even better. Gu Qinghan with a smile on his face made a polite remark. Borrow big sister's good advice. Gu Nian responded with a sentence. Immediately, Gu Nian and Gu Qinghan left. P.S. Put something else. We'll change it back later. Akusha, Dragon Tang City, Enlightenment Square. The Enlightenment Plaza was large enough to cram in 100,000 people. But on this particular day, the Enlightenment Plaza still looked very crowded. The crowded square was buzzing with people. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the flying tiger General Li Cun Xiao, right? Twins? Wouldn't that be a family of 2? Li Jing, Li Cun Xiao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also wonder who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangui, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yi Feng, and at this moment Yi Feng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yi Feng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. After becoming invisible and blind, Yi Feng's dreams became peculiar. How's that for peculiar? When Yi Feng dreamed every day, he would dream of a small child. That little child hand wearing a gold ring, waist tie red damask, wearing a brightly colored like blood small belly band. That small child, although cute, love, pink and tender, but also very naughty. No matter where to go or chicken fly, fish leap kite fly. Yesterday when he was dreaming, Yi Feng saw that little child again without exception. It was also yesterday that the water player smashed a 4-clawed true dragon to death with the gold ring he wore on his hand. The scene was as shocking as it could be, as bloody as it could be. Until now, Yi Feng was immersed in it without coming back to his senses. It was also at this time that the sound of propagation rang out. Attention all dragon talents. The Spirit Enlightenment ceremony will officially begin in 10 minutes. Please enter the Spirit Enlightenment formation as soon as possible if you haven't yet done so as not to miss the ceremony. An initiation ceremony is a ceremony that focuses on the awakening of a guardian spirit. A person who successfully awakens a guardian spirit is honored as ascending spirit. Chapter 36 6th Grade Qualification Forest Illusion. Red Dust Robbery. Requesting for recommendation and monthly tickets. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. This week, after Lin Yao cooked for Gu Nian and Gu Qinghan every day, he spent all of his remaining time on art cultivation. In just 1 week, 3 arts, 2 major accomplishments, 1 minor achievement. 4th grade defense class spell Immovable King, small success. 3rd grade increased class technique Overlord Disarming Armor, Da Shang. 3rd grade sword type spell Light and Cold 14 continents, Da Shang. A man who can't say no, much less too soon, but Lin Yao couldn't help it. He couldn't control it, he was just so fast. In the aspect of art cultivation speed, Some people couldn't go faster even if they wanted to. To be honest, when looking at the entire Wuji Empire and even the entire Eastern Wasteland continent, the cultivation speed of Lin Mirage's spells was not to say that it was absolutely unique. It was also a phoenix in the sky, an extremely rare existence. Is it hard to believe that I'm a genius? But I remember the original being a medium. So how could my art cultivation speed be so fast? At the same time that such an thought popped up in his head, Lin Yao, whose brows were slightly furrowed, also felt puzzled and confused. The original body had cultivated for most of his life before he had cultivated a third-grade art to the grand completion level. Lin Yao, who came through the soul, was good, but in just 7 days he practiced 2 third-grade arts to a great success, not to mention that he even cultivated a 4th-grade art to the level of a small success. It is also for this reason, if there is no problem in this, that is to beat Lin Yao to death, he will not believe. Suddenly, the system's cold and indifferent mechanical voice rang out. Ding dong, the host's personal panel has been updated. May I ask the host whether to view the personal panel? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yao was subconsciously opened his mouth and gave a reply in response saying, "View." Immediately, a virtual panel was reflected in Lin Yao's eyes. In the panel, it was Lin Yao's personal information at the moment. Name, Lin Mirage. Cultivation level, Foundation building consummation. Physique, minor Vidra physique. Status, 9 months of life remaining. Skills, 4th grade defense type spell Fudo Mingwan, small completion. 3rd grade sword type spell Heavenly Flying Immortal, large completion. 3rd grade augmentation type spell Overlord Unloading Armor, large completion. 3rd grade sword type spell Light and Cold 14 Continents, large completion. Items and equipment, Heavenly Sword, pseudo 3rd grade. Spring and Autumn Sword, 3rd grade. Augur Armor, 3rd grade. Harmonic Chakra Formation, 2nd grade. And 1 spiritual weapon upgrade charm, 3rd grade. Fate, Heaven's Favor, at critical moments. You, the host, will encounter Heaven's Favor. Qualification, 6th grade. Note, the original body is a 2nd grade qualification, and the host is a 5th grade qualification, which adds up to a 6th grade qualification. The higher the qualification, the higher the future achievement, and at the same time, the faster the cultivation speed of the arts will be. Lin Yao quickly read through the personal panel after a glance. Sharp-eyed, he also found that the personal panel more qualifications so a column. At the same time, Lin Yao also discovered a very obvious problem. Shouldn't 2 plus 5 be 7? How come it's 6? System, you were taught math by a gym teacher, right? In his heart, the darkly spoken Lin Yao questioned the system and raised the issue he had discovered. In the face of Lin Yao's inquiry or question, the system gave a corresponding answer, only to hear the cold and indifferent mechanical voice confidently returned. 2 plus 5 does indeed equal 7. But a 2nd ranked plus a 5th ranked can only equal a 6th ranked at most. Let's take an example. An incomparably precious 2nd grade elixir plus a 5th grade elixir might be comparable to a 6th grade elixir, but it's not comparable to a 7th grade elixir by any means. Now, do you know why your qualification is 6th grade? The system's reply was both concise and clear, and Lin Yao, who quickly reacted, also instantly understood its meaning. So system, how is this 6th grade qualification of mine? After getting an answer or rather an explanation, while accepting in his heart that he was a 6th grade qualification, Lin Yao was also eager to find out how he was qualified. Compared to the last answer, the system answered more directly this time. Dishes are practiced more often. Lin Fantasy. Lin Yao smiled, and ultimately did not ask again, much less say anything more. Smiling is a courtesy, but there are times when that's a warning. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lin family of Qingyang City. Family Master. There are people visiting outside. They claim to be from the imperial capital. The Lin family's grand elder reported such a sudden and unexpected piece of news to Lin Langtian. Someone from the imperial capital? Could it be related to the old ancestor? After the Lin family's grand elder finished speaking, such a thought popped up unconsciously in Lin Langtian's mind. The old ancestor had gone to the imperial capital not long ago, and because of this, Lin Langtian was certain that the people coming from the imperial capital definitely had nothing to do with the old ancestor. After some brief thinking, Lin Langtian greeted the people from the imperial capital. After greeting them, and after exchanging information, Lin Langtian also managed to learn what the purpose of the people coming from the imperial capital was. And after learning the purpose of the people coming from the imperial capital, Lin Langtian, who was not joking, then only felt that his 3 views and worldview had been ruthlessly refreshed. The people from the imperial capital were a group of dart-carrying cultivators. They had come to the Lin family in Xingyang City because they had been tasked by their employer, Lin Yao. The content of the mission was very simple. It was to deliver 3 foundation establishment pills to the Lin family. Hearing the moment of the 3 foundation establishment Dan, again and again to confirm that they are not mistaken and make a mistake. This is never expected and never dare to think of Lin Langtian is on the spot stupid eyes. It's not the old man. You have become a base-building Dan wholesaler? The foundation establishment pills taken out in half a month were more than what Xingyang City had taken out in hundreds of years. Lin family practicing qi consummation only 3 people, which he Lin Langtian has broken through the foundation. And the third elder also took the foundation Dan is sprinting to the foundation stage. In other words, after the 3 foundation Dan there will be 2 left. Previously, foundation building Dan was in short supply and had a price without a market. And once it appeared, it would cause a group of forces to go crazy for it. But now, it was going to be put in the Lin family treasury to fall into dust. One can only say that this is really 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the Lin family poor ah. There were countless stars dotted under the dark ink-like night, and a round of bright and dazzling jade disc was now hanging high in the mid-air. Standing at the top of the attic, the blind, white-haired old man who had gone through a lot of trouble and whose eyes were bleeding finally calculated Gunyan's third calamity. Gunyan's third type of calamity was called the red dust calamity. The blind white-haired old man couldn't figure out why the heavenly Tao seizing luck, the python sparrow swallowing the dragon as well as the red dust robbery would happen to the same person. The blind, white-haired old man will not keep counting. He will let the great time give him answers and lift the mystery hidden behind the curtain. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bookstore of Emperor Gu Hong of Wuji. Nian set the time right? In that case then prepare in advance. Chapter 37 Gunyan's and Crown Ceremony. Earthly Fate Foundation building is about to begin. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Inside the study, there were only 2 people. One person was naturally that Gu Hong. The other person is Lu Lu Lu. Lu 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 came to see Gu Hong for one thing only, and that was to deliver the news that Gunyan had decided to open the Earthly Fate Foundation establishment ceremony in 3 days' time. Obey, Your Majesty. After delivering the message, Lu 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 then retired. After Lu 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 retired, Gu Hong, who had a serious look on his face and a serious demeanor that was obvious, also left the study. Leaving the bookstore, Gu Hong is going to the following 3 places. Place 1, the Imperial Treasury. Place 2, the Cultivation Chamber. Place 3, Gu Family Royal Tomb. Gunyan's Earthly Fate Foundation establishment ceremony concerns the future of the entire Wuji Empire, and it is for this reason that Gu Hong can't be sloppy and at the same time can't take it lightly. And to go to those 3 random one is not simple place. Gu Hong is also each has its own purpose or reason. First of all, going to the Imperial Treasure Trove. Gu Hong had to take out some treasures to use. Secondly, going to the Cultivation Chamber. Gu Hong was going to have all of the closeted royal providers come out to help, and together they would escort Gunyan through the earthly ceremony without incident. Lastly, when he went to the Gu family's royal tomb, Gu Hong wanted to invite out the one who lived in seclusion there, an old ancestor whose strength had reached the Yuaning realm just like him. There's a saying that goes something like fear not. Fear not. One could only say that Gu Hong had worked his ass off for Gunyan. After traveling to all 3 places without exception, Gu Hong also had 2 pieces of good news and 1 piece of bad news. Good news number 1. In the Imperial Treasury, Gu Hong took quite a few treasures that he thought he could use. Good news number 2. All the closed-door cultivation of the royal envoys were all willing to come out and join him in sheltering Gunyan to complete the Earthly Fate Foundation establishment ceremony. As for the bad news, then it was that old ancestor who had long ago retired to the mountains and no longer asked about world affairs was unwilling to help. Gu Hong didn't care about this. He had his own solution. Gu Hong on this side was preparing for Gunyan's Earthly Fate Foundation establishment ceremony, and Gu Qinghan on that side was likewise preparing for Gunyan's Earthly Fate Foundation establishment ceremony. That said, 1 for guarding and 1 for raiding. As soon as I slowed down, 2 days passed. Although today was not the day Gunyan opened the Earthly Fate Foundation building ceremony, today was just as important to Gunyan. No other way, because today is Gunyan's coming of age day or rather crown day. Gunyan's and the crown ceremony, done very grand. The banquet, the court civil and military officials are without exception all to all, and Lin Yao naturally participated in the same time. He is not surprisingly again did the chef. Nyener, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Today you have been crowned. In the future you will have to come into contact with the empire's political affairs. Tomorrow, you succeeded in building your foundation. You will be the crown prince of my Wuji empire. At that time, my father will let you supervise the country for half a year. Here to greet you in advance. I hope that you will be good, and make preparations early. After putting a tall hat on Gunyan, Gu Hong was the one who opened his mouth in a serious tone and said, "My son understands. Please rest assured. Father, I will not let you down." Gunyan, whose unwavering color was obvious on his face, was the one who answered and gave a reply. Regarding the matter of becoming a crown prince, although on the surface Gu Nian was yearning for it. In reality, she didn't feel much, not to mention the crown prince. But even if Gu Nian was allowed to become the emperor of Wuji, perhaps, power and whatnot, Gu Nian was not naturally cold and uninterested. Getting the desired answer, Gu Hong was nodding with satisfaction. With Gu Nian's words, that was enough for Gu Hong. Then, it was the rest of the people who gave Gu Nian blessings and congratulatory gifts and whatnot. Again, Gu Nian was not a fan of any of this. None of it was of much interest. At the banquet, the only thing that could make Gu Nian raise her interest was the delicious food that Lin Yao made. The banquet came fast and dispersed naturally fast. When the banquet was dispersed, Gu Qinghan found Gu Nian and left a sentence that Gu Nian at the moment couldn't catch no matter what. Night, brother. See you tomorrow. When he opened his mouth, Gu Qinghan's face was an amiable smile. After the words, Gu Qinghan, who was wearing a long golden palace dress, left straight away. Looking at the smile on Gu Qinghan's face, Gu Nian was feeling puzzled and confused. See you tomorrow? See you tomorrow for what? This evening, under Gu Hong's arrangement, Gu Nian would go to the designated location to prepare for the Earth Fury Foundation building ceremony. And when the time came, Gu Nian would start building her foundation. Breaking through the foundation establishment would normally take 10 days and half a month. Therefore, Gu Nian would inevitably not be able to see Gu Qinghan tomorrow. Rather than tomorrow, it would be nice to see it in half a month. And after the crown banquet, Lu and Gu Nian found Lin Yao together. Little friend Lin, His Majesty calls for you to go along to protect the young lord. This was the purpose of Lulu's search for Lin Yao. Elder Lin, didn't you say that you have a gift for me after I and my crown? This was Gu Nian's purpose in finding Lin Yao. P.S. Canon had a stomach bug again. Couldn't code in time. Put something else first. Change it later. I'm really sorry. Akusha, Dragon Tang City, Enlightenment Square. The Enlightenment Plaza was large enough to cram in 100,000 people. But on this particular day, the Enlightenment Plaza still looked very crowded. The crowded square was full of people talking. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the flying tiger General Li Cun Shao, right? Twins? Wouldn't this be a family of twins then? Li Jing? Li Cun Shao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also wonder who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangue, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yi Feng, and at this moment Yi Feng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yi Feng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. After becoming invisible and blind, Yi Feng's dreams became peculiar. How's that for peculiar? When Yi Feng dreamed every day, he would dream of a small child, that little child hand wearing a gold ring, waist tie red damask, wearing a brightly colored like blood small belly band. That small child, although cute, love, pink and tender, but also very naughty. No matter where to go or chicken fly, fish leap kite fly. Yesterday when he dreamed, Yi Feng saw that little child again without exception. It was also yesterday that the water player smashed a 4-clawed true dragon to death with the gold ring he wore on his hand. The scene was as shocking as it could be, as bloody as it could be. Until now, Yi Feng was immersed in it without coming back to his senses. Chapter 38 for Elephant Imperial Spirit Formation. Stay close to me later. Requesting for recommendation and monthly tickets. Under the night, Lin Mirage, who was escorting Gu Nian, went out the door. Not long after, Lin Yao arrived at the place designated by Gu Hong. Arriving at the place, one cultivator after another was successively reflected in Lin Yao's eyes. Even if he thought with his butt, Lin Yao knew that these cultivators in front of him were here for the protection of the law just like him, since they would be comrades in arms later. It wasn't too much for Lin Yao to observe them now, was it? After some observation, Lin Yao realized that most of these people's cultivation levels were in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and there were fewer pre-foundation and late foundation as well as foundation completion. Don't look down on the middle stage of foundation establishment. To know, Lin Fantasy original body cultivation for 300 years is only the middle stage of foundation establishment. At this time, Lu, who possessed mid-Jindan cultivation, arrived. Seeing Lin Yao, with a smile on her face, Lu was enthusiastic and took the initiative to go forward and greeted him. Little friend Lin came so early? Greetings, senior. Lin Yao answered and opened his mouth, returning with great respect. Little friend Lin is really courteous. Nowadays you're already a royal envoy, and I'm a colleague. Therefore, little friend Lin, you can just call me Taoist friend. When she opened her mouth to say this, the amiable smile on Lulu's face was obviously more flourishing. Looking at this appearance of Lulu, she seemed to be interested in befriending Lin Yao. A Jindan powerhouse befriending a base-building cultivator? This kind of thing is still relatively rare. However, now with 2 points, the current Lin Yao is worthy of Lulu's initiative to befriend. The first point was that Lin was only one step away from the Golden Dan realm. It was believed that with the help of the infinite Emperor Gu Hong, Lin Fantasy wouldn't be too far away from the day he became a Golden Dan powerhouse. The second point was that Lin Yao was the youngest ever offering from the Wuji imperial family. There is no one. No kidding. It would be a great blessing for an ordinary person to have one of the above 2 points. Boom! As soon as Lulu's words fell, without waiting for Lin Yao to give an answer, an incomparably powerful fluctuation of mana exploded violently in the air like a cannonball. Subconsciously, the crowd all looked to the sky, only to see that 2 figures stood in the air. One of them was no one else but the infinite Emperor Gu Hong, who was clad in a black and gold dragon robe. The other, on the other hand, was Gu Nian, who was ready to be promoted into a foundation establishment. Seeing Gu Hong and Gu Nian, the crowd at the scene that reacted was opening their mouths in unison and greeted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings to your Ninth Highness. Be excused. In response, Gu Hong returned. After the words, Gu Hong was silent and gave the floor to Gu Nian. Taking over the right to speak, Gu Nian was forceful and opened his mouth. The grace of all of you to protect the Dharma today. This prince bears it in mind. And after the matter is accomplished, there will be heavy thanks. This world, too, is about people. Because of this, before the Earthbending Foundation establishment ceremony began, Gu Nian first exchanged pleasantries with the people at the scene. After the words were spoken, Gu Nian's mind grew doubtful and puzzled. Gu Nian vaguely remembered that this place was the ancestral tomb of the Gu family, or the Gu family mausoleum. So why did her father set the location of her Earthly Fury Foundation building ceremony here? Wasn't he afraid of disturbing the dead ancestors? How could Gu Nian know that Gu Hong had deliberately set the location here? And by setting the ceremony location here, Gu Hong was also doing it for Gu Nian's benefit. The Gu family ancestral tomb or the Gu family mausoleum of the first baby ancestor is not willing to take the initiative to shelter. Then Gu Hong will force you to come out to shelter. Today, at this Gu family's ancestral tomb, if anything really happened to Gu Nian, Gu Hong didn't believe that that old ancestor wouldn't come to his aid. If you really don't want to help, that's no problem. When you die and meet the ancestors of the Gu family down there, go explain to them yourself why you didn't protect your offspring. In a family, there is nothing more important than the descendants. If the offspring can't, then the family can't. If the descendants are strong, the family will be strong. Therefore, it is only right that the elders of the family should protect the descendants of the family. In this regard, whether it was in the Wuji Empire, in the Eastern Wasteland continent, or on the continent of Kyushu, this was an unwritten rule of countless immortal cultivation families. The Gu family was in charge of the Wuji Empire and was also an immortal cultivation family. After Gu Nian's words, Gu Hong stood out and took out an object from his storage ring. The thing Gu Hong took out looked like a formation disc. Holding the object in one hand, Gu Hong opened his mouth to introduce it to the crowd. This object is called the 4-Elephant Imperial Spirit Formation, and is a pseudo-4th-grade formation disc. The main function of this formation is to increase. With this formation in place, a certain side of all of you will be able to increase by at least 40%. This time, for my son's protection, there are 8 Jindan and 88 Foundation establishment. I will remember them all. After saying this, without the slightest hesitation, taking out a bunch of spirit stones, Gu Hong activated the 4-Elephant Imperial Spirit Formation. The next moment, radiant light lit up the crowd at the scene. There are a total of 4 colors of light: red, white, cyan, and black. My spiritual energy has increased by 40%. I must say, this feeling of being stuffed is really just wonderful. My body is light and airy. I should have gotten a boost in my reflexes. This power, it makes me impatient for a big fight. Today, whoever dares to disrupt your Ninth Highness's Foundation establishment ceremony, I will kill them. And the Ninth Highness? One should honor His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yes, while the people on the scene had gotten their respective increases, unsurprisingly Lin Yao had naturally gotten them as well. After clenching his fist and feeling his entire body to confirm what increase he had received, a smile also appeared on Lin Yao's face. Harder. Obviously, Lin Yao had received a 40% increase in defense. Lin Yao was good at 3 points, and the best of them was hard. And now hard on hard. Lin Yao is naturally happy to see it. Men, you have to be hard. you can't do it without being hard. After using the array disk and giving everyone an increase, Gu Hong gave the escort plan. In each of the 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north, there will be 2 Jindan pressuring the array, and 22 foundation establishment assisting the array. Among them, the eastern direction will be guarded by the Jindan stage. Lulu was in charge of guarding the north side, and Lin Yao was similarly assigned to the north side. The Jindan powerhouses on the north side were a blind, white-haired old man in addition to Lulu. The blind white-haired old man was no one else, but the very same powerhouse who had calculated Gun Yan's calamity. The blind white-haired old man was recognizing people by their laws, and when he saw Lin Yao, he subconsciously opened his mouth and said, "Little friend, get closer to the old man." Lin Fantasy? Stay close to him? What do you mean? You have a crush on Lin Yao? All of a sudden, Lin Yao, who momentarily didn't know what the blind white-haired old man's purpose was, only wanted to save his ass. Seeing Lin Yao with a nervous and surprised look, the blind white-haired old man was smiling and opened his mouth. "Little friend, don't worry. I have no malice towards you. P.S. One more chapter, coming soon. Chapter 39, Walking Scale and Transforming Dragon Robbery. 3 parties gather, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Does Lin Yao have a chimera physique on him? Why else would he be watched everywhere?" Seeing that Lin Yao was actually being targeted by the blind white-haired old man, a color of gravity was slowly surfacing on the face of Lulu to the side. The others here might not know the skill of the blind white-haired old man, but Lulu who had worked with him knew all about it. "Say you have a hijacking. You have a hijacking. Say you're blessed. You're blessed." In other words, being targeted by a blind white-haired old man was either about to meet a good thing or immediately need a bad thing. That's fine if it's the former, but it can be tough if it's the latter. Bad things and whatnot. When you look at the heavens and the worlds, no sane person wants to run into them. After briefly comforting Lin Yao, the blind white-haired old man who continued to speak directly stated the reason for telling Lin Yao to stay closer to him. "Do not joke with little friend you." The old man 100 practice. People send the nickname of God Machine. Now cultivation 800 years. The most good at is the projection and prediction. Just now, at the first sight of your little friend, I concluded that you have a calamity, not to mention that the calamity is about to descend on you. After the blind white-haired old man finished his words and confirmed that he hadn't heard it wrong, Lin Yao was the one who instantly became serious and grave. What Senior said is not false. After swallowing his throat for a moment, Lin Yao then cautiously opened his mouth and tentatively inquired if it was in his previous life. If someone talked to Lin Yao like this, then Lin Yao designated that he would not pay a single bit of attention to it. But this life was different. It was a cultivation world where strength was paramount. Not to mention fortune-telling, it's no problem to split this heaven and earth with a sword. Therefore, Lin Yao had to pay attention to the words of the blind white-haired old man. Old Immortal doesn't have the mood or heart to joke with you. The exact time of your calamity Old Immortal can't calculate. But Old Immortal can be sure that it's just a short while from now. So, you stay closer to the Old Immortal later. And if you can, the Old Immortal will help you get through the calamity. In the face of the somewhat less than believing inquiry from Lin Yao, the blind white-haired old man gave his answer as he also became serious and grave. Jokes and all that. The blind white-haired old man's least favorite. Regarding his speculation, the blind white-haired old man was fully confident. The Walking Jiao Transformation Dragon Robbery. This was the robbery that existed on Lin Yao. Then I'll ask Senior to take care of it later. Receiving an answer. Since he didn't know what kind of calamity it was or exactly how long it would take for the calamity to come, Lin Yao decided to soldier on. It's just a show of hands. It's not a problem. The blind white-haired old man returned. A hijacking is not always a hijacking. Survive the calamity, and that's your chance. On the contrary, it's only a robbery if you can't get through it. Meanwhile, on the other side, not far from the Gu family's ancestral tomb or the Gu family's royal tomb, only to see that on a thick and incomparably large sky-high tree, 2 figures were standing on 2 branches as thin as bamboo poles, looking at the direction of the Gu family's ancestral tomb. One of the figures that was only 1.5 meters or so was slowly opening his mouth and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since we've had a new member. I hope that the newcomer this time will bring us 1,000,000,000 points of surprise. A new member with a physique will certainly not let the Alliance Master down." The other figure said something in response. The 2 figures, their cultivation or rather strength were not weak. One was in the middle Jindan stage and the other was in the late Jindan stage. Their targets, by the sound of the words, should be people with physical fitness. There were only 2 people with physical qualities in the Gu family's ancestral tomb. One was Lin Yao and the other was Gun Yan. My sixth sense tells me there's going to be some changes later. At that moment, the short figure of 1.5 meters felt something wrong and spat it out. A woman's sixth sense is usually spot on. That's why I believe you. The other figure said in response again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master, the people are all here. 10 Jindan, 67 Foundation Establishment. This force is enough to fight with the manpower gathered by Father. When Gu Qinghan opened her mouth, she was nervous and expectant in her heart. The day has finally come. If the raid was successful, she, Gu Qinghan, would be the future king of the Wuji Empire. The raid had failed, and that position would have nothing more to do with her. Success or failure depends on this raid. Since it's all together, then find the right moment and we'll go. That God transformation powerhouse in the ring was transmitting a voice to give a reply. Supporting Gu Qinghan to become the lord of the Wuji Empire would be of great benefit to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have compelled Gu Qinghan to fight for that position. Still, Gu Qinghan had thoughts about the imperial throne, and a big reason for that was because this teacher of hers had compelled her to mess with it. P.S. Put something else in, we'll change it later. Akusha, Dragon Tang City, Enlightenment Square. The Enlightenment Plaza was large enough to cram in 100,000 people, but on this particular day, the Enlightenment Plaza still looked very crowded. The crowded square was full of people talking. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the flying tiger General Li Cun Shao, right? Twins? Wouldn't this be a family of twins then? Li Jing? Li Cun Shao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also wonder who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangui, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yifeng, and at this moment Yifeng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yifeng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. After becoming invisible and blind, Yifeng's dreams became peculiar. How's that for peculiar? When Yifeng dreamed every day, he would dream of a small child, that little child hand wearing a gold ring, waist tie red damask, wearing a brightly colored like blood small belly band. That small child, although cute, love, pink and tender, but also very naughty. No matter where to go or chicken fly, fish leap kite fly. Yesterday when he was dreaming, Yifeng saw that little child again without exception. It was also yesterday that the water player smashed a 4-clawed true dragon to death with the gold ring he wore on his hand. The scene was as shocking as it could be, as bloody as it could be. Until now, Yifeng was immersed in it without coming back to his senses. It was also at this time that the sound of propagation rang out. Attention all dragon talents. The Spirit Enlightenment ceremony will officially begin in 10 minutes. Please enter the Spirit Enlightenment formation as soon as possible if you haven't yet done so as not to miss the ceremony. An initiation ceremony is a ceremony that focuses on the awakening of a guardian spirit. A person who successfully awakens a guardian spirit is honored as a sending spirit. A spirit sender? It's the mainstream of the age. In today's world, there is no one who doesn't want to become a spiritualist. Not to mention ordinary people or normal people. Even 3-year-old children and even people with IQ problems want to become spiritualists. After reaching the required age, Yifeng also came to participate in the Spirit Enlightenment ceremony. The sender is closely related to the guardian spirit. Chapter 40 Gu Hong vs Qiu Huang. Trenchless Gu Qinghan, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. As soon as he appeared, Gu Qinghan's transformation teacher used his Yuaning power to fight Gu Hong's Yuaning power. Boom! Buzz! The strong collision of the 2 strands of Yuaning power was successful in causing the space of this heaven and earth to be turbulent. Gu Hong retreated 100 paces. Gu Qinghan and her teacher, likewise, retreated 100 steps. In other words, both sides fought to a standstill. Just with the remnants of a Yuan Ying's body you were able to fight against me. So, Your Excellency, you should have been a transformation god powerhouse in your lifetime, correct? Gu Hong opened his mouth and inquired. Not bad. Teacher Gu Qinghan answered and gave a reply without the slightest hesitation. Dare I ask your name? As he continued to inquire, Gu Hong was puzzled. Qiu Huang. Without a hint of nonsense, Teacher Gu Qinghan straightened out her name. Getting the desired answer, Gu Hong then fell into deep thought. After some thought, Gu Hong was the one who sent out another inquiry. The inquiry Gu Hong sent out this time was the doubt that had just arisen in his mind. Your Excellency Qiu Hua, if I remember correctly, both the Sun and Moon Empire in the north and the Red Dust Empire in the south have nothing to do with you. Not to mention that even my Wuji Empire has nothing to do with you or disputes, right? So, I would like to ask, why did you bring people here today to disrupt my son's foundation building ceremony? Today, if you can't get an explanation, then Your Excellency Chiu Hua, you'll stay here forever. After speaking, from his storage ring, Gu Hong took out a 4th grade spirit blade. It was clear that the Gu Hong of the moment was ready for a big fight. So what if you were a god of transformation before you were born? Now you only have the remnants of a Yuan Ing left. He, Gu Hong, will not fear you. To dare to touch the future root of the Wuji Empire was to make an enemy of him, Gu Hong, and the entire Wuji Empire. Gu Hong was never merciful to his enemies, and the Wuji Empire would not have a single ounce of mercy. It was because it was ruthless enough that the Wuji Empire was able to survive in the gap between the two empires, the Sun and Moon Empire and the Red Dust Empire. Responding to Gu Han, it's the power of Chiu Hua's Yuan Ing. Immediately, the fierce battle started once again. Ching Han, Master will give you time to stall. As for your 9th brother's side of the ceremony, I'll leave it to you. Remember, it's only one chance, don't make any mistakes. In the silent shadows, while dealing with Gu Hong, Chiu Huang transmitted his voice to Gu Qinghan. No problem, teacher. The black-robed Gu Qinghan gave a firm reply. Spoil Gu Nian's ritual and things will be done. Not only did Gu Qinghan want to sabotage Gu Nian's foundation building ceremony, she also wanted to use Gu Nian's foundation building ceremony to further herself. Today, Gu Nian builds her foundation. Today, Gu Qinghan conjugated the Dan. Of the two, only one can program. Over here, while the touch and go battle violently started, over there, an uncovered coffin was also moving. Bang! A withered hand gripped the side of the coffin. And then, an old man climbed out of the coffin. It's all about dying, and running to toss the old man. That's annoying. The old man opened his mouth, cursing, with obvious displeasure and irritation on his incredibly old face. The old man was no other than the Gu family's Yuaning elder ancestor, Gu Chongkong. Gu Hong, early stage of Yuaning. Gu Chongkong, mid-Yuaning stage. After cursing twice, without a hint of hesitation, an instantaneous Gu Chongkong was rushing straight to Gu Hong's direction. Under the eyes of the ancestors, Gu Chongkong couldn't do anything without sheltering his descendants. I can only say that scion Gu Hong is really a dog. Surprisingly, he used kidnapping to force him, Gu Chongkong, to make a move. In life, there are always a few things you can't help but do. Not long after, Gu Chongkong arrived at the battlefield. Arriving at the battlefield, Gu Chongkong originally wanted to go and help Gu Hong to take down that Yuaning remnant Chiu Wang. But when he noticed that Gu Qinghan, who was wearing a black robe, was close to Gu Nian, who was a foundation establishment, he made an instant decision to shift his target and kill Gu Qinghan straight away. A small foundation establishment perfection, and you dare to jeopardize my Gu family's major events. I'd like to see what kind of face you have under that black robe. After the words were spoken, Gu Chongkong poked out a hand and grabbed Gu Qinghan's black robe straight away. In response, without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghan took out the long-prepared 4th grade spiritual talisman inflammation explosion talisman from his storage ring. There was a god of transformation level powerhouse as a teacher. Therefore it was impossible for Gu Qinghan not to have something good. After utilizing the spirit stone to catalyze the spirit talisman, Gu Qinghan flung it towards Gu Chongkong. I'm sorry, old ancestor. As he flung it out, Gu Qinghan apologized in his mind. A 4th grade spirit talisman. Its power was no different from a Yuaning powerhouse striking out. When an ordinary Jindan is faced with it, it is bound to be a result of neither death nor serious injury. A 4th grade spirit talisman? A small foundation establishment has such depth. After noticing the level of the spirit talisman, his eyes widened while Gu Chongkong didn't dare to belittle Gu Qinghan anymore. A Chikyu with a 4th grade spirit talisman? It was the first time Gu Chongkong, who had lived for nearly 3,000 years, had seen it. Taking advantage of Gu Chongkong's hiding gap, from the storage ring Gu Qinghan was taking out another crushing, the treasure that her teacher Chiu Huang had left for her. 4th grade array disc. Isolation array. After the array disc was activated, no cultivator with a cultivation level above foundation establishment and below transformation spirit would be able to enter the array. This time, Gu Qinghan was still using a spirit stone to catalyze the array plate. The isolation array, with the duo of Gu Qinghan and Gu Nian as the center of the circle. Within the formation, there were currently only Gu Qinghan and Gu Nian. Just which family's heavenly pride is this? Is it really okay to be so trenchant? Seeing that Gu Qinghan, whose cultivation was only foundation establishment perfection with a black robe covering his entire body, had actually taken out 2 4th grade treasures in an instant, Gu Chongkong's heart was greatly shocked, and at the same time, he slowly came back to his senses as he also began to break the formation. Jindan and Yuaning couldn't enter the isolation formation, and because of this, Gu Chongkong had no choice but to attempt to break the formation. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom. Leaving no stone unturned, Gu Changkong went all out on the 4th grade isolation formation and blasted it violently. For Elephant Imperial Spirit Formation, North Battlefield, 3 Jindan, 15 Foundation Establishment. It's a bit difficult. Looking at the enemies attacking and killing not far ahead, Lulu's face is gloomy. Can you handle 2, old woman? If you can't, I'll fight 2 in 1. A smile emerged on his face as the blind white-haired old man stepped forward. On each of the 4 sides of the battlefield, there were 2 Jindan plus 22 Foundation Establishment. The focus of all 4 sides of the battlefield was not on Foundation Establishment, but on Jindan. The number of foundations was useless against the number of foundations, and a single Jindan would be able to counteract an unknown number of foundations. Facing the blind white-haired old man's inquiry, Lulu did not give a direct answer. After some deep thought, Lulu's gaze was towards Lin Yao. P.S. Today a chapter. The body does not feel well. Tomorrow normal 2 more. I really do not know what to eat. Pulling people are deficient. Feel that I have lost a lot of weight. I suspect that it is to eat marinara eat. Pulling just got cool. And a cold. Chapter 41, 1 on 3 Lin Yao, up. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Come on. Lin Yao is being targeted again and again and again. Now, it could be confirmed that Lin Yao was a chimera. Come to think of it, only a chimera in this world would be stared at no matter where they went. Little friend Lin, if I give you 15 Tsukiji, how long will it take you to take down all the opposite Tsukiji? Looking at Lin Yao, the seriously speaking Lulu was inquiring such a question. In Lulu's view, her question was about whether the northern battlefield could successfully defend itself against the enemy's attack. 15 Tsukiji? There's no need for that many. For me, 12 Foundation Establishment is enough. In the face of Lulu's inquiry, Lin Yao, who had answered the opening, was the one who gave a direct reply. Lin Yao was able to kill 3 Foundation Establishment alone, so 12 Foundation Establishment were enough for him. 12? Are you sure? Lulu asked again. Okay. Lin Yao returned firmly. So how long will it take to take down the opposite side? Laura continued to ask. 10 minutes to take it. Lin Yao remained steadfast. The 3 times he gave an answer, Lin Yao was more confident than once. Don't ask Lin Yao why he is so confident. Ask is that it is given by strength. Listening to the conversational exchange between Lin Yao and Lulu, the blind white-haired old man on the side was slowly opened his mouth and said, Little friend, it's better not to talk big at this time. After all, trouble comes out of the mouth. Obviously, the blind white-haired old man felt that Lin Yao was bragging, but also, in the eyes of normal people, 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators against 15 Foundation Establishment cultivators, not to mention 10 minutes to take down the opposite side. It would be good to not be taken down by the opposite side for 10 minutes. After the blind white-haired old man finished speaking, Lulu opened her mouth with him. Old ma, don't be too full of words. You may not be clear about what kind of strength little friend Lin has, but I've seen it before. Old woman, regarding what he said just now, that he's not joking with you, old woman, I have no doubt. As soon as she opened her mouth, Lulu declared her position. That is, she stood on Lin Yao's side. How strong is Lin Yao? Lulu is clear as day. In the Lin family compound, Lin Fantasy's same realm 1-3 completed a stunning comeback. Outside of Qingyang City, Lin Yao fought 5 in the same realm without losing and even killed 2. These 2 battle achievements, taking out just one of them would be enough to shock the entire Wuji Empire and even the entire Eastern Wasteland. In the opinion of Lulu, an incredible character like Lin Yao was one that is hard to come up with even in the last 1,000 years. It was her good fortune that Lu Laowai bumped into Lin Yao. Listening to the words of Lulu, see Lulu was so sure and so trust Lin Yao. Blind white-haired old man was quite surprised. At the same time, he for Lin Yao is also generated unprecedented curiosity. Immediately, it was the Lulu, the backbone of the northern battlefield, who made the decision. Only to hear Lu Laowai word by word resounding and full of breath opened his mouth. Effective immediately, the northern battlefield is split in 2. Battlefield number 1 will be led by little friend Lin, bringing 12 foundation builders against 15 foundation builders from the other side. The second battlefield will be led by the old body, bringing the 9 foundation establishment and the old horse together to fight against the 3 Jindans. After the words were spoken, Lulu named 9 people. Then, Lin Yao selected the remaining 12 people. Then, with a battle plan, the 2 sides met head-on. The opposite side has a full 15 foundation establishment, but we only have 13. What do you say, fellow Taoists? This is not too good to fight. It's true that it's not a good fight, but what can we do? Just tough it out. I really don't know what that Taoist with the surname Lin was thinking. Obviously he could have fought 16 against 15, but he wants to turn it into 13 against 15. Isn't this a pitfall for us? Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Before the battle was officially fought, the builders on Lin Yao's side were talking to each other. Through words and whatnot, it was evident that they were dissatisfied with Lin Yao. In response, Lin Yao didn't care. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. Later on, Lin Yao only needed to kill through the opposite side with his own strength. What's that old saying? After I enter the pass, I'll have a great scholar to argue my case. Suddenly, there was such a voice transmission that disappeared into Lin Yao's brain. Fellow Taoist Lin, my name is Yiwen. I'm polite in this compartment. Just now, I saw you so confident. Dare to say that you can take down the opposite side of the 15 foundation in 10 minutes. And this in Yi Mao's opinion. You must be a bit of means or cards in the body. Mr. Yi can help you out. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin can teach you a thing or two. Although most of the foundation establishment cultivators on Lin Yao's side were quite dissatisfied with him, there would be no lack of one or two who trusted Lin Yao, or rather grandmother Lu. No, Ip Man was clearly one of them. Can you fight 10? Hearing the name Yi Man, subconsciously transmitting his voice back to Lin Yao, was inquiring such a question. Ip Man? Yi Man didn't reply. He was directly unable to do so because of Lin Yao's phrase, can you fight 10? Did Ip Man mishear? Or is Lin Yao playing around? It's just that they don't matter. In short, in Yi Man's eyes, fighting 10 was impossible. There was absolutely no cultivator who could fight 10 in the same realm. Fighting 10 in the same realm? That is, if you were given 10 or 20 or even 30 lives, you wouldn't be able to do it. Don't believe it? Then you take yourself as an example. After slowly coming back to his senses, Yi Man wanted to ask Lin Yao again if he had any underhanded means or something. However, without waiting for Yi Man to transmit his voice again, he received a transmission from Lin Yao. I don't have any other cards, much less any other means, so if you want me to teach or say give me a hand, then help me organize the rest of the Tsuchikage to find someone one-on-one on their own. I can fight 3 Tsuchikage, and after it's over, I'll be there to help you guys out. Ip Man. If the Yi Man of just now was surprised, then the Yi Man of today was shocked. Ip Man could confirm that he hadn't heard wrong this time. Lin Yao he wants to beat 3 same realm building bases. Boom. In and the enemy's distance is not very far after. Eyes a condensation, brow a lock up at the same time. The body's spiritual energy into the berserk state of Lin Yao will be like a cannonball general shot out. The moment he struck out, Lin Yao gripped the 3rd grade spirit weapon, the spring and autumn sword, tightly, in full view of everyone. Lin Yao, who was the first to strike, threw out a sword. Lin Yao's sword chi like a sharp blade, swept towards the 3 foundations. At the same time, Lin Yao's confident, arrogant, disdainful and superior voice rang out. You 3 scumbags whose surnames used to be trespassing and are now door, come and compete with me. When facing an enemy, no matter which way it was, Lin Yao would not be polite. After Lin Yao's words, those 3 reacting foundation establishment were instantly enraged. You've got a face? So conspicuous. 1 against 3, if you want to die, just say so. Chapter 42, 1-on-3 Lin Yao, next. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. In the first moment of reaction, without the slightest hesitation, those 3 foundation establishment cultivators were coincidentally killing Lin Yao. Since then, the battle in Battlefield No. 1 had been fought as Lin Yao had predicted, with his own perfect foundation establishment cultivation, a small success of the Vajra physique, the 3rd grade spiritual weapon spring and autumn sword plus the 3rd grade treasure armor gel long armor. No kidding, Lin Yao faced the 3 foundation establishment of the district, and he really couldn't think of how he could lose. How can he lose? At this moment, in this situation, Lin Yao couldn't help but want to sing a song. I am invincible in the same realm. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Seeing Lin Yao take the lead, not to mention that he even took on the 3 foundation establishments straight after, whether it was Battlefield No. 1 or Battlefield No. 2, in short, all the cultivators except for Lu were shocked by what Lin Yao had done. At the same time as the shock, both sides of the manpower were also talking about it. 1 against 3 in the same realm? This isn't asking for death? Griffins shake trees. And all I can say is that guy has a lot of courage. Leave that guy's body intact later. It's been a long time since I've seen such a warrior. That Lin guy screwed us over, and punked himself, so he's in over his head, right? I'm afraid our northern battlefield is going to be broken later. Why is the sky so long? And why is it so thin on me? Boom, boom boom, boom boom boom. Once those 3 foundation establishment chosen by Lin Yao as their opponents struck, they all went all out without leaving any room for error. Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 2 existed a common point. That is, whoever could be the first to take a small advantage and then expand it, then it was highly likely that he would be the winner in the end. Therefore, not only were Lin Yao's opponents going all out, but the rest of the people were also going all out. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Whether the opponent is strong or weak, it should be taken seriously. In the beginning, if Zhang Shanfeng, the Zhang family's foundation establishment ancestor, had such a thought in his mind, then it was likely that the one who died that night would have been Lin Yao. The eagle strikes the sky. Under the sea. Pick the lamp sword. Facing the three jutsu that were vying to kill him first, Lin Yao, who had a plan in mind, dodged one of them and then received the other two with his physical body. Take advantage of your illness. Take your life. I told you to show off. One of the three foundation establishments saw that Lin Yao had eaten 2 spells hard and concluded that Lin Yao had suffered a not-so-slight injury, and he was instantly going to seize this opportunity to capitalize on his victory. However, it was only when that foundation builder struck out that an incomparably strong sense of crisis surged into his heart. The source of the crisis? It was the injured Lin Yao, overlord unloading armor, out of heaven. In a flash of lightning and fire, with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, Lin Yao lashed out, releasing 2 third-grade spells in a row. When he struck out, Lin Yao's face was a triumphant and teasing smile. Lin Yao ate 2 spells hard, in order to wait for someone to kill him. As long as someone dared to kill towards him, then Lin Yao could seize the opportunity to kill him with a single blow. You don't get a tiger without going into the tiger's den. There is no gain without sacrifice. You only get back what you give. This is a law that will not change in all the worlds. And for this law, Lin Yao, who had experienced it, was convinced. Bang! At the same time as the voice rang out, the dead and dying, the foundation establishment that had been pierced through the heart by the third-grade spiritual artifact Spring and Autumn Sword was collapsing straight down. 3 enemies, Lin Yao easily solved one. Another double whammy. Cool. Although the battlefield changed instantly, the other 2 building bases that stood on the opposite side of Lin Yao were never expecting Lin Yao to actually kill one of their colleagues so easily, so suddenly and so quickly. We're both foundation builders. How come you're so good? What are you looking at? It was just a fluke. Looking at the 2 foundation establishments' stunned and shocked expressions, Lin Yao opened his mouth with a smile and said, Tsukiji A. Shikubi. The 2 didn't believe even a single word of Lin Yao's words. You're telling me it was a fluke when you killed a foundation in an instant? You this too can pretend? At this moment, the vigilance of the only 2 remaining foundation builders was at an unprecedented peak. After dispersing the blood on his sword with his spiritual power, Lin Yao spoke while approaching the only 2 remaining Tsukiji. You can't hide loving one person, but loving 2 people must be hidden. As for me, I can't hide it if I want to kill one person, and I can't hide it if I want to kill 2 people as well. It was already obvious what Lin Yao meant. He wouldn't spare any of the remaining 2 foundation establishment. He was going to kill them all here. Even though Lin Yao's provocation had reached a blatant level, those 2 timid foundation establishments still didn't dare to act rashly. Not them from the heart. It was Lin Yao who was too fierce. There is only one life, so it is better to be careful. If you guys don't make a move, then I'll do it. After saying that, while the increase brought by the 3rd-grade technique Overlord disarming armor was still present, Lin Yao, who confirmed that the enemy had already entered his attacking distance, was once again taking the initiative to strike. If you hesitate, you lose. So it's time to get on. If Lin Yao was compared to a tiger out of its cage, then his 2 foundation establishment opponents were 2 precariously weak sheep. In front of a powerful tiger, a weak sheep might be able to survive for a few more breaths, but the end result will inevitably be a sheep burial. A minute later, Lin Yao, who had crushed his opponent with absolute strength, cut down another Tsukiji. 3 minutes later, the only remaining Tsukiji was disorganized by Lin Yao's swift attack, and he was consequently cut off his head by Lin Yao's sword. Since then, the 3 foundation establishment, all of them died under Lin Yao's Spring and Autumn Sword. His Tsukiji? He's a Jin Dan. In the end, when that Tsukiji died, such a thought was occupying his brain. 3 Tsukiji died at the hands of 1 Tsukiji? It seemed impossible to that Tsukiji. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Lin Yao was a Jin Dan. Ugh. Another kid with a bad brain from Lin Phantom. This was the second time that Lin Yao was considered a Jin Dan. Lin Yao's victory caught everyone on both sides of the attack and defense, except for Lu, off guard. After they confirmed that Lin Yao had really won by 1 against 3, an uncontrollable uproar started among them. 3 fights against 1 being countered by all of them? I'm not mistaken, am I? It's not real. This is definitely not real. I'm under an illusion? Right. I must be under an illusion. Quickly go and ask a Jin Dan Senior to subdue that guy. We're bound to be no match against him. I've seen a lot of perverts, but this is the first time I've seen one this perverted. Next, the abuse. It begins. Light and cold 14 continents. First sword, chasing the wind. Light cold 14 continents. Second sword, spinning kill. Light cold 14 continents. Third sword. Swimming dragon playing phoenix. Releasing the third grade spell, the tiger entered the sheep's flock. Lin Yao went on a killing spree, little by little expanding the advantage of the no. 1 battlefield. P.S. Ask for some votes. There's another chapter later. Chapter 43, after entering the pass, there will be a great scholar to argue for me, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes, in order to expand the advantage of the no. 1 battlefield. After accomplishing the astonishing feat of 1 kill and 3 kills with absolute strength, Lin Fantasy joined the battle of his fellow soldiers, helping them to settle their opponents. The first fellow member of Lin Yao Boost was Yi Man, who had secretly transmitted his voice to him earlier to test him. Once Lin Yao strikes, he knows whether there is anything or not. Originally, Ip Man and his opponent were fighting hard, but when Lin Yao, the caged tiger, joined the fight, victory or defeat or whatever instantly appeared. Bang! IP Man's opponent fell to the ground with a dead look on his face. Looking at his opponent without a head, Yi Man's heart was greatly shocked. Strong. It's too strong. He, Yi Wan, had lived for more than 200 years and fought in the south and north for more than 200 years, but it was the first time he had encountered such a strong foundation establishment. So, is it hard for Lin Yao to be an extremely rare physique cultivator? But it was the physical cultivators that weren't as terrifying as Lin Yao, right? While thinking about it, for Lin Yao, Yi Wan also had a strong curiosity and desire to explore. From this moment on, the non-joking Ip Man honors Lin Mirage as if it were a golden elixir. What's the hold-up? Help the others. Seeing that Yi Chi froze in place, Lin Yao, who was ready to continue looking for someone to kill, was opening his mouth to remind him. The most important thing is to kill more enemies in order to expand the advantage. When the advantage expands a little, the chances of winning increase a little. Oh, okay senior. Opening his mouth to give a reply, he asked, subconsciously honoring Lin Yao as a senior. Through the name calling, it was evident that Lin Yao's position in IP Man's heart. A foundation establishment perfection calling another foundation establishment perfection a senior? This kind of thing was still very rare in the Wuji Empire. Is there any elixir that restores physical strength and spiritual energy? Give me 2. There. Elder. 2nd grade nascent soul pill. A 2nd grade elixir? Thanks a lot. You're welcome, senior. Immediately, Ip Man and Lin Yi joined forces to help their fellow colleagues to solve their enemies. 3 to beat 1. 4 to beat 1. 5 to beat 1. By analogy, under Lin Yao's leadership, it didn't take long for 6 of them to fight 1 or even 7 or 8 of them to fight 1. That's also when Lin Yao's popularity changed. Compared to fellow Daoist Lin's foundation building, mine is just like a fake. No kidding, if I were half as capable as fellow Daoist Lin, then I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Today I really have eyes that don't recognize and tie. A dog's eyes have looked down on people. Previously misunderstood friend Lin. Here to give friend Lin first to make amends, but also hope that friend Lin adults do not remember the small man. Go back. There will be to friend Lin heavy treasure to make amends. Me too. So do I. Fellow Daoist Lin. I am the Yellow Maple Valley Elder, Li Feiyu, and I'm here to welcome you as a guest of my Yellow Maple Valley at any time. It's the same old story. After I enter the pass, I'll have my own great scholar to argue for me. As long as you are successful and a winner in life, then you will find all good people around you. Meanwhile, on the other side, North Battlefield, Battlefield 2, this can't go on, we'll be at a disadvantage. You two hang in there, I'm going to take that kid down. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people on his side, one of the enemy's 3 Jindans, after realizing that something was wrong, was very decisive in abandoning his teammates and killed Lin Yao straight away. If Lin Yao wasn't removed, they would most likely lose. Therefore, if he wanted to break the situation now, he had to kill Lin Yao first. That Jindan really didn't expect that this battle would actually side to because of a tiny foundation establishment. No way. Seeing that someone wanted to make a move on Lin Yao, without the slightest hesitation, Lu was the one who quickly stepped forward to block. Your opponent is me. Lu had just made her move when she was blocked by another of the enemy's 3 Jindans. This side of Lu can't get away. The blind white-haired old man over there was similarly entangled. And that Jindan powerhouse who had struck out at Lin Yao was therefore rapidly approaching Lin Yao. Suffered. After sensing that there was a Jindan powerhouse attacking and killing towards him, a sense of crisis surged into Lin Yao's heart while also rushing straight to his heavenly aura. Fighting a Jindan powerhouse? Lin Yao didn't have much certainty. Not to mention fighting, being able to survive was a problem for Lin Yao. Ordinary foundation builders against Jindan, if they can save their lives, they can blow it for the rest of their lives. Thunder Half Moon Slash. Holding a long sword in his hand, that Jindan powerhouse released his technique and slashed straight at Lin Yao. Obviously, that Jindan powerhouse wanted a quick battle. Immovable Ming Wang. because the other party's attack was really too fast. The resulting Lin Yao could only defend and was too late to dodge. Once the 4th grade spell was released, Lin Yao's body lit up with golden light. Boom! A chop landed right in the middle of his body, and although it didn't cause any serious injuries to Lin Yao, he was also genuinely in a bad way. Sengoku 5%. Did you see it? That's 5%. Previously, the 3 builders had beaten Lin Yao for half a day, and they hadn't even raised 1%. As a result, it was conceivable just how ruthless the Jindan powerhouse's slash was, and how fierce the power was. Although the Vajra physique had been improved, Lin Yao was not happy at all. Raise it to 100% and then Jindan can't hurt it? Lin Yao thinks he won't last that long. Interesting. After seeing that Lin Yao had actually taken his slash hard, not to mention that he hadn't even suffered any serious injuries, that Jindan powerhouse was quite surprised. After murmuring a sentence to himself, the Jindan powerhouse that had come to be interested in the matter was followed by a more violent attack, only to see that the spells that were closely related to the sword were as numerous as the rain or the storm. 9 thunder blades, sunset slash, into the woodwork. P.S. Put something else in, we'll change it later. Akusha, Dragon Tang City, Enlightenment Square. The Enlightenment Plaza was large enough to cram in 100,000 people, but on this particular day, the Enlightenment Plaza still looked very crowded. The crowded square was full of people talking. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the Flying Tiger General Li Cun Xiao, right? Twins? Wouldn't this be a family of twins then? Li Jing? Li Cun Xiao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also wonder who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangue, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yifeng, and at this moment Yifeng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yifeng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. Chapter 44 Lin Fantasy Dies. Title 1 Small Capable. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. In a life-threatening stage, Lin Yao's consciousness was incomparably fuzzy, and because of this he didn't have the heart to check out the mission. During the fierce battle with that Jindan powerhouse, Lin Yao had also returned the favor. Having said that, the effect or impact caused is minimal. One could only say that the gap that existed between Jindan and Foundation establishment, mana and spiritual power, was still too great. Is it going to happen here? Collapsed on the ground. A strong sense of crisis once again Lin Yao surged to his heart. He understood that the Jindan powerhouse again wanted to take action against himself or release magic spells on himself. Now, Lin Yao had no power to resist. Therefore, slowly closing his eyes he resigned himself to his fate. Not after about 10 days of traveling? That's a pretty quick death. It's just a matter of living 10 more days is enough. Before he died, Lin fantasized about a famous quote from his previous life. An interval of time is worth an ounce of gold. Money cannot buy you time. 10 days. End. The protagonist. Pawns. It's an honor for a generation of heavenly pride to fall at my hands. That Jindan powerhouse was smiling as he launched his final attack on Lin Yao. That's right. In his heart, that Jindan powerhouse had recognized Lin Yao as a heavenly pride. And it was still the kind of heavenly pride that was rare to see in hundreds of years. Boom! The vast sea of powerful mana fell straight to the ground like a Tarzan, and the Jindan powerhouse lost his life in an instant. Yes, the one who died was that Jindan powerhouse, not Lin Yao. In the air, Gu Changkong's figure appeared at some point. After appearing in the northern battlefield and resolving a Jindan, Gu Changkong, who continued to strike, then eliminated the rest of the incoming enemies one after another. Yuaning beating Jindan and Foundation building? It's totally smooth. In just a few breaths of time, all the enemies that attacked the northern battlefield stayed here forever. After Gu Changkong, who was a one-man force, easily resolved the battle, he inquired about Lu Lu Lu. This seat, Gu Changkong, the oldest ancestor of the Gu clan, who was called Lin Yao. At this moment, it could be confirmed that Lin Yao was a phantom demon physique that had come to great success. After all, there was another Yuaning powerhouse who had somehow set his sights on him. Back to the words of the late emperor. He is. In the face of the inquiry, Lu Lu Lu, who dared not slacken off, gave a consecutive answer while going to Lin Yao's side. Gu Changkong, one of the successive Wuji emperors, After sitting as emperor for several hundred years, boredom caused him to abdicate. With regards to Gu Changkong, Lu still had a little impression. Immediately afterward, from the storage ring, Lu took out the crushing recovery pills to give Lin Yao to save his life. After the recovery elixir was delivered to Lin Yao's mouth, Lu injected mana into Lin Yao's body to help him digest the recovery elixir and quickly recover from the serious injuries inside and outside his body. Lin Yao was a great contributor to the northern battlefield. Therefore, Lu must keep it. Preserving Lin Yao, Lu and it's also made good karma. And this good karma in Lu's opinion value is absolutely extraordinary. Perhaps, she, Lu Xian, would be able to rise higher in the future because of this. He's Lin Yao? He has to come with me. That Gu Hong kid named him, after Gu Changkong, who had learned which one was Lin Yao, left such a few words. He took Lin Yao away directly. While taking Lin Yao away, Gu Changkong also healed his wounds. Later on, Lin Yao had a great use for it, so it was necessary to restore its condition. In a short while, the originally precarious Lin Yao had recovered 90%. At the same time, the system's cold and indifferent mechanical voice was once again ringing out. Congratulations to the host. Completion of the mission. Congratulations to the host. For completing the quest you have obtained the 4th grade sword class technique 108,000 swords. Congratulations to the host. For completing the quest you have obtained the 4th grade sword class technique scrambling sword drawing technique. Congratulations to the host. For completing your mission, you've earned the title of 1st class master. This was the second time Lin Yao had completed a mission without looking at it. 2 4th grade spells plus a minor title? That's still a pretty good reward. As for what the title did, Lin Yao would have to study it later. After listening to the voice in his head, the recovered Lin Yao came back to his senses. He then thanked Gu Changkong. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Saving you is because you're valuable, and I need you to do something later. Gu Changkong answered and gave his reply, picking out his purpose without any politeness, willing to go through fire for Senior. Seeing Gu Changkong being so direct, Lin Yao, who did not know what his purpose was, became curious about him. Receiving an answer, Gu Changkong stopped speaking. Seeing that Gu Changkong didn't say anything, Lin Yao, who had a thought, smoothly opened the personal information panel to check. Name, Lin Mirage. Cultivation level, Foundation building consummation. Physique, minor Vidra physique. Status, 9 months of life remaining. Title, 1st class master, not yet worn. Skills, 4th grade defense class technique Fudo Mingwang, small success. 3rd grade sword class technique Heavenly Flying Immortal, big success. 3rd grade increased class technique Bioning Dismantle Armor, big success. 3rd grade sword class technique Light Cold 14 Continents, big success. 4th grade sword class technique 100,000 85,000 swords, not yet initiated. 4th grade sword class technique Striving for the 2nd sword drawing technique, not yet initiated. Items and equipment, Heavenly Sword, Pseudo 3rd grade. Spring and Autumn Sword, 3rd grade. Augur Armor, 3rd grade. Harmonic Chakra Formation, 2nd grade. 1 Spiritual Weapon Upgrade Charm, 3rd grade. Fate, Heaven's Favor, at critical moments. You, the host, will encounter Heaven's Favor. Qualification, 6th grade. System, what's the point of a title? At a glance, after quickly reading through the personal information panel, such a question popped up in Lin Yao's mind. Returning to the host's words, the title has an increasing effect on the host. In detail, Lin Yao needed a more detailed answer. There are countless titles, each with its own function. After wearing a title, the host will receive an increase and get the role of the title. What's the use of a 1st grade minor ableist? Getting the first question answered, Lin Yao smoothly asked the second question. There are 100 crafts in immortal cultivation, such as alchemy, artifact training, puppet training, array formation, talisman making, and so on. If the host wears the 1st grade little hand, then in any of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, the host can easily reach the 1st grade realm. Lin Fantasy? At this moment, Lin Yao forgot to breathe, when he repeatedly confirmed that he did not make a mistake after the mistake. Set off an uproar in the heart is not to mention how shocking. All of them? I don't think we need to tell you how much gold this contains, right? Since there is a 1st-ranked minor competent person, is there not also a 2nd-ranked, 3rd-ranked, 4th-ranked or even a 9th-ranked minor competent person? After slowly coming back to his senses, Lin Yuelian secretly said in his heart, System, help me carry out the wearing. Congratulations to the host. You've successfully worn the title of 1st grade master. Chapter 45. The moment he put on the title of a little master of one product, Lin Yao only felt that his whole person had been sublimated. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, and not well described. If I had to describe it, I'd have to say grow a brain. Not long after, Gu Changkong led Lin Yao to the outside of the isolation formation. Next, I speak, you listen, and then you do it, understand? Gu Changkong opened his mouth. Straightforward. Understood. Lin Yao nodded. There's a fourth grade isolation formation in front of you that I can't break or enter. Your cultivation level is foundation establishment, so you can go in. After you go in, find a black-robed foundation establishment and kill her. After it's done, you come out. In a few simple sentences, Gu Changkong not only stated the cause and effect, but also incidentally stated Lin Yao's mission. No problem. Lin Yao nodded once again. After saying that, Lin Yao was ready to go in. However, before Lin Yao could take a step forward, he was stopped by Gu Changkong. That black-robed man has extraordinary depths. I have a few third-grade spiritual weapons and a fourth-grade spiritual weapon. In addition to that, there are also some pills and talismans. In order to prevent any accidents, you take it all for defense. Don't be afraid. Feel free to use it. Feel free to spend it. After this is accomplished, the Wuji imperial family will still have heavy thanks. As he opened his mouth, Gu Changkong handed a storage ring to Lin Yao. Just now, after wasting half a day's worth of effort and thought, Gu Changkong hadn't been able to break through the incredibly hard fourth-grade isolation formation. Thus, Gu Changkong thought of letting the Tsukiji go in to finish off the black-robed man. As for why you named Lin Yao to go in, Gu Changkong could only say that it was set by Gu Hong. According to that Gu Hong kid, this Lin Yao fellow had unusual strength. So among the group of foundation builders here, if you wanted to say who was the most suitable to go in, it was none other than Lin Yao. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Yao did not refuse Gu Changkong's kindness, and after accepting it while saying his thanks, he entered the fourth-grade isolation formation. A fourth-grade isolation formation that could prevent Jindan cultivators and Yuaning cultivators from entering. As for cultivators below Jindan and above Yuaning, they were able to enter and exit at will. Meanwhile, on the other side, as time slowly passed, the battle between the two great powerhouses, Gu Hong Chiuhua, was entering a white-hot stage. Having said that, Gu Changkong had no intention of going to help. Gu Changkong's lifespan was approaching its end, and a fierce battle would only exacerbate his death. And because of this, Gu Changkong would not make a move until he had no choice. Today's revenge will not end in death. The fact that he never took down Chiuhua caused Gu Hong to gradually become displeased and slowly become angry. Putting down his harsh words, Gu Hong made up his mind. Determined, Gu Hong was bound to make this place the place where Chiu Huang's infant was shattered. Ha, is that so? Maybe you'll thank me later. The corners of his mouth rose up and hooked into a subtle arc. Chiuhua said a meaningful sentence. Regardless of the success or failure of today's matter, Chiuhua understood that it would be good for Gu Hong. It was a pity that this Gu Hong did not know. You've built a foundation? Good for you. Guinness. Tsukiji lost? Good for Gu Chenghan. Whether Gu Nian or Gu Qinghan was good. It was good for Gu Hong. Thank you? Thank you for what? Thanking you for blocking Nianer's foundation building ceremony? You'll know when it's done. A success? Ridiculous. You think I'm going to let you get away with this? Ha! Once the brief conversation was over, the intensity of the battle between the two sides was then taken to the next level. After entering the fourth-grade isolation formation, Lin Yao, who was looking for a quick solution, searched for the so-called black-robed man. However, Lin Yao had just taken 2 steps when he realized that something was wrong. 2 powerful strands of spiritual energy erupted violently underneath his feet. Second-grade killing-type formation. 100 Swords Demon Destroyer formation. Second-grade control-type formation. Swamp Vine formation. Undermined. The first time he reacted, Lin Yao, who did not dare to slack off a little, was immediately drawing his sword to respond. At this moment, Lin Yao understood that the black-robed man was not simple, and he, too, must be more careful, more cautious, relying on his absolute strength. After some entanglement, Lin Yao finally managed to kill the 2 array discs surrounding him. Just after killing 2 array discs, a fluctuation due to the collision of spiritual energy caught Lin Yao's attention. Lin Yao didn't rush over there. He first checked the storage ring that Gu Changkong had given him earlier. It's better to arm yourself before you go over there. The third-grade spiritual artifact Thunder Ring, containing the power of thunder, was not bad. Third-grade spiritual artifact Green Luan Armor, which can conjure up a pair of free-flying feathered wings. Third-grade spiritual artifact Weeping Blood Sword, a sword that can become stronger by absorbing blood. There was one fourth-grade spirit weapon, which was of the auxiliary type, but Lin Yao could not drive it with his current strength, so he only took out the third-grade spirit weapon of it. Earlier, in the battle against that Jindan powerhouse, Lin Yao's Jiao Long armor was greatly damaged. Therefore, Lin Yao decisively changed into the Green Luan armor. Thunder Ring. Just in case, Lin Yao wore it directly on his middle finger. As for the Sobbing Blood Sword, because he hadn't used it, Lin Yao didn't wear it. A swordsman must use his own familiar weapon. It's like playing a game. Using someone else's cell phone or someone else's computer keyboard will definitely not be very comfortable. P.S. Put something else in. We'll change it later. Akusha, Dragon Tang City, Enlightenment Square. The Enlightenment Plaza was large enough to cram in 100,000 people, but on this particular day, the Enlightenment Plaza still looked very crowded. The crowded square was full of people talking. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the Flying Tiger General Li Cun Xiao, right? Twins? Wouldn't this be a family of twins then? Li Jing? Li Cun Xiao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also wonder who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangue, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I also don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yifeng, and at this moment Yifeng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yifeng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. After becoming invisible and blind, Yifeng's dreams became peculiar. How's that for peculiar? When Yifeng dreamed every day, he would dream of a small child, that little child hand wearing a gold ring, waist tie red damask, wearing a brightly colored like blood small belly band. That small child, although cute, love, pink and tender, but also very naughty. No matter where to go or chicken fly, fish leap kite fly. Yesterday when he dreamed, Yifeng saw that little child again without exception. It was also yesterday that the water player smashed a 4-clawed true dragon to death with the gold ring he wore on his hand. The scene was as shocking as it could be, as bloody as it could be. Until now, Yifeng was immersed in it without coming back to his senses. It was also at this time that the sound of propagation rang out. Attention all dragon talents. The Spirit Enlightenment ceremony will officially begin in 10 minutes. Please enter the Spirit Enlightenment formation as soon as possible if you haven't yet done so as not to miss the ceremony. An initiation ceremony is a ceremony that focuses on the awakening of a guardian spirit. A person who successfully awakens a guardian spirit is honored as ascending spirit. A spirit sender? It's the mainstream of the age. In today's world, there is no one who doesn't want to become a spiritualist. Not to mention ordinary people or normal people. Even 3-year-old children and even people with IQ problems want to become spiritualists. Chapter 46, Gu Nian's Physique. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Requesting for recommendations and monthly votes. It's hard, isn't it? Carrying the fight pretty well, aren't you? Try that with this golem? After Gu Qinghan said that, he used a spirit stone to drive the pseudo 3rd grade puppet. The moment he successfully drove the pseudo 3rd grade puppet of pseudo-dan strength, a smile that could not be suppressed no matter what surfaced on Gu Qinghan's face. A small foundation establishment perfection dares to go against her. Gu Qinghan? It was really a case of having the eyes to recognize and tie and asking for death. Boom, 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 boom. Puppets don't know arts. They only fight close to the body. And Lin Yao is not bad at fighting close to the body or anything. Lin Yao. Swordsmanship was Lin Yao's specialty. Physical fitness was Lin Yao's talent. Bang! With a fist collision, Lin Yao retreated 300 steps and the puppet retreated 250 steps. Bang! Another fist collided. This time the puppet retreated 300 steps while Lin Yao retreated 250 steps. Seeing this situation, after confirming again and again that she hadn't misread it, Gu Qinghan under the black robe was caught off guard, and her beautiful eyes were staring at her as a result. He's really a Tsukiji? To actually be able to fight the fake Dan back and forth? Am I not under an illusion? For the powerful strength displayed by Lin Yao, the non-joking Gu Qinghan only felt that he was a small knife scratching his ass and opening his eyes. Gu Qinghan had seen a lot of foundation establishment cultivators, but this was the first time she had seen one as powerful as Lin Yao. When a foundation building cultivator breaks through to become a Jindan cultivator, if the breakthrough is successful then it is a Jindan, but if the breakthrough fails then it is a false Dan. For false Dan cultivators, the lifespan is half that of Jindan cultivators, i.e., 500 years. False Dan cultivators, half of the chi of heaven and earth in their body is spiritual energy and half is mana. If Gu Qinghan were to face a pseudo-Dan cultivator or a pseudo-3rd grade puppet, it would be very good if she could last for 20 rounds without losing. Where's Lin Yao? Surprisingly, he can still fight back and forth. In the past, Gu Qinghan had also heard of such a strong foundation builder. Curious, Gu Qinghan got curious. At this moment, she wanted to know Lin Yao's bottom line. Vajra body minority 16%, Vajra body 17%, Vajra body 18%. After slowly returning to her senses, Gu Qinghan's attention shifted to Gu Nian's earthly fate foundation building ceremony. The first order of business is still to disrupt the ceremony. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the teacher's efforts. From her storage ring, Gu Qinghan took out a third-grade spirit weapon. The name of the spiritual weapon was called the Heaven Escape Shuttle, a treasure similar to a concealed weapon. Go! Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Gu Qinghan decisively struck out, causing the third-grade spiritual artifact transported sky shuttle to explode towards Gu Nian's defensive formation like a sharp arrow. Boom! At the critical moment, a sword stopped the transported sky shuttle's attack. That sword was none other than Lin Yao's third-grade spiritual artifact Spring and Autumn Sword. Although Lin Yao was fighting back and forth with the pseudo-third-grade puppet, his mind was also focused on Gu Nian, the object of his guardianship. No! The moment he sensed that Gu Nian was in danger, he was able to use his mind on two fronts, using his sword to save his life while fending off the puppet's attack. Distractions while fighting? I really underestimated you. Seeing that her attack was blocked by Lin Yao, Gu Qinghan, who was surprised, murmured a sentence before she seriously harnessed the transported sky shuttle and continued to attack that third-grade defense formation. There is always a limit to what one person can do. More power is lost by having two minds. Therefore, she, Gu Qinghan, only needed to go all out and ride the transported sky shuttle to attack until Lin Yao was exhausted. As soon as Lin Yao got tired, she, Gu Qinghan, was able to disrupt the ceremony. No, I shouldn't say destroy the ceremony, I should say plunder the ceremony. Just like this, Lin Yao fought against the puppets while harnessing his sword to fend off Gu Qinghan's attacks. Just as the battle fell into a short stalemate over this, a voice suddenly rang out. Elder Lin, I'll assist you. The moment this voice rang out, the two of them, Lin Yao and Gu Qinghan, were frozen in unison, voices that were very familiar to both men. Subconsciously, the two who reacted looked for the sound. Immediately, Gu Nian's figure came into their eyes. Yes, the person who opened his mouth was Gu Nian. Young Master, aren't you performing the foundation building ceremony? After using his spiritual power to perceive and confirm that it was really Gu Nian, Lin Yao, who was surprised and shocked in his heart, couldn't help but open his mouth and inquired in dismay. Wasn't Gu Nian performing the foundation building ceremony? So how did it appear in front of Lin Yao? Lin fantasized about not understanding. Lin Yao was curious. You're not right. Also wondering and equally curious was Gu Qinghan. When he opened his mouth, Gu Qinghan, whose brows were locked tightly, was alert to an unprecedented degree. Gu Nian didn't build a foundation? So she, Gu Qinghan, was undermined? Elder Lin, truth be told, like you, I am a favored child favored by the heavens. Gu Nian smiled and spoke, ready to answer Lin Yao's doubts and incomprehension. You're a physique possessor? Upon learning this news, Gu Qinghan almost didn't let her jaw drop. Gu Nian was female. Gu Qinghan didn't know. Gu Nian had a physique, and Gu Qinghan didn't know about it. Still, about Gu Nian being a female and possessing a physique, there were only 5 people in the entire Wuji Empire who knew about it. I don't know about the young master's hostage? The very curious Lin Yao asked. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Body. Gu Nian gave a reply without thinking. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow? The moment she heard this physique, Gu Qinghan's heart was unable to stop thumping, and on top of that, her breathing became more rapid. Following the transformation spirit teacher Qiu Huang, Gu Qinghan had learned a lot. As for the physique, Gu Qinghan also knew a little about it. Each body type has characteristics that are uniquely their own. Let's take Lin Yao's physique as an example. The characteristics of the Vajra physique is defense, absolute defense. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Body, on the other hand, was a dual-feature body type. The first characteristic, Wind Attribute Affinity. The second feature, the Moon Shadow Split. Of the two features, none was more perverse than the Moon Shadow Split. Once the Moon Shadow Split is used, the owner of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Body can conjure up a split body. Not to mention that the split body, which is exactly the same as the original body, does not have any difference, and has 100% of the original owner's strength. Think about it, you're fighting someone one-on-one, and halfway through the fight, the other person actually goes from 1 to 2. What will you think then? Double happiness. Gu Qinghan never thought that ninth brother Gu Nian possessed a physique, not to mention that the physique he possessed was even that perverted. After knowing Gu Nian's physique, Gu Qinghan looked towards the third-grade defense formation. As expected, within that formation, there was another Gu Nian who was building her foundation. Use the doppelganger to fight against yourself, and use the main body for foundation building. Ninth brother, I really didn't expect you to hide such a trick. Things that are getting interesting. Luckily, teacher gave me a lot of treasures. or else I wouldn't have been able to take it today. After murmuring a sentence to herself, Gu Qinghan pulled out her family's treasures to play. Chapter 47 Brother 47 This is a battle between rich women. Requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. 3rd grade spiritual treasure. Demon suppression pass. From the storage ring, the black-robed Gu Qinghan took out a huge bronze door. Boom! The giant bronze door fell to the ground, setting off a furor. Immediately, Gu Qinghan slashed her jade hand with a sharp dagger. Then, she placed her hand, from which blood continued to flow, on the giant bronze door and injected at least half of her own spiritual energy into it. The infusion of spiritual energy and the loss of blood caused Gu Qinghan to gradually weaken. Although the person was much weaker, Gu Qinghan's heart was very joyful. Come out, the beasts! Gu Qinghan's words had just fallen, not to mention that the huge bronze door opened, and from it, one demonic beast after another of notable strength actually ran out. 2nd grade demonic beast spectral spirit cat. 2nd grade demonic beast shining jade lion. 2nd grade demonic beast silverback gorilla. 2nd grade demonic beast eagle tiger. 2nd grade demonic beast iron feathered chicken. Without exception, the weakest of the demonic beasts that ran out from them were of the 2nd grade. These demonic beasts, because of their blood and spiritual energy, all obeyed Gu Qinghan. So what if your strength is extraordinary? Facing so many 2nd grade demonic beasts and a pseudo 3rd grade level puppet, you can't handle it if you're not a golden Dan. Today, I want to see if you will be buried in the mouth of a beast or fall into the hands of a puppet. As his condescending gaze locked onto Lin Yao, a color of interest also slowly surfaced on Gu Qinghan's face. Obviously, in Gu Qinghan's eyes, Lin Yao was bound to die. As for how to die, that would depend on her Gu Qinghan's mood. If she was in a good mood, she could be merciful and leave Lin Yao with a whole body, so that he wouldn't become the rations and feces of the demonic beasts. If you are in a bad mood, then Lin Yao should not even stay in the world as a slag. Snap! After the sound of Gu Qinghan's crisp and incomparable ringing finger fell, a crowd of hungry and thirsty demonic beasts approached Lin Yao in unison as they surrounded him. Now, Lin Yao could not escape this even if he had inserted a pair of wings. In response, after taking a deep breath, Lin Yao held up his dual swords. In his left hand, the 3rd grade spiritual artifact Spring and Autumn sword. In his right hand, the 3rd grade spiritual artifact Weeping Blood sword. With 2 3rd grade spirit swords in his hands, Lin Fantasy also had some confidence. At this time, Gu Nian's moon shadow doppelganger opened his mouth and said something with a smile. But don't make it sound like anyone doesn't have a treasure. After the words were spoken, from the storage ring, Gu Nian's lunar shadow doppelganger took out a banner that was as scarlet as blood. 3rd grade spiritual treasure, the demon suppressor flag. Since his cultivation level was chi practicing perfection, it was difficult to drive it with spirit power. So Gu Nian's moon shadow doppelganger took out some spirit stones to drive the demon suppressing flag. 3rd grade demon suppressor flag can suppress demonic beasts of the 3rd grade and below. As soon as the flag was driven, the crowd of foolish demonic beasts instantly settled down. Gu Qinghan has a treasure. Gu Nian also has a treasure. We all come from extraordinary backgrounds, so don't act like anyone doesn't have a baby. 3rd grade spirit talisman, heavenly flame funeral, ignite. Gu Qinghan continued to take out her treasure. A 3rd grade spirit talisman, self-contained, protect. Gu Nian's moon shadow split was not willing to show weakness. 3rd grade spiritual treasure, Tarzan furnace, smash. 3rd grade spirit weapon, Xuanwu shield, protect again. Watching Gu Qinghan and Gu Nian's shadow split scramble to take out their treasures to harm each other, Lin Yao, who slowly came back to his senses, understood that this was a battle that belonged to rich women. As for those like him who don't have many treasures on them, it's better to watch the battle honestly from the sidelines. Sneak attack. The pseudo 3rd grade puppet approached Lin Yao at this time. Unable to do anything, Lin Yao could only continue to fight with the pseudo 3rd grade puppet. Vidra body 25%. Vidra body 26%. Vidra body 27%. Time passes slowly at the same time. Lin Yao this side has made progress. Gu Nian moon shadow split and Gu Qinghan side the same. How long time big sister big sister. P.S. Put something else in. We'll change it later. The crowded square was full of people talking. Have you heard? Next door in Tiger Weather City, there's a Li Yi who actually awakened Li Jing, the great Tang military god. Of course I heard about it. I remember her twin sister also awakened the flying tiger General Li Cun Xiao, right? Twins? Wouldn't that be a family of 2? Li Jing, Li Cun Xiao? To be honest, this is not enough to look at. There's a Xiang Liang over at Tiangong City who has awakened the strongest human martial spirit. Xiang Yu. What? Xiang Yu has come out. Then this year is really lively. I also wonder who will awaken a powerful guardian spirit in our Dragon Tang City this year. Shui Rangue, Su Dingfeng, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Chang Yuchun, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Bai Qi. I also don't know if these guardian spirits will be able to make an appearance at our dragon this year. The words of the people around him did not affect Yi Feng, and at this moment Yi Feng is still recalling last night's dream. How come that little kid is so fierce? 2 or 3 blows actually smashed the dragon to death. Yi Feng, a disabled person, at the age of 6 because of an accident, making him unfortunate to become blind in both eyes. After becoming invisible and blind, Yi Feng's dreams became peculiar. How's that for peculiar? When Yi Feng dreamed every day, he would dream of a small child, that little child hand wearing a gold ring, waist tie red damask, wearing a brightly colored like blood small belly band. That small child, although cute, love, pink and tender, but also very naughty. No matter where to go or chicken fly, fish leap kite fly. Yesterday when he dreamed, Yi Feng saw that little child again without exception. It was also yesterday that the water player smashed a 4-clawed true dragon to death with the gold ring he wore on his hand. The scene was as shocking as it could be, as bloody as it could be. Until now, Yi Feng was immersed in it without coming back to his senses. It was also at this time that the sound of propagation rang out. Attention all dragon talents. The Spirit Enlightenment ceremony will officially begin in 10 minutes. Please enter the Spirit Enlightenment formation as soon as possible if you haven't yet done so as not to miss the ceremony. An initiation ceremony is a ceremony that focuses on the awakening of a guardian spirit. A person who successfully awakens a guardian spirit is honored as ascending spirit. A spirit sender? It's the mainstream of the age. In today's world, there is no one who does not want to become a spiritualist, not to mention ordinary people or normal people. Even 3-year-old children and even people with IQ problems want to become spiritualists. After reaching the required age, Yi Feng also came to participate in the Spirit Enlightenment ceremony. The sender is closely related to the guardian spirit. Your last name is Zheng? Then you may awaken the civil official Zhang Zhuzheng. You may also awaken Zhang Fei, a military general. Are you horny? Then you may awaken the eastern 5-clawed golden dragon. Or you may awaken the western 2-winged dragon. The former because the family name is the same as the guardian spirit, and the latter because the character is the same as the guardian spirit. What's Yi Feng's last name? Last name is Yi. But there doesn't seem to be any famous people with the surname Yi in history, right? Yekanara Tsishi? It's kind of a celebrity. It just has a really bad reputation. Chapter 48, Gu Qinghan exposed. Gu Qinghan leaks, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. Give it up. The end is sealed. Your earthbending rituals have done me a favor. The consequences of not giving up. It seems to me you should know. Gu Qinghan opened her mouth. On the surface, she was actually quite worried about Gunyan. Otherwise she wouldn't have advised Gunyan to give up, because the Tsukiji level earthbending ritual got an ascension. So in the moment, the Guinness is not allowed to continue the ritual. If Gunyan, who did not listen to the dissuasion, insisted on continuing to build the foundation or to continue the ceremony, then her final result would inevitably be a powerful force to break the sinews, bones and organs in the body. By that time, Gunyan would be an invalid even if she saved her life. In this world where strength is paramount, for those who seek immortality, becoming an invalid is no different from becoming a dead person. Some are dead, but he's still alive. Some live, but he's dead. If Gunyan were to give up now, it would at most be a failure to build her foundation, and she could just find a chance to rebuild her foundation afterward. Of course, wanting to have another earthquake Tsukiji was out of the question. Gunyan, who kept her mouth shut, didn't reply, and likewise, she didn't give up. Alas, seeing this situation, Gu Qinghan was sighing helplessly. Since you, Gunyan, are unwilling to give up voluntarily, she, Gu Qinghan, can only force you to give up. Not until the Yellow River. Not until the coffin. This kind of person Gu Qinghan has seen a lot. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to strike, a sudden hurricane swept towards her with lightning speed. In the hurricane, there wasn't any killing intent. There was only strong hostility and hatred. There was no doubt that the hurricane originated from characteristic one of Gunyan's wind spirit moon shadow body. Facing the harmless hurricane, Gu Qinghan didn't have any meaning to dodge, and at the same time, she didn't have any defense. In Gu Qinghan's opinion, the hurricane was like the resentment of Jiu Di's discontent, so she might be able to make Jiu Di feel better if she took it. However, in the next second, Gu Qinghan panicked. As soon as the hurricane got close to Gu Qinghan, it suddenly went berserk. In a flash of lightning, the hurricane lifted Gu Qinghan's black robe. Bang! After the black robe was lifted off his body, Gu Qinghan's identity was also exposed in the process. Instantly, Gu Qinghan froze. At the same time, Gunyan froze. Gu Qinghan and Gunyan looked at each other. One of them was a bit stunned, while the other was a bit at a loss for words. The wrong person was naturally Gunyan. The one who didn't know what to do was Gu Qinghan. Big sister? Utilizing the first feature of the physique's wind attribute affinity, Gu Nian had wanted to see what the person who had destroyed her foundation building ceremony looked like, and hadn't thought that the other party would be her own worshipful big sister. While the shocked Gu Nian was overwhelmed with surprise, she was also very distressed. Royalty is the most ruthless, and Gu Nian used to think nothing of this. But from this moment on, she, Gu Nian, will keep it in her heart for the rest of her life. Ninth brother, why are you being so redundant? Seeing that his identity had been demolished, the helplessness in Gu Qinghan's heart also grew. After destroying Gu Nian's earthly ritual, and then using the earthly ritual after spirit ascension to allow himself to successfully advance to Jindan, Gu Qinghan would leave, and then find a way to plot for that imperial throne. As for Gu Nian's life, Gu Qinghan had never thought of taking it from the beginning, but now it seems that because of the exposure of his identity, things are not going to develop as Gu Qinghan expected. When you make a break, you will suffer. Because of this, she, Gu Qinghan, had to make a decision quickly and come up with a response to deal with the current situation. Kill? No killing? Kill? No killing? At this moment, the hesitant Gu Qinghan was just as difficult to come up with a decision as Gu Nian, who had no idea what to eat for dinner earlier. Ilu a sibling rivalry seeing that the person under the black robe was actually Gu Qinghan, the eldest princess of the Wuji Empire. The equally greatly shocked Lin Yao was also taken aback. Fu Di devil, what Lin Yao is to see more. But this stepping on the disciple of the devil, to be honest, Lin Yao is still groundbreaking first time to see. At that moment, Lin Yao desperately wanted to know the cause and effect of this, and his gossipy heart was on fire, knowing that the royal family is messy. I didn't know that the royal family is actually so messy. Why did you disrupt my foundation building ceremony? Gu Nian opened her mouth and inquired in disbelief. What do you think? With a bitter smile, Gu Qinghan, who did not give an answer, asked a rhetorical question. You were forced, Gu Nian firmly returned. I volunteered. Gu Qinghan returned. Don't believe it. Gu Nian remained firm. Love to believe it or not. Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes. After the words were spoken, and after taking a deep breath, Gu Qinghan, who had made up her mind, told Gu Nian all about the purpose and whatnot. Ninth brother, it's come to this, and I'm not afraid to tell you, for that seat you're going to take in the future, I'm going to take it. Father always said that men and women are equal, and since you can be an emperor, then I, Gu Qinghan, can likewise sit. I, Gu Qinghan, will become the first female emperor of the Wuji Empire in 1,000 years. In a few simple words, Gu Qinghan stated the purpose. Just after Gu Qinghan's words fell and confirmed that he hadn't heard it wrong, an thought popped up in Lin Yao's head. The sun and the moon are in the sky. She's going to learn Wushu? Wu Jiu. You may be unfamiliar with this name, but the name Wu Zetian is bound to be familiar to you. There were 422 reigning emperors in the Dragon Kingdom, plus 494 posthumous emperors. Having said that, there was only one female emperor, Wu Zetian or Wu Jiu. Lin Yao really didn't think that in this world where strength was supreme, there were people who wanted to be female emperors just like Wu Zetian. Are you sure you want to be an emperor? While frowning, Gu Nian was inquiring earnestly and seriously. Okay. Gu Qinghan gave an answer without thinking. In that case, then that seat will be for you. When Gu Qinghan opened her mouth to say this, a smile was surfacing on her face. Gu Qinghan didn't reply. She was thinking about how to deal with Gu Nian. However, in the next second, Gu Qinghan's thinking was interrupted, only to see that Gu Nian took off the spirit weapon mask she was wearing on her face and lifted something, thus restoring her original face. Today, Gu Qinghan was forced out of his true form. Today, Gu Nian revealed her true self, a head of long hair that fell to her waist. Guinian is a female, not a male. Looking at the scene in front of her, while her pretty eyes widened, a shocking and unbelievable color slowly surfaced on Gu Qinghan's face. No? Ninth brother to ninth sister? What about the haunt? Stunned Gu Qinghan froze in place. Her brain was blank. She did not know what to think at the moment. Numbed. Gu Qinghan people numb. At this point, Gu Nian opened her mouth and told Gu Qinghan all the reasons why she had disguised herself as a man. Surprised, huh? Let me tell you slowly. Chapter 49. Gu Qinghan begins to conjure Dan, another black-robed man, requesting for recommendation and monthly votes. In a flash, half a bell's time was passed silently. This half clock, Gu Nian told the cause and effect of female disguise. Are you really a woman? When he opened his mouth to say this, Gu Qinghan, whose brows were locked tightly together, was obviously not very convinced about Gu Nian woman's identity. But yes, the brother who has been with you for more than 10 or 20 years suddenly becomes a sister. Who else could accept this on the spot? In the face of Gu Qinghan's questioning, the corner of her mouth rose up and hooked a subtle arc of Gu Nian was disdainful to give an answer. Love to believe it or not. After the words, Gu Nian returned a blank stare to Gu Qinghan. At that moment, an aura flashed through Gu Qinghan's mind. Then, without a hint of hesitation, with a bad idea in her mind, she was directly grabbing at one of Gu Nian's peaks. Soft, great, the real thing. This time Gu Qinghan confirmed that Gu Nian was really a woman. What are you doing? Gu Qinghan's sudden grab had truly caught Gu Nian off guard. While opening her mouth, Gu Nian was subconsciously moving away from Gu Qinghan. Just scratch. Why are you so hard? It's hurting her. Gu Qinghan, who smiled, did not say anything. Gu Nian is a woman's body. With this card or secret, the probability of her Gu Qinghan claiming to be the emperor is a higher level. Boom! After the heavens and earth were in turmoil, the divine might of the transformation god obediently disappeared into thin air. Finally I can move. The first moment he was liberated, Lin Yao had a feeling of regaining his life. No kidding, not being able to move the slightest bit is really hard. Just as Lin Yao moved in front of him, the pseudo-third-grade puppet moved behind him as well. With lightning speed, the pseudo-third-grade puppet killed Lin Yao in a flash of lightning. Having said that, before he could even get close to Lin Yao, the pseudo-third-grade puppet stopped under Gu Qinghan's control. Seeing that the divine might had dissipated, Gu Qinghan understood that things were about to get on track, and there is no greater priority than dealing with the important matter of the earthbending ceremony. Things have come to this, I can't go back. Ninth brother. No, ninth sister. Give up on foundation establishment. I'll make it up to you later. Gu Qinghan opened his mouth. Straight to the point. Good. Nodding, Gu Nian gave her answer without thinking. I'll take your ceremony, and I'll take the throne of the emperor. Riding the wave of victory, Gu Qinghan continued with the last sentence. Good. Nodding her head again, Gu Nian still gave her answer without thinking. Not being able to build a foundation was a foregone conclusion. So naturally Gu Nian would not continue to build a foundation. As for the throne, to be honest, Gu Nian was not interested at all and was even filled with disgust. All in all, if the throne of the emperor could be given to someone else, she, Gu Nian, was eager to give it away quickly. What she, Gu Nian, wanted was to be idle and unrestrained. Immediately, Gu Qinghan accepted the ceremony and opened the door to coalesce the Jindan. To build the foundation and form the Jindan, a lot of spiritual energy was needed, and the Earth's Fate ritual's Earth's Fate Chi could exactly replenish Gu Qinghan's spiritual energy, so Gu Qinghan only needed to boldly do it and achieve the line earlier. Young lord, my subordinate is not escorting properly, please punish me. Seeing Gu Nian arrive, Lin Yao was the one who immediately opened his mouth. Once the power of the transformation god is out, even father would have to be suppressed, so I don't blame you. As Gu Nian answered and gave her reply, a touch of curiosity also surfaced in those beautiful, beautiful eyes of hers. Gu Nian was truly surprised that it was her sister, Gu Qinghan, who had spoiled her foundation building. Gu Nian was even more surprised that Gu Qinghan actually had a relationship with the transformation god powerhouse. Thank you for your generosity, young lord. After Lin Yao made a polite remark, his gaze was placed on Gu Qinghan. While looking at Gu Qinghan and thinking in his heart, Lin Yao's eyes were gradually firming up. Today, Lin Yao was in danger twice. The first time he was in danger was undoubtedly when Lin Yao was beaten to the brink of death by that Jindan during the northern battlefield. The second time he fell into danger was just now when he dealt with the pseudo-third-grade puppet and a group of second-grade demonic beasts. Both dangers nearly killed Lin Yao, and Lin Yao thus realized that he had to improve his strength and step into the Jindan I realm earlier. Lin Fantasy decided that after today, he would seek out the Wuji Emperor Gu Hong and ask the other party to send a Jindan powerhouse and 3 foundation establishment cultivators to assist him in utilizing the second-grade harmonic vein formation to break through to Jindan. Suddenly, a voice transmission vanished into Lin Yao's mind. You're a physical cultivator? The moment he received this voice transmission, Lin Yao, whose pupils shrunk violently, was instantly on guard. Young lord, be careful. With the spring and autumn sword in his left hand and the weeping blood sword in his right, Lin Yao stood in front of Gu Nian, protecting him. Seeing this, Gu Nian's brows locked while she was subconsciously opened her mouth and issued an inquiry. What's wrong? Is there still danger? Facing the inquiry, without a trace of hesitation, while Lin Yao's eyes were watching all directions and ears were listening to all sides, he also gave an answer without thinking. Yes. After saying that, Lin Yao added his opinion. It has nothing to do with the eldest princess. In this big formation, if there were still Gu Qinghan's people, then they would have come out earlier. So, the person who transmitted the message was obviously a third party. As for whether it was a friend or foe, Lin Yao couldn't say at the moment, but it was right to treat it with vigilance. After receiving Lin Yao's unwavering answer, the displeased Gu Nian was the one who slowly opened her mouth. I wonder which senior high-ranking person It was hard enough for Gun Yen to have a Gu Qinghan in front of her. I didn't realize that there were still people in the present realm. So, is this when Gun Yen is soft? Just as Gun Yen's words fell, two figures appeared out of thin air in front of her and Ling Yao. The two figures, surrounded by mana, were both at the Jin Dan level of strength. Two figures, both clad in a black robe that concealed their entire body. Oh come on, two more black robes. In a black robe? Must not be a good person, and it certainly wasn't a good thing to do. After all, who's good enough to dress like that in the middle of the day? I really didn't expect that this little Wuji empire actually produced two favorites favored by the heavens. One of the figures spoke with a smile, his gaze staring straight at Ling Yao and Gun Yen. Looking at his eyes, it seemed as if he had found some kind of treasure. Not only one kills three in the same realm, but even managed to fight for so long in front of a Jindan powerhouse with his foundation establishment cultivation. Such a durable man. I like it. The gaze of the other black-robed man, who was only 1.5 meters or so, was locked onto Lin Yao alone. Lin Yao did not reply as he silently gripped the twin swords in his hands. Gun Yen likewise didn't reply as she prepared herself for battle. Don't ask, just practicing chi consummate. Gun Yen faced two Jindan. Why dare to do battle preparation? Ask, is she is rich woman. She bottom strong. She storage ring has a bunch of treasures. Looking at Gun Yen and Lin Yao's appearance as if they regarded themselves as enemies, the black-robed man who had first opened his mouth spoke again. Don't be nervous. If you're not an enemy, you might even become a friend.